one main body and 3 avatars. Their divine senses linked together and completely locked down Xianwu. Any cultivator entering or leaving Xianwu would have to go through this line of divine sense. This way, the 8th extreme demon lord would have full control. This old man was forced to do this. He chased Wang Lin all the way from the Sea of Devils, through Hofan, and pushed his way to Xianwu. But then Wang Lin's presence just completely disappeared. Despite his power, he still couldn't find Wang Lin. He thought that Wang Lin was hiding deep underground, but even after scanning there, he still found nothing. But he didn't give up. After he heard that Wang Lin could use the death spell in Nando, he was tempted. In his grand plan, one part would be very easy if he had someone who could use the death spell. This was the only reason he had expended all this effort chasing Wang Lin. Normally, with his abilities, catching Wang Lin should have been easy. But Wang Lin was elusive like a worm and disappeared without a trace. He waited for 97 days the first time, but when Wang Lin finally came out and he was just about to have his way, the little brat went underground using an earth escape technique. Fortunately, he had borrowed the earth boat. This treasure contained a powerful earth escape technique, so using it would make things a lot easier. Although he couldn't use a lot of his techniques underground, he thought that it would be fine as long as he got close. However, he didn't think that the little brat's destination was the Ho-Fan Union's mountain. Although he was able to destroy the sex protection formation with one palm, he once again lost track of the little brat. This was why he risked angering the rank 4 cultivation country behind Xianwu and Hofan to lock down the country with his divine sense. In truth, he hadn't killed a single person from either of the 2 countries. This was largely due to the rank 4 cultivation country behind them. The higher someone's cultivation level, the more they know about the inner workings of Suzaku. Both Xianwu and Hofan had the backing of the same rank 4 cultivation country, so no matter how much they fought each other, it would be fine. However, if someone from the outside came in, then they would act. If it was before, it would have been fine to just kill as needed, but since that place was going to open up soon, he didn't want to cause too many problems here. This lockdown lasted 2 years. During these 2 years of time, both Xianwu and the Ho-Fan Union had become used to being scanned by the old man's divine sense. This could occur several times throughout the day. Almost everyone knew the source of all of this. The elders had all warned them that they were not allowed to go the 4 directions from which the divine senses were coming from. The 8th extreme demon lord became more and more nervous because that place was going to open up in only 1 year. And if he were late, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the heat of the moment, he decided that he would wait for half a year more. If he still wasn't able to find that brat in half a year, then he would risk angering the rank 4 cultivation country and would refine the entire country to find that little brat. Time slowly passed. 1 month, 2 months, until 5 months had passed. As time passed, the complexion of the 8th extreme demon lord darkened, and the hostility on his face gradually increased. Wang Lin sat in the lotus position inside the heaven-defying bead space. His face was even more ugly than the 8th extreme demon lord's. He had checked everything on his body and found something different about Shang Guanma's soul essence blood. It seemed the reason the old man was able to chase him this far was due to Shang Guanma's soul essence blood. On this day, the limit of the heaven-defying bead space was drawing near. He could feel that if he didn't leave soon, he would never be able to leave again. He had to leave and go out for 3 days before he could return again. However, if the person that was chasing him was still out there, then it would be very difficult to stay safe for 3 days. Wang Lin pondered for a bit. The light in the heaven-defying bead was gradually dimming. The moment they completely went out, he came out of the heaven-defying bead. The moment he appeared, the 8th extreme demon lord suddenly opened his eyes and disappeared from where he was. Wang Lin's body slowly condensed. He suddenly felt very dizzy, but he forced himself to take out Shang Guanma's soul essence blood from his brow. Without a word, he quickly flicked it up and shot it far away. At the same time, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. Wang Lin sneered as he quickly flew toward the opposite direction. The old man followed the soul essence blood's connection and arrived in the air above its location. He let out a smile as he hit the ground, causing it to tremble. His body entered the ground using the earth boat. However, He soon came out of the ground holding Shang Guanma's soul essence blood. In a fit of anger, he crushed it. "You can't run away," the old man shouted as he spread out his divine sense. It covered all of Xianmo. Then he let out a snort before quickly chasing after Wang Lin. As Wang Lin traveled through the earth, he suddenly sensed that the surrounding earth was filled with spiritual energy fluctuations. He knew that the old man was already chasing after him, and that he wouldn't be able to get away for 3 days. After thinking about it, he quickly flew up and out of the ground. The moment he stepped above ground, 4 identical figures appeared around him. The old man coldly stared at Wang Lin as his 4 clones slowly fused back into one. He loudly shouted, "Including the 97 days at the start, I have waited for you for almost 3 years." Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he coldly stared at the old man. He didn't say a word. The old man snorted and asked, "What is your name?" Wang Lin said, "Ma Liang." The old man's cultivation was like a calm sea to Wang Lin, too deep to see through. The old man's eyes stared at Wang Lin as he said, word for word, "Ma Liang, I'm going to ask you this. Do you know the death spell?" There was killing intent hidden in his eyes. If Wang Lin's response was no, the old man would immediately kill his brat in his anger. He would then go back to Nando to kill everyone for lying to him and use their souls to refine treasures. Wang Lin pondered for a bit and then nodded. He could feel the killing intent from the old man. If he took one wrong step, he would die without a grave. The old man's eyes narrowed. Without a word, he slapped his bag of holding and a 3-foot-long green python appeared in his hand. The green python stuck out its tongue as its black eyes stared at Wang Lin. The old man threw the green python on the ground and coldly said, "Use your death spell. The target is this python." The moment the python landed on the ground, it curled up before jumping toward Wang Lin with its mouth open. Wang Lin looked down at the python. Red lightning flashed across his eyes as he muttered, "Die!" Wang Lin's target wasn't the python, but the old man. This time, he used his G realm to its limit. The moment he said the word "die," Wang Lin immediately backed up. The old man felt his mind shake as a ray of red lightning drilled into his sea of consciousness. His consciousness was completely empty except for an octopus laying on its stomach. The moment the red lightning entered, the octopus opened its mouth, creating a powerful suction force. The red lightning was immediately sucked into its mouth. But the G realm was powerful beyond imagination. Although the old man's cultivation level was very high, the octopus still shivered after sucking in the red lightning. This shiver caused a chain reaction in which even his consciousness shivered, forcing his body to pause for a moment. As Wang Lin backed up, he opened his mouth and spat out the crystal sword. The sword cut the snake in half and moved like lightning to stab the old man's brow. However, rings of white light came out, preventing the flying sword from getting any closer. Wang Lin waved his right hand to call back the flying sword before quickly escaping underground. Soon, the old man recovered from the shock as he looked at the python on the ground and touched his brow. He was filled with rage as his hand formed seal. He shouted, "Go!" A knife emitting a rainbow-colored light appeared before him. The knife was made entirely of a clear crystal and light traveled within it. Following the order of the old man, the knife flew out with rings of rainbow-colored light, pierced into the ground and quickly chased after Wang Lin. Along the way, as the knife traveled the dirt around, it just disappeared and soon was within 100 feet of Wang Lin. Wang Lin felt his head go numb. Without any hesitation, he took out the charm Yang San had given him. This charm could block the attack of a nascent soul cultivator. The moment he threw the charm, the knife arrived. The charm immediately expanded and protected Wang Lin from behind. It collided with the knife and, after a series of crackling sounds, it shattered. The knife was also pushed back a few feet. From where they collided, a shock wave spread, causing the dirt on the surface to kick up. If one were to look from above ground, they would see a small circle expand as the earth was kicked up. It was as if there was an earth dragon moving underground. Wang Lin was hit by the shock wave and coughed out a mouthful of blood. He quickly came out from underground and barely dodged the main shock wave. After he came out of the ground, he didn't pause at all and quickly continued to escape. Feeling the shock wave underground, the old man's anger lessened as he muttered to himself, "That attack just now was even able to stop me for a moment." Rumor has it that the death spell focuses on training one's divine sense and using it to attack. Following that logic, that little brat really does control the death spell. Thinking about this, his body disappeared from the spot. Wang Lin felt pain in his chest as he quickly took out one of the pills Li Muin had given him to heal his wounds. Suddenly, he sensed fluctuations of spiritual energy before him. He had dealt with nascent soul cultivators a lot, so he knew that this was sign of teleportation. Without any hesitation, he turned around and began to fly the other way. At this moment, the old man walked out from where the spiritual energy fluctuation was. "Little friend, this old man doesn't want to hurt you. How about you listen to me first?" As the old man said this, he waved his hand and lightning came from all directions. Soon, there was cage of lightning trapping Wang Lin. Wang Lin's face was gloomy. He stopped moving, turned to the old man, and coldly asked, "What does Senior want?" The old man stared at Wang Lin. After a long time, he said, "I want to borrow your death spell." Wang Lin pondered for a bit, then looked at the surrounding lightning cage. The sounds of crackling from the lightning came in from all around him. "I want to know why." The old man pondered for a bit before shaking his head. "It is not yet time to talk about this matter, but don't worry. This old man won't ask you to go for nothing. If you come with me, I'll gift you an earth transformation pill." Wang Lin's expression remained calm, but he was very tempted. He had heard of the earth transformation pill from Li Muin and how it was very rare. It was a pill that was used to help increase cultivation by 1 level during the core formation stage. It had a high chance to elevate an early-stage core formation cultivator to the mid-stage. While the chances to increase from mid-stage to late-stage weren't as high, it would still increase his spiritual energy and lay the foundation for the future. Wang Lin pondered for a bit before raising his head to look at the old man. But he didn't say a word. He was very confused. Although he couldn't see through the old man's cultivation, he was able to destroy the Hof and Union's sect protection formation with 1 palm, and was able to scare away nascent soul cultivators with 1 roar. He either had to be at the peak of the late stage of nascent soul or already stepped into the soul formation stage. With the old man's cultivation, he could easily put a few restrictions on Wang Lin to threaten him, or even just refine Wang Lin into a puppet that would listen to his every command. There didn't seem to be a need for the old man to talk to Wang Lin with a bargaining tone. Wang Lin secretly thought, there must be a problem here. However, he didn't reveal anything abnormal on the surface. He pondered for a bit before staring back at the old man and shaking his head. The old man calmly said, "You're looking for death." He closed his right hand and the lightning cage that was surrounding Wang Lin began to shrink. Wang Lin stared at the old man, revealing a mocking expression. The lightning cage got closer and closer until it was almost touching him. The edges of his hair and clothes touched the cage when the wind blew and turned to dust. As the cage was about to come into contact with Wang Lin, the old man stopped and looked at Wang Lin. "Your mental strength is good, but you don't know your place. Do you really think I won't kill you?" The mocking expression on Wang Lin's face intensified as he calmly said, "1 earth transformation pill is not enough." The old man stared at Wang Lin and secretly cursed. If it wasn't for that fact that people going to that place couldn't have any restrictions placed on them, he would have already placed restrictions on this brat and avoided all this trouble. Even if he were to use any restrictions, all of them would be destroyed once they enter that place. Also, at the stage where they would need the death spell, if the brat had any resentment, he could easily lead everyone to death. This was the exact reason why he almost died the first time he had entered 1,000 years ago. It had taken him 1,000 years to recover his cultivation, and although it was now a bit higher than it was before, he couldn't help but shiver every time he thought of that place. Therefore, he couldn't place restrictions or anything of the sort on Wang Lin. After hearing Wang Lin's words, he relaxed a bit as he waved his hand and the lightning cage loosened. Wang Lin didn't even blink or look at the lightning cage. He only calmly looked at the old man. The old man firmly said, What do you want? Just speak your mind. I want to know how dangerous the place I'll be going is, Wang Lin said, with a calm but determined voice. The old man laughed. This old man won't lie to you about how dangerous it is. Early-stage nascent soul cultivators have a 90% chance of dying. As for mid-stage nascent soul cultivators, with luck, they can survive. Only late-stage nascent soul cultivators who have reached pseudo-soul formation can safely move around there, but if they aren't careful, they will still die. However, although that place is dangerous, the harvest is also great. Magic treasures, pills, cultivation methods. It can be said that anything you want is there. There is also the rumored soul transformation pill. With just one pill, there is a chance for you to become a soul transformation cultivator. As for the dangers, you don't have to worry too much. Your death spell has a great use in one of the trials there. At the least until then, you won't encounter any danger. After that, as long as you aren't too greedy and wait, then once the time has passed, you will naturally be teleported outside. Wang Lin heard this and began to ponder. After hearing the old man's words, he only believed 30% of it. I see that you have just reached the core formation stage. Forget it. I have a nascent forming pill that I will give you if you agree to come with me. Also, I promise to give you one magic treasure that I get from that place. How about it? He had heard of this nascent forming pill from Li Muan before. It could increase the chance of forming a nascent soul by a little. It was very scarce in rank 3 cultivation countries and still rare in rank 4 countries. As for the recipe, it was controlled by rank 5 cultivation countries. Wang Lin pondered for a while. He was a bit tempted by the mysterious place the old man was talking about. He didn't really think about obtaining the soul transformation pill, but hoped to find some pill and cultivation method to help him reach the nascent soul stage. Otherwise, without any external help, he didn't know how long he would have to cultivate for to reach the nascent soul stage. And if he continued to reject the deal, the old man would kill him in a fit of anger. There was only one path before him right now. Wang Lin nodded and calmly said, "Okay, I agree." The old man stared at Wang Lin for a while before suddenly asking, "Those last 2 times where you completely disappeared, how did you do it?" Wang Lin stared at the old man and didn't say a word. The two of them just looked at each other for a while. The old man withdrew his gaze and no longer questioned Wang Lin. He coldly said, "Let's go. There is less than half a year of time before that place opens up. If you attempt to escape along the way, then you won't get another chance. I'll simply refine you." Then the old man quickly drew a symbol in the air that flew into Wang Lin's body. This is a divine sense marker. It will do you no harm as it is only used to track you. Once we have arrived at that place, I'll release it for you. Wang Lin was already prepared for this, as he would have done the same if it was him. Also, if the old man wanted to place any harmful restrictions, there was no need to wait until now. Wang Lin didn't move. He looked toward Ho Fan and said, "Junior still has one more thing to do. I hope Senior can wait a few more days." The old man frowned as he stared at Wang Lin and asked, "What is it?" Wang Lin suddenly thought of something and asked, "Has Senior heard of the War God Shrine's divine path?" The old man sneered. "The cultivation method that can increase one's chance of forming their nascent soul. Back then, that little brat who found it caused such an uproar with it. However, even if you go, you won't find the original divine path unless you go a rank 4 cultivation country called Tiangang." Wang Lin's expression remained the same on the outside, but his heart skipped a beat. As he originally thought, the War God Shrine indeed no longer had the original divine path. However, he wasn't going to let this go before going and checking it out himself. As a result, he flew toward the Ho Fan Union. The old man's eyes lit up before casually following behind Wang Lin. Not long after, the Ho Fan Union's mountain appeared before him. He waited until the old man caught up before shouting, "Maoliang greets War God Shrine Senior Feng Wan." His voice spread out like thunder across the mountain. Soon, a few people flew out from the mountain. There was a beautiful lady leading the group. It was Feng Luan. The first thing she noticed was the old man behind Wang Lin, which caused her pupils to shrink. Before her gaze settled on Wang Lin, she was secretly shocked. In a few short years, he had already formed his core. However, thinking about how he had taken over the body, he must have already been at the core formation stage. This was why he was able to reach it again so quickly. She pondered for a bit before coldly asking, "The person he was searching for in the past 3 years was you?" Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he dodged the question and said, "Senior Feng Luan, Junior has one request that I hope you can agree to." Feng Luan looked at the old man with dread before she calmly said, "Speak." Wang Lin calmly and slowly said, "Junior would like to look at the divine path." Feng Luan pondered for a bit before looking at the old man to find that he was looking at the sky. In these past 3 days they had gained an idea of what the old man's cultivation level was. Seeing that he had come to their doorstep, they couldn't help but be secretly shocked. At this moment, a red-faced old man walked out from behind Feng Luan. He looked at Wang Lin with a serious gaze and said, "Since you are a disciple of my war god shrine, there is no problem for you to see it. Follow me." With that, he looked at the old man in his peripheral vision. Without a word, Wang Lin flew behind him. The old man's expression remained indifferent. He wasn't an idiot, so it was obvious to him that Wang Lin was using him to see the divine path. However, he really couldn't be bothered to get mad at such a little thing. Since he was going to help the brat, he might as well help to the end. This way, he would be doing the brat a favor to mend their relationship. Thinking of this, he said, "Little friend, I'll wait for you out here. If you are harmed in any way, I'll make sure every living thing on this mountain is buried with you." The red-faced old man's body shivered slightly, but he quickly recovered. Along with Wang Lin, the two of them went into the back mountain and stopped before a slab of stone. The red-faced old man decided to break the silence as he turned around toward Wang Lin and said, "Word for word, should I call you Wang Lin?" Wang Lin silently nodded. The old man took a deep breath and said with a heavy tone, "Wang Lin, let everything in the past be wiped clean. I don't care what trouble you have gotten yourself into, but don't drag the war god shrine into it. If you can promise me that, then I'll open up the temple to let you see the divine path." Wang Lin raised his head toward the old man and said, "Senior, don't worry. Once I finish reading the divine path, I will leave this place. After that, I shouldn't ever have to come back here again." The old man stared at Wang Lin. After a long time, he waved his right hand and a piece of jade appeared in his palm. He slammed the jade into the slab of stone and white light spread across the stone slab. Then a clear light spread across the stone slab until its entire surface was like a mirror. The old man didn't turn around. He stepped into the mirror. The surface rippled as if he were walking into water. Wang Lin followed behind. A cool and refreshing feeling entered his body the moment he walked through the stone slab. It was as if his face had been wiped with a cool, moist towel. After that, Wang Lin found that he had walked through the stone slab. He turned around to find that the surface of the slab on this side was the same as it was outside. The surface rippled like water. Wang Lin put his hand inside and the cool feeling appeared again. The red-faced old man calmly said, "This is the water mirror door created by my war god shrine's refining method. Without the jade to open, it's impossible to enter unless you have reached the soul formation stage." After Wang Lin heard the words refining method, something stirred in his heart before he followed the red-faced old man. The space inside the stone temple was very large. It had a main hall in the middle and hundreds of stone rooms on the sides. Outside of each stone room was a stone wall. After carefully inspecting them, Wang Lin believed that each of them was also a water mirror door. The old man saw Wang Lin stare at the doors and said, "There is a total of 365 stone rooms here. Every one those stones are water mirror doors. Making a water mirror door is a symbol that a disciple is no longer a novice in treasure refining." Wang Lin looked for a while before withdrawing his gaze. They had arrived in the hall in the middle. Before them was a shelf with 4 layers. There were some tokens on each layer. Aside from the top layer, which only had 1 token, the other layers had quite a few tokens on them. Wang Lin's gaze fell on the token at the top. It read, "War God Shrine Founder, Gong Mo. Ancestor Gong is the founder of my War God Shrine, and is also the person who found the divine path. The red-faced elder bowed toward the token before turning toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin pondered for a bit and then bowed. The red-faced elder turned and walked forward. He stopped before a green wall that was covered in countless small words. These words had all been carved on this wall. At the top of the wall, Wang Lin could clearly see the two words, Divine Path. However, after looking down, his heart sank as it read, Disciple Chun Chong carved this from memory. Future disciples need to cultivate with caution. Disappointed, the red-faced elder looked at Wang Lin and sighed. The second year after my ancestor found the Divine Path, there was a traitor, so the news of the Divine Path suddenly spread far and wide. Soon after, the rank 4 cultivation country Tiangang arrived. After secretly talking to Ancestor Gong, they took it away. Ancestor Gong then left the war god shrine and never came back. This Divine Path is the most strange cultivation method I have ever seen in my life. Anyone that sees it can comprehend it, but they cannot remember it. It is as if there is a mysterious force preventing them. Ancestor Chun Chong's talent was very ordinary, and he was the weakest of Ancestor Gong's disciples. But he was able to use his memory to do something no one thought was possible. Carve the Divine Path. After he finished carving, he died. Just before his death, he said that this cultivation method is very powerful. His own lifespan wasn't enough and he could only carve down 10% of it. So future disciples have to cultivate with caution. In truth, Ancestor Chun Chong was worrying too much. How could this divine path be so easily comprehended? Since then, only about 30 people have managed to comprehend it at all, and only half of them successfully entered the nascent soul stage. As for the divine path the other sects of Hofen saw, it was fake, so the number of outsiders that have comprehended it is even lower. As Wang Lin heard the red-faced old man's words, he looked at the green stone wall. He could picture a weak, young man using his life to carve on it. You can look at it yourself. I'll wait for you outside. Don't trespass into any of the water mirror door rooms. After the red-faced old man finished speaking, he turned around to leave. Wang Lin looked at the stone wall and read every word on it. The words were difficult to understand, and some parts seemed to contradict each other. As he read it, he slowly began to frown. After a long time, he sat down in the lotus position with an unsettling expression on his face. However, he didn't blink even once as he stared at the stone wall. The words written on it slowly appeared in his mind. The more he looked at it, the more confused he became. This divine path was completely incomprehensible. He frowned even harder until he finally finished reading it all. Then he just closed his eyes and recalled everything on the stone wall. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin still didn't understand anything. He slowly opened his eyes and let out a sigh before looking back toward the stone wall. However, at that moment, his pupils shrank as he muttered, "Something is wrong." When he looked toward the wall again, all of the words he had memorized suddenly disappeared from his memory as if they had never been there. Wang Lin looked at the familiar words he had memorized earlier, but now it was as if there was something missing in his memory. All of it had disappeared. Wang Lin took a deep breath and became focused. This divine path was simply too strange. No wonder no one was able to make a copy of it. Back then, he asked Zhou Zihong to make a copy for him, but she said that whenever she tried, she would forget. He didn't take it too seriously back then, but now that he had experienced it himself, he immediately became very serious. Wang Lin again looked at the words, "Disciple Chun Chong carved this from memory. Future disciples need to cultivate with caution." He was even more shocked than before. Although he had heard it from others, this was the first time he had experienced for himself how difficult recording down the divine path was. He memorized the name Chun Chong in his heart. Wang Lin took a deep breath as his eyes went past those words and back onto the divine path. After 1 hour, Wang Lin memorized all of it again, but what happened before occurred again after a little while. After repeating it a few times, Wang Lin's face darkened. This time, he stared at the wall and didn't attempt to memorize it, but continued to read it over and over again. The first time Wang Lin read through the divine path, it took him 3 hours, but now it only took him 1 hour. His eyes became faster and faster. Now it only took him half an hour to read it all. Time slowly passed and Wang Lin's reading speed became faster and faster. From reading it 1 time in half an hour to 3 times in half an hour. His eyes moved faster and faster. At some point, he began to feel pain pulsating from his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin unconsciously closed his eyes, but the stone wall still seemed to be darting past his view. Those words began to move even faster, and even after Wang Lin closed his eyes, they still hurt. Soon, 2 streams of blood flowed down from his eyes, but just at that moment, Wang Lin opened them. His eyes were completely bloodshot and filled with shock. Wang Lin clearly saw the words on the wall slowly disappear and a figure wearing white suddenly appeared. His face was blurred, so Wang Lin could only clearly see his hands form several seals. The figure then became 2 figures and then 3. The difference between the original and the avatars in most cases was that the avatars were a bit dull. Every movement they made would only be a mimicry of the original's movements. But the avatars of the white-robed figure were all very smart and nimble. Wang Lin felt like he couldn't tell which one was the original body. In truth, what Wang Lin didn't know was that the old man's avatars were created from a powerful magic treasure by force and not a powerful avatar technique. After some time, the white-robed figure began to slowly dim until it dissipated. Wang Lin closed his eyes again. His face was pale and he began to ponder. A few chants mysteriously appeared in his mind. After analyzing them for a bit, Wang Lin opened his eyes and let out a bitter smile. He finally understood a bit about the divine path. This was a technique to cultivate an avatar. As for how it could increase the chances of reaching the nascent soul stage, it was to use the avatar. One could cultivate with the main body along with the avatar and then fuse back into one to help increase the success rate of reaching the nascent soul stage. However, this technique was incomplete and contained fatal flaws. The avatar created would have no cultivation and had a lifespan of less than 30 years. As a result, this technique was more like a burden. Along with the chants, Chun Chong also left some messages. Along with the fact that the technique was incomplete and he didn't have a long enough lifespan to carve it all down, he also left a solution. The solution was to use the technique to create an avatar and use its 30-year lifespan to consume pills. Stockpile as many pills as possible and push the avatar's cultivation to the highest level possible. No matter what, when you fuse back together, it would increase your chance of breaking into the nascent soul stage by a bit. If enough pills were saved up, then it would be possible to reach the core formation stage on the avatar, thus increasing the chance of forming one's nascent soul by a lot. Wang Lin pondered for a bit before bitterly putting away the thought of using the divine path. He didn't have that many pills to give to his avatar. Even if he were to obtain pills, he didn't even have enough to use on himself, so how could he be willing to give them to his avatar? Instead of using this technique, it would be more reliable to find some pills that could increase his chance of forming his nascent soul. Of the 4 major sects, only the corpse sect had returned to Hofen after the rank 4 cultivation country came and cleared out the fire beasts. This move confused many people. Although the fire beasts had been cleared out, the spiritual energy there was too violent to cultivate. As a result, the entire country was a dead zone for cultivators. The corpse sect didn't give any explanation and just disappeared one night. The corpse sect was very mysterious in the eyes of the other 3 sections. Although they didn't have many nascent soul cultivators, every time the nascent soul cultivators gathered, they could feel a terrifying power within the corpse sect's nascent soul cultivators. Taking that into consideration, the 3 major sects just kept silent and didn't attempt to stop them. In the western part of Hofan, below the erupting volcanoes, there was a huge cave leading into a network of interconnecting tunnels and caves that formed its own underground world. Compared to Zhao's corpse sect, the structure was fairly similar, only it was a bit larger. The current corpse sect's sect head, Zhao Chuanliang, was down on one knee before an irregularly shaped crystal made of many intersecting crystals. Zhao Chuanliang was being very respectful. Hints of fear would occasionally surface and then disappear from his face. He whispered, "Shangzong, please give me just a few more days and I promise I'll find out what happened to soul number 4876. If I give you a few days, then who will give me a few days?" Soul number 4876 is a disciple of the Tiangang sect of Tiangang, which is where I'm in charge, and now they have come looking for him. According to calculations, soul number 4876 should have already finished possessing the body. What am I going to tell them? Zhao Chuanliang secretly cursed. His face revealed a look of panic and he quickly said, Shang Zong, I have already found some clues and found where soul number 4876 disappeared. From analyzing the clues, it seems like a disciple of the war god shrine named Maliang is related. I have received news that he recently appeared in Shenwu, so I have sent people over. As long as you give me 10 days, I'll definitely be able to find the truth. The face of the person inside the crystal became a little more relaxed as he looked at Zhao Chuanliang and sighed. Chuanliang, I'll give you 10 days to find it because it's that body. However, if you still show no results in 10 days, don't blame me for reporting this to the Rank 5 Cultivation Country Division. With how they work, they will definitely take away your right to choose a body after you have been possessed. With that, the face in the crystal slowly disappeared. Zhao Chuanliang slumped to the ground and bitterly smiled. If that soul number 4867 is someone from Tiangang, then wouldn't it be better for him to just posses a body there instead? Why must he be thrown to me, ah? However, in his heart he understood that when someone needed to possess a body, they would always do it in another country. A cold voice came out from Zhao Chuanliang. Forget about your chance to choose a body, Zhao Chuanliang. You seem to be in a bad situation. Zhao Chuanliang sighed and asked, Yi Zizai, what should I do? What to do? I don't know either, but as Zhao's former corpse sect head, I have encountered a similar situation. The situation with my junior disciple was similar, but slightly different too. Soul number 4870 SIXS soul lamp hasn't gone out yet, meaning he is still alive. If you can find him, it will be for the best, but if you can't, then you will be in danger. However, I'm very curious. Shang Zong said that he would give you 10 days because it's this body. What is your relationship with the former owner of that body? Zhao Chuanliang calmly said, It was my younger brother. Both of us entered the corpse sect 400 years ago. His talent was better than mine, so he was picked by Shang Zong. Yi Zizai sneered. His voice was filled with discontent. If it wasn't for the fact that the perfect body I had prepared for myself was found by the Rank 5 Cultivation Country and taken away from me, I would have already recovered my cultivation and finished the possession. Zhao Chuanliang took a deep breath as he placed a piece of jade on his forehead. After a few moments, he threw the jade. All core formation and above cultivators, follow me on a trip to the Ho Fin Union. With one order, all of the disciples of the corpse sect opened their eyes. A ghostly light appeared in their eyes. As for Wang Lin, although the divine path was indeed extraordinary, it was not fitting for him to cultivate. He pondered for a bit before letting out a sigh and began to leave. What surprised Wang Lin was that the divine path now remained in his head instead of disappearing like normal. However, when Wang Lin attempted to make a copy of it, he still couldn't do it. It felt like there was an invisible force preventing the divine path from being recorded. Wang Lin pondered for a bit before giving up on writing it down. He looked around at the water mirror doors. All of them were dark and looked exactly the same. He pondered for a bit before spreading out his divine sense. But there seemed to be a layer of protection on the water mirror doors that would bounce his divine sense back. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he looked at the entrance. The red-faced old man was just probably outside that door. He jumped and landed before one of the water mirror doors. He reached into the water mirror door with his hand and felt the cool sensation. Soon he reached a stone wall. Wang Lin withdrew his hand and began to ponder. He quickly took out the jade containing the war god shrine's refining methods and began to search through it. The three main parts of the war god shrine's refining method were extract, melt, and fuse. All magic treasure refining followed these three processes. Wang Lin quickly found something called reverse refining in the jade. Reverse refining was originally meant for cultivators to exchange refining methods. To reverse engineer the magic treasure to find out how it is created and then recreate the same magic treasure. Long-term practice of reverse refining can increase one's refining capability. to reverse refine other people's products, to learn their methods, and to use those methods to refine your own treasures. However, this kind of reverse refining can only be used on a treasure that is created through extract, melt, and fusion. Wang Lin carefully looked at the process before putting the jade away. He put his hands together before his chest and sent spiritual energy into them. When he moved his hands, there were threads of spiritual energy connecting his two palms. Wang Lin shouted, "Go!" The threads were cut down the middle. The broken ends drilled into the water mirror door with the other ends still connected to Wang Lin's hand. As Wang Lin poured spiritual energy into his hand, more and more threads appeared until there was enough to wrap around the entire water mirror door. The fusion part of the refining process was similar to balancing the spiritual energy and formation inside a magic treasure to reach a mysterious balance. The reverse refining process requires the exact opposite, as the first step was to break this balance. Once it succeeded, the balance would be broken. Wang Lin kept pouring spiritual energy in with a calm expression, but his gaze was locked onto the water mirror door. His expression suddenly changed as the threads coming out of his hand began to tremble, and a very bright ring of light appeared at the center of the water mirror door. This ring released soft crackling sounds until it completely shattered. The moment it shattered, the light expanded to the edges of the temple and disappeared. The water mirror door became dim. Wang Lin knew that the balance inside had been broken. What was next was to split the materials and the spirit core that were used to make the door in the melting process. Wang Lin's expression was serious as he slowly withdrew the threads of spiritual energy. As the thread was withdrawn, the water mirror door began to shake and the edges of the temple began to shine. The light slowly withdrew from the edges of the temple and became a ball of light. There were countless threads on the ball of light, all of which were connected to Wang Lin's hand. Wang Lin shouted, "Withdraw!" The ball of light was pulled out of the door as Wang Lin quickly shook his hand and the thread disappeared back into his body. Wang Lin looked at the ball of light with a smile on his face. He completed the second step of reverse refining, which was to split the melting process. The spirit core had been split from the other materials of the treasure. Wang Lin took a deep breath and looked back at the entrance. He didn't know how long he had been in here, but these water mirror doors cut off divine sense and spiritual energy, so no matter how much of a commotion he created in here, no one outside would notice. In addition to that, the red-faced elder didn't believe that Wang Lin could break the water mirror door with only his core formation cultivation, so he didn't wait inside. This gave Wang Lin a chance, but he knew that he had to be quick, otherwise the red-faced elder would suddenly come in. Everything would be for nothing if he did. Thinking about this, he quickly took out the reaction furnace he had made in the 14th Valley. He carefully put the spirit core inside the reaction furnace and placed a seal on it. Then the reaction furnace immediately began to spin. It was slow at first, but then it went faster and faster. After sending out the seal, he walked toward the door. This water mirror door was made of two parts: the stone door's device core and the spirit core. Now that he had removed the spirit core, the only thing that blocked him was the stone door's device core. Wang Lin raised his hand and pressed on the door. His divine sense quickly went inside. After sweeping it with his divine sense, his expression immediately became strange. Inside the stone room was only a corpse that contained an invisible power that prevented it from rotting. The corpse was sitting there with its finger pointing to the ground. A trace of black aura was going from the finger into the ground. Wang Lin's divine sense carefully examined the inside of the room before he withdrew it. What he saw inside made him start rubbing his chin. He reached out toward the reaction furnace, causing it to stop and making the spirit core come out. The spirit core was now dimmer than it was before. Wang Lin looked at it before throwing it back into the reaction furnace. The furnace began to spin again when the spirit core was inside it. His gaze fell onto the next stone room. After opening 10 more water mirror doors, his expression became ever more strange. Wang Lin muttered to himself, "What the hell is the war god shrine doing? Could this place be a grave?" Every single stone room contained a corpse and nothing else. Wang Lin looked around and began to ponder. He quickly opened the water mirror doors, checked inside, and then put the spirit cores back to return the water mirror doors to normal. After checking everyone's single stone room, he finally found something abnormal. One corpse was clearly different from all the others. Instead of sitting down, it was floating in the air. Slivers of black gas were coming out of the walls and making their way into the body. Wang Lin's heart immediately tightened. This person wasn't dead. There were signs of life on him, and the amount of life in that body would shock anyone. Wang Lin was about to exit the room when he noticed the black, silk bag under the body. This was obviously a bag of holding. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed after he had looked at it for a bit. After pondering for a while, he didn't act recklessly but instead withdrew his divine sense and backed up. After backing out of the room, Wang Lin looked toward the reaction furnace. The speed at which the reaction furnace was spinning had slowed down and the spirit core had already melted into a clear liquid. Without a second thought, Wang Lin reached into the liquid. He grabbed a portion and molded it back into a ball before throwing it back at the first door he had opened. That door immediately returned to the way it was before. After that, he revealed an undecided expression. That bag of holding appeared to be very different from ones he had seen before. However, this was the War God Shrine's temple. They allowed him to view the divine path, so it was really hard to justify taking something from here as well. If the stone rooms contained refining materials, he wouldn't mind taking some of it, but only this one stone room was different from the rest. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin suddenly gained some insight. Could it be that all of the corpses in those stone rooms were in fact used for the person in the abnormal room to cultivate with? While thinking about this, a thought struck Wang Lin. The black gas going into that person's body was the same as the black gas the corpses were emitting. Wang Lin's face was filled with terror. He was now convinced that his guess was 80% or 90% correct. This person had to be cultivating some type of technique. He had looked at the more than 100 stone rooms. The corpses inside them must have been prepared for this person to use. Wang Lin pondered for a bit. He began to suspect that this person was not a member of the War God Shrine. It was likely that the War God Shrine didn't even know this person, or else the red-faced elder wouldn't have been so casual in here, and more importantly, he wouldn't have left Wang Lin in here by himself. Of course, there was a chance that the red-faced elder had evil intentions, but after thinking about it, Wang Lin's death would bring no benefit to the War God Shrine. There was really no need for all this trouble. The more he analyzed it, the more he was certain of his own speculations. This place must have been the resting place for the War God Shrine's ancestors. For some reason, it attracted this person to cultivate his technique here. Thinking about this, Wang Lin backed up a few steps. He felt waves of cold air pass by. It was like a pair of eyes had been staring at him these past few days. But his eyes quickly moved back onto the bag of holding. He spat out a mouthful of spiritual energy and the crystal sword appeared. The flying sword cut into the bottom right corner of the door and carved out a hole. Wang Lin held his breath. His whole body was tense as he used the attraction force technique to bring the black bag of holding out from the hole. He didn't look at it as he held it against his chest and immediately backed up. His hand moved very fast to quickly return the spirit core to the door. In the blink of an eye, the door returned to normal. However, there was a not-so-noticeable hole at the bottom right corner. Wang Lin didn't pause for a moment before quickly exiting the temple. As soon as he came out, he saw the red-faced elder cultivating outside. The red-faced elder looked at Wang Lin and said with a deep tone, "You stayed inside for 7 days. Did you comprehend it?" Wang Lin shook his head and bitterly smiled. "The divine path is simply too strange. I kept on forgetting what I had read and was unable to comprehend it. Senior, I want to ask what exactly is in those stone rooms sealed by the water mirror doors. Can you tell me?" The red-faced old man looked at Wang Lin and said, "All of the ancestors of the War God Shrine are placed in a stone room after they die." Wang Lin's expression remained the same, but his heart trembled. He was now sure that his guess was correct. He clasped his hands and said, "Junior will no longer bother you anymore. Goodbye." The red-faced old man nodded and walked into the temple. The moment the red-faced old man walked into the water mirror door, Wang Lin quickly flew out of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, He left the Hof and Union's mountain and saw the old man sitting on top of a cloud. He opened his eyes as Wang Lin got close and snorted. "If you had stayed in there any longer, I would have gone inside to look for you." Without a word, Wang Lin flew away. The old man moved his body and the clouds quickly dispersed, revealing the gourd underneath him. He quickly followed behind Wang Lin. Wang Lin stepped onto the gourd and disappeared into the sky along with the old man. The gourd's speed was very fast. It was even faster than Wang Lin's earth escape technique. They could slowly see the border of Xianwu and Hofen coming into sight. Along the way, the two of them didn't say a single word to each other. Wang Lin could feel the bag of holding in his clothes, but he didn't check what was inside it and he didn't use his divine sense to probe it. After all, the old man was right next to him. If he were to make any unusual movements, there would likely be more problems. It didn't take long for the gourd to reach the border of Xianwu and cross into Hofen. One day later, they arrived at the border of the Sea of Devils. The Sea of Devils was completely covered by thick layers of rolling fog. One could sometimes see spirit beasts appearing and disappearing in the fog. Outside the Sea of Devils, the old man slapped the gourd, causing it to shrink. It landed in his hand. Wang Lin jumped off the gourd and landed on the ground. The old man put the gourd away and said, "We are going to wait here for a few days for one more person. Once that person is here, the three of us will go together." With that, he sat down in the lotus position and closed his eyes. Wang Lin stared at the Sea of Devils. The layer of fog rolled before him and sent out waves of cold energy. He pondered for a bit before sitting down to cultivate. Not much time had passed before Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. A mysterious scene occurred above the Sea of Devils. 8 rays of purple light suddenly appeared out of thin air. Each ray of light condensed into a wooden pillar, making 8 pillars in total. The pillars intersected to form a circular formation. The spiritual energy fluctuations coming from it were so powerful that all of the fog around it was pushed away, revealing the whirlpool underneath. There were many strange symbols and images carved onto the 8 wooden pillars, making them a very shocking sight. There were interconnecting rays of light that formed rings inside the 8 wooden pillars. Looking closely, there was total of 49 rings. The old man opened his eyes, let out a snort and said, "That is a special teleportation formation from the corpse sect. I wonder what made those freaks have the guts to come here." Wang Lin was very familiar with the corpse sect. Even this formation looked familiar. It was the same formation he had seen back in Zhao, only it was many times bigger. At this moment, the rings of light began to shine one after another until all 49 rings were shining brightly. More than 30 dark figures appeared. Although their spiritual energy was a bit unstable, their eyes all contained a ghostly light. Every single one of them was at least at the late stage of core formation, with 5 of them having reached the nascent soul stage. Aside from the 5 people at the nascent soul stage, everyone else had a black coffin floating behind them. Zhao Chuanliang was among the 5 nascent soul cultivators. He stood in the center of the formation as his gaze stopped on the old man for a while before moving on to Wang Lin. He hesitated for a bit before reaching out with his hand. It turned into a giant, black cloud of smoke that reached toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin sneered. Instead of dodging, he continued to sit there as if nothing was happening. As the black smoke closed in on Wang Lin, he could feel the cold air coming from it. Just as it was about to touch Wang Lin, the old man's face darkened and he waved his right hand. The black smoke disappeared without a trace. The old man grumbled, "This is really troublesome." He coldly looked up at Zhao Chuanliang and said, "I don't want to kill right now, so scram." The old man wasn't lying. The mysterious corpse sect was more scary to him than rank 4 or 5 cultivation countries. Unless he had to, he really didn't want to get into a fight with them. What angered him the most was that the fight wasn't even for himself but for a junior that had no relation to him other than him needing to use this brat. Zhao Chuanliang's pupils shrank as he stared at the old man. That casual wave of the old man's hand was able to destroy his attack. This secretly shocked him. He had already heard about this old man from Hofun. The reason he had brought all of the nascent soul cultivators from the sect was to prevent this person from acting. But now it seemed that this person's cultivation level was much higher than he had anticipated. Zhao Chuanliang pondered for a bit and then said, "Senior, this person is connected to an important matter of my corpse sect. I have to take him with me today." The old man secretly sighed. He wondered why this brat was so troublesome. Out of all the people he could have offended, why did this brat have to offend the corpse sect? If he had a choice, he would just leave and not get involved in this anymore. But he had no choice. Offending the corpse sect wasn't a big deal if he were successful in that place. And looking back at that brat Ma Liang's previous actions, the brat was sure that he was going to act. Although he hated this, he couldn't help but admire this brat as well. Those who cultivated the demonic method were different from normal people. The eighth extreme demon lord believed that Wang Lin's actions were correct. If it was he himself in that position, he would have done the same thing. After hearing Zhao Chuanliang's words, the eighth extreme demon lord frowned. He looked at Wang Lin and asked, in a lukewarm tone, "How did you offend the corpse sect?" Wang Lin looked at the vicious members of the corpse sect and calmly said, "I don't know." Zhao Chuanliang's eyes were like lightning as he stared at Wang Lin and said, "You don't know? You killed corpse sect disciples on the burning gold mountains, and you dare to say you don't know?" Wang Lin rolled his eyes and said, "I still don't know." With that, he didn't even look at Zhao Chuanliang as he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. However, in his heart, he was prepared to escape into the Sea of Devils with his Earth escape technique if the old man decided to not help him. Zhao Chuanliang sneered. He looked toward the old man and said, "Senior, not only has this person killed disciples of my corpse sect, he also captured the soul of a disciple of Tiangang, Su Ligua, who came to possess a body. I spent a lot effort and even took a trip to Tiangang to buy this information from old man Tiandi. This can't be wrong." The old man's face became a bit ugly as he muttered, "Old man Tiandi. Old man Tiandi's cultivation is very powerful. He was able to find out what happened back then using Su Ligua's soul lamp. It was this person called Ma Liang who killed my corpse sect's disciples and trapped Su Ligua's soul." With that, Zhao Chuanliang waved his hand and his body disappeared. The four nascent soul cultivators behind him also disappeared and reappeared before the eighth extreme demon lord. As for Zhao Chuanliang, he appeared above Wang Lin and quickly threw down a mass of black smoke from his hand. At the same time, the core formation cultivators inside the formation began a mysterious chant. The formation immediately expanded at a very quick pace and covered the surrounding 1,000 kilometers. A cold light flashed across the eighth extreme demon lord's eyes as he quickly split from 1 to 2. This avatar quickly appeared between Zhao Chuanliang and Wang Lin. He opened his mouth and sucked in all the black gas. "Impudent!" the avatar shouted, as a green gourd suddenly appeared in his hand. With a slap, the cork on the bottle came out and a powerful force came out of the gourd. Ripples appeared in the air with the mouth of the gourd as the origin and spread wider and wider. Zhao Chuanliang's expression immediately changed as he and the other four nascent soul cultivators teleported multiple times to return to the formation. The old man's eyes were cold. His voice was low as he slowly said, "There are several reasons why I haven't massacred people in a long time, yet a mere early-stage nascent soul cultivator dares to act so impudently before me. If you harm even a hair on Ma Liang's head today, I, the eighth extreme demon lord, will go wipe out your corpse sect." With that, he reached up and formed a giant hand. Like breaking a child's toy, the corpse sect's transfer formation was shattered. The energy within it quickly spread out in all directions and disappeared. Aside from 5 pale-faced nascent soul cultivators who were able to dodge it, all of the core formation cultivators were turned to dust by the shock wave along with the coffins behind them. Zhao Chuanliang's body shivered as he stared at the old man and bitterly said, "Senior's cultivation level is very high, but becoming enemies with the corpse sect is not wise. With Senior's cultivation, you should have some understanding of our corpse sect. But what you understand is only the tip of the iceberg. I once again advise Senior to not make an enemy of the corpse sect. Even if Senior is the city lord of one of the 7 plum flower cities, it would be hard to escape death." The eighth extreme demon lord didn't want to offend the corpse sect, so he didn't kill these 5. As for those core formation cultivators, He checked them with his divine sense to make sure that none of them were being possessed. He killed them all only after he confirmed that they weren't. The old man frowned and slowly said, "This person is of great use to me. I wouldn't bother protecting him otherwise. You guys should leave. If it wasn't today, I wouldn't be bothered with this." Wang Lin looked coldly at everything that was happening. Although his expression remained normal when the old man broke the transfer formation, his heart was shocked. This 8th extreme demon lord was able to break the Hof and Union's sect protection formation with one palm and easily crushed the transfer formation of the corpse sect. Wang Lin had been wondering what exact cultivation level this old man was at and reached a conclusion that caused him to stop breathing. In truth, he already had this guess very early on. From when the old man started chasing him in the Sea of Devils, everything this old man had done showed how powerful his cultivation was. Soul formation. This 8th extreme demon lord's cultivation level was very likely soul formation, or else there was no way for him to be able to so easily do what he had done. After hearing Zhao Chuanliang speak of the 7 plum flower cities of the inner Sea of Devils, Wang Lin recalled that name. His eyes turned to the old man and locked onto the 7 plum flower on old man's clothes. Zhao Chuanliang pondered for a bit before staring coldly at Wang Lin. He slowly said, "Ma Liang, the corpse sect is far beyond your imagination. Offending the corpse sect is the biggest mistake of your life." With that, he disappeared. The 4 nascent soul cultivators also coldly looked at Wang Lin before disappearing. Wang Lin pondered for a bit. If it wasn't for the corpse sect disciples attacking him first with the intent to kill, he wouldn't have killed them. If he had let Su Ligua go, it would have created a series of problems. However, the cultivation world runs by the law of the jungle. The corpse sect was like a very large and powerful creature. If it said it was your fault, it was your fault. Even if it wasn't your fault, it still was your fault. Wang Lin took a deep breath. Even though he had already been very careful, he still got into this much trouble. In the end, it was because his cultivation level wasn't high enough. If he had the same cultivation level as the 8th extreme demon lord, then even if he had killed one person, it wouldn't be such a big deal. Wang Lin became even more determined to reach the nascent soul stage. Whether it was for himself or for returning to Zhao to get revenge on Teng Huayuan, he absolutely had to succeed in reaching the nascent soul stage, or everything he wanted to do would just be dream. The 8th extreme demon lord turned toward Wang Lin and gloomily said, "Little guy, this is the 2nd time I have helped you. No matter what misunderstanding we have, this should be more than enough to make up for it. I hope that when we go in, you won't try any unnecessary scheming." The 8th extreme demon lord now had some understanding of Wang Lin's schemes from these days with Wang Lin and the time he had spent chasing him. This Ma Liang was a good seed for demonic cultivation. He easily guessed what had happened after hearing about the matter from Zhao Chuanliang. This brat was very ruthless and bold. In the Sea of Devils, the brat dared to move around openly with the kill order. He used the kill order to draw people to him in order to kill them until they ran away scared. It could be said that this person was very decisive and ruthless. When he chased him out of the Sea of Devils, the brat dared to leave a flying sword to ambush him, which even drew blood. This showed just how bold this person was. If those were the only things, then he wouldn't really be much. But this person even borrowed someone's power to force the war god shrine to let him see the divine path. This person was a true schemer. Just now, when Zhao Chuanliang attacked him, he was able to not even bat an eye. He didn't show a hint of panic. This showed just how calm and determined he was. In addition to all of this, the 8th extreme demon lord remembered that it took him 3 years to finally trap this person. In the end, the only words the old man had that could describe him was, as sly as a fox. This person was ruthless, bold, and decisive. He was also very brave, cunning, determined, and as sly as a fox. Even the 8th extreme demon lord became tempted after carefully analyzing the situation. He stared at Wang Lin as one thought entered his mind. But just as the idea appeared, it disappeared. He secretly sighed in regret. If it wasn't for the fact that they needed to enter that place, he would have taken him as an inner disciple. However, whether or not the kid would still be alive in the end was still up for debate. At this moment, His expression suddenly changed as he raised his head and looked into the distance. Wang Lin immediately noticed an unnatural spiritual energy fluctuation coming in from the distance. This fluctuation was very mild, but it was also filled with a sense of power. He saw a scholarly person wearing a gray robe with a square bandana on his head coming in from the distance. This person's face was as white as snow and hints of coldness could be seen in his eyes. His body moved like a willow swaying in the wind as he descended from the sky. He waved his hand and calmly said, "Duanmu Ji, was my earth boat useful?" Wang Lin's pupils shrank. He wasn't able to see through this person's cultivation just like he couldn't see through 8th Extreme Demon Lords. Seeing how he talked to 8th Extreme Demon Lord as equals, their cultivation levels must have been similar. 8th Extreme Demon Lord Duanmu Ji snorted as he took out the earth boat and threw it at him. He said, "As useful as a fart. You consider this broken thing a treasure? I wouldn't even want it if you gave it to me for free." The gray-robed scholar caught the earth boat with his right hand and put it away. His gaze fell on Wang Lin as he calmly asked, "Why is there a core formation junior?" Duanmu Ji rolled his eyes and said, "I obviously have a use for him. Let's go. That place is about to open." With that, he threw out the gourd, which immediately expanded. With one step, he jumped onto the gourd. Wang Lin looked at the gray-robed scholar before taking a step and jumping onto the gourd. He was very cautious because ever since the gray-robed scholar arrived, his divine sense had been scanning Wang Lin. Just at this moment, he suddenly heard a voice transmission from Duanmu Ji. "This person is Wang Qingyue. He is a messenger sent by the Yin and Yang sect from a rank 4 cultivation country. His cultivation is terrifying, so don't anger him." Wang Lin's expression remained the same, but he became even more vigilant in his heart. The three of them quickly charged into the Sea of Devils. Wang Lin coldly observed Wang Qingyue the whole time. He didn't have any treasure under his feet, but he was moving as fast as the gourd. The fog 3 feet in front of him would automatically move to the sides. Not long after, the three of them were deep inside the Sea of Devils. Nando City quickly appeared before them, but the three of them didn't stop there. Along the way, the face of any cultivator who saw the three of them would immediately change. Some of them seemed to recognize the gourd and would respectfully stand to the side. Only after the gourd disappeared did they dare to move. Wang Qingyue's expression remained calm. As he flew, he slowly said, "8th Extreme Demon Lord's reputation is not bad. There are even people in the outer sea that recognize you." The three of them were moving very fast, but the words clearly entered everyone's ears. The old man Duanmu Ji glanced over and said, "If we were in the inner sea, then there would be even more people that know me. If you saw that, would you want to say even more insults?" Wang Qingyue chuckled as his gaze swept past Wang Lin and he said to Duanmu Ji, "You're taking a core formation cultivator into that place. Aren't you asking him to die?" Duanmu Ji blandly said, "Don't underestimate this guy. He knows the death spell, which can be very useful in the third realm." Wang Qingyue was stunned, but soon his eyes shined like they had never shined before. He revealed a very strange smile as he stared at Wang Lin. Soon, the light in his eyes disappeared as he shook his head. "Regrettable. If you were at the nascent soul stage, I would have liked to have a fight with you." Wang Lin remained silent. Wang Qingyue stared at Duanmu Ji and suddenly said, "Duanmu Ji, when you went there 1,000 years ago, you must have gotten some treasures. Why else would you want to go back so badly? Where exactly is that place? Is the thing you talked about really there?" Duanmu Ji pondered for a bit before saying, "I got this gourd for that place. Wang Qingyue, I can only tell you this much. Once you are there, you will naturally know. Sorry." Wang Qingyue looked at the gourd without displaying any abnormal expression. After that, he silently followed Duanmu Ji. The three of them flew at a very high speed. In the blink of an eye, 1 month passed. During this 1 month of time, the three of them never stopped once. Along the way, Wang Lin saw a total of 4 cities. Each city had more cultivators than the last. These cities were much more developed than Nando City. On this day, a very large mountain range with no end in sight appeared before them. Duanmuji hit the gourd and quickly flew toward the mountain range. Soon, he went around the mountain peak and arrived in a valley inside the mountain. The valley was very quiet without any signs of life. Duanmuji was very familiar with this place. They soon arrived at the center of the valley. He jumped off the gourd and formed a seal with his hand. A strange wind appeared and cleared out everything in the surrounding area, creating an opening. Wang Lin jumped down from the gourd and immediately saw a circular formation in the clearing. There were countless symbols carved on this formation that released an ancient aura. After Wang Qingyue saw the formation, he revealed a strange expression and thoughtfully looked at Duanmuji. Duanmuji slapped his bag of holding. He carefully took out a spirit stone that released a milky white light. He revealed a sad expression as he placed it into the groove in the formation. Duanmu muttered, "This damn formation is made to eat spirit stones. After the transfer is complete, this top-quality spirit stone will be destroyed." Wang Qingyue's eyes shined again as he stared at the spirit stone and asked, "Duanmuji, that top-quality spirit stone is also from that place?" Duanmuji grumpily said, as he messed with the formation, "That is correct. Back then, I was able to obtain 3 pieces, or else it would be impossible to enter that place. Only this ancient formation can take us there. Back then, me and some old friends searched through ancient texts and spent 1,000 years to find this place. Then we used a lot of spirit stones and materials to exchange for a few top-quality spirit stones from Suzaku in order to enter." Wang Qingyue stared at the top-quality spirit stone and said, "Top-quality spirit stone. Top-quality spirit stones are very rare everywhere in this planet. Rumor has it that it is the main currency used to do business between planets. If that place really has top-quality spirit stones, then even if there is no soul transformation pill, it is still worth exploring it." Duanmuji stared at Wang Lin and muttered, "This transfer array is not what you imagine it to be. It does not take us directly there but to the chaotic broken stars in the Sea of Devils. Once we are there, we will meet with a few friends and go inside together. Otherwise, it would take too long to fly there. Without 100 years, it would be impossible to make it there in time. Not to mention the dangers outside the broken stars. Just the red mist between the outer and inner seas is bad enough. With our cultivation levels, just being careful is enough, but this kid will die for sure. Why else do you think I would be so wasteful as to use a top-quality spirit stone to rush there?" Duanmuji formed a few seals with his hand and sent it to the transfer array. The top-quality spirit stone at the center of the formation began to shine. Shortly after, the countless symbols on the formation began to light up. When all of the symbols were lit up, the top-quality spirit stone shattered. The entire transfer array suddenly began to move as it released a large amount of spiritual energy. This spiritual energy almost became solid as it moved like the wind, moving the fog along with it. Soon, a giant vortex of spiritual energy appeared. The vortex became larger and larger. Such a shocking scene caused Wang Lin to take a deep breath as he stared at the groove in the center of the transfer array. The top-quality spirit stone had already turned to dust and was blown away by the wind. However, the spiritual energy inside the top-quality spirit stone tempted Wang Lin. Not even tens of thousands of high-quality spirit stones could match this amount of spiritual energy. They weren't even on the same level. Duanmuji moved next to Wang Lin and said, "Go inside." Wang Lin sneered in his heart as he saw through Duanmuji's thoughts. He must have been afraid that there might be a problem if he let Wang Lin go last. Wang Lin silently walked through the vortex and stood at the center of the array. Duanmuji quickly walked into the array as well. The last one was Wang Qingyue. He carefully checked it before walking in. Shortly after, the vortex suddenly paused. Then it all came crashing down, causing the whole mountain to shake. The 3 of them inside the formation suddenly disappeared. Took a long time for the place to return to normal. The fog that was pushed aside slowly surrounded the area again. The Sea of Devils was very large. Between the inner and outsider seas, there was a zone of red mist. If one didn't have a high enough cultivation level, their body would decay the moment they come into contact with the red mist. Their soul would also not be able to escape and would be forever trapped within the red mist. This red mist was a natural barrier between the inner and outer seas. The barrier was only passable for one day when the fog turns into sea. Most cultivators that wished to enter or leave the inner sea would choose to quickly pass through on that day. The inner sea was filled with powerful cultivators. Many infamous demonic cultivators lived in the inner sea. The inner sea was also very large. If one were to fly, it would take at least 100 years to cross it. To the extreme north of the inner sea, there was a plain called the Chaotic Broken Stars. This was the one place in the Sea of Devils that was never affected when the fog became sea. There was a ring of mysterious broken stones that created a natural barrier around the area. There was a mysterious force holding these shattered rocks in place. This 1,000-foot wide area was what gave this place the name Chaotic Broken Stars. This was also considered a dead zone. If someone at the nascent soul stage wanted to get through the red mist by force without waiting for that one day, then out of 10 people, a few would still succeed. However, if they wanted to get through the Chaotic Broken Stars by force, then out of the 10 of them, all of them would die. This was considered one of the most dangerous places in the Sea of Devils. Legend had it that this place existed before all of the water in the Sea of Devil became fog. Throughout the countless years, many cultivators wanted to go inside but were forced to give up. Even those that had successfully entered never came back out. Even the rank 5 cultivation countries found it hard to send people here due to how chaotic the area was. Also, no one knew exactly what was inside, so if they were to spend all this effort only to find nothing inside, it really wouldn't be worth it. As time passed, fewer and fewer cultivators wanted to go inside. However, this situation changed 10,000 years ago. A powerful cultivator from the only rank 6 cultivation country in Suzaku came. He had challenged countless powerful cultivators and none of them were a match for him. In the end, he entered the Chaotic Broken Stars, but he was never heard from again. 10 years later, Suzaku sent countless experts to the Sea of Devils to seal the Chaotic Broken Stars. They announced that anyone who dared to enter would be killed without mercy. As a result, this place became a forbidden area. Although the fear had died down after all these years, there were still no cultivators within 10,000 kilometers of it. On this day, in a dark valley outside the Chaotic Broken Stars, a giant vortex appeared. This vortex continued to grow until an opening appeared on the ground. There was a very ancient transferee array on the ground that began shine. It shined brighter and brighter until 3 figures appeared within it. The moment Wang Lin appeared in the transfer array, the first thing he saw was the circular area with rocks floating around. Stones of various sizes connected by threads of purple lightning moved in a circular motion. From a distance, that area was 1,000 feet wide with no end in sight. This was also the first time Wang Qingyue had been here. His eyes shined as he stared at the Chaotic Broken Stars and asked, "This place is the Chaotic Broken Stars?" Duanmuji looked over with regret. After a long time, he slowly said, "Yes, this is the place. After 1,000 years, there is no change at all." Wang Qingyue's eyes shined as he licked his lips and said, "Rumor has it that 10,000 years ago, Suzaku's #1 expert disappeared in the Chaotic Broken Stars. I want to see what's so mysterious about this place." Wang Lin pondered for a bit before saying to Duanmuji, "The place Senior talked about is inside this Chaotic Broken Stars?" Duanmuji nodded as he looked toward the Chaotic Broken Stars. He revealed a worried expression as he said, "That area of broken rocks contains a mysterious force. Once you have entered the area, the mysterious force will enter your body. Those broken rocks will use an extraordinary power to create an avatar exactly the same as you. This avatar will also be 1 level above you in cultivation. No matter what method you use to suppress your cultivation, it won't work. Once the avatar appears, you must defeat it to move 500 feet. Once you pass those 500 feet, 2 more avatars will appear. Only by defeating them can you pass through the Chaotic Broken Stars." Wang Lin raised his head and looked up. Duanmuji seemed to know what Wang Lin was thinking and said, "Although you can avoid the rocks by flying above or below, the avatars will still appear, and it will be 10 at a time." Wang Lin stared at the area and silently pondered. Wang Qingyue stared at it for a while before his eyes shined, and he let out a cruel smile. He said, "Such an interesting place. I have to go check it out for myself." With that, his body disappeared and reappeared outside the chaotic broken stars. Without any hesitation, he stepped inside. Wang Lin became focused as he carefully looked over without even blinking once. He only saw that right when Wang Qingyue entered. Some of the broken rocks gathered together and formed a net of purple lightning. Inside the net of purple lightning, an avatar that looked exactly the same as Wang Qingyue appeared. Even the smile on their faces were exactly the same. Without a word, the avatar charged forward and the sounds of fighting echoed from where the two were. Duanmuji snorted. "It won't be long before he comes back. How do you fight an avatar that is one level above you?" Wang Lin pondered for a bit and suddenly asked, "How did you guys enter last time?" Duanmuji pointed at the transfer array and said, "Through that. We had a transfer array expert last time. We had obtained some inheritance item from the chaotic broken stars which documented a method to create the transfer array to go inside. Only by using 10 top-quality spirit stones did we manage to enter." Wang Lin slightly frowned and asked, "What exactly is inside the chaotic broken stars?" Duanmuji looked at Wang Lin before waving his hand and taking back the divine sense mark he had left on him. He slowly said, "Forget it. Since we are already here, it's fine to tell you. From the recording we found, the corpse of an ancient god is inside the chaotic broken stars." Wang Lin was startled. Ancient god? Ancient god is an existence similar to the ancient celestial cultivators, and even more powerful than the ancient celestial cultivators in some regards. This wasn't said by Duanmuji. It was an old man in black who had suddenly arrived next to Duanmuji. The old man was very tall and skinny. His long, white beard flowed in the wind and his face was filled with the air of an immortal. With the whisk in his hand, he really did look like an immortal. He had a friendly expression as he smiled and nodded at Wang Lin. "Little friend, the power of the ancient god has already broken past our realm of comprehension and reached an unimagined limit. It has to be said that the time when ancient gods were alive was even before the ancient cultivation world." Wang Lin's expression remained calm, but he was very cautious on the inside. Although this person looked friendly, he had a vague feeling that this person's cultivation level was even higher than Duanmuji's. The old man finished speaking and waved the whisk in his hand with a smile on his face. However, that smile contained a sliver of malice. Wang Lin had been on guard the whole time. When the old man waved the whisk, he felt a powerful sense of danger. He didn't hesitate to quickly back up. He slapped his bag of holding to take out a large amount of charms. All of these charms were defensive types. A series of crackling sounds could be heard as all those charms shattered. At the same time, Duanmuji took a step forward and stood between Wang Lin and the old man. A half-circle black light screen appeared. It negated the attack from the whisk. The light screen wavered as Duanmuji looked at the old man with a serious expression that Wang Lin had never seen before. He said word for word, "Ancient Emperor, this kid is very important for getting past the third realm. Don't mess around." After Ancient Emperor heard those words, he didn't act, but the smile on his face slowly disappeared. The air of a celestial completely disappeared, and now he looked much more frightening as he calmly asked, "Are you sure?" Duanmuji nodded and said, "He knows the death spell." Ancient Emperor looked at Wang Lin before turning and walking to the side. He stopped 30 feet from them and silently looked toward the chaotic broken stars. Wang Lin's expression was very gloomy. This ancient emperor was clearly a madman. One moment he talks to you in a friendly tone and the next moment he attacks you, revealing his ugly nature. Duanmuji stood beside Wang Lin and sent a voice transmission saying, "He is called Gun Lan, but we all call him Ancient Emperor. This person's cultivation is very powerful. Even I have no confidence in taking him on. He pretends to be a righteous person, but he's actually ruthless. He has slaughtered countless people and is just a madman. He is a very famous demon in the Sea of Devils." Wang Lin was very sullen as he looked at the ancient emperor and then at Wang Qingyue, who was having fun fighting his own avatar while occasionally letting out bloodthirsty growls. He felt his heart become heavy. Ancient Emperor was a madman and this Wang Qingyue was crazy. Only Duanmuji seemed normal. Duanmuji's expression slightly changed as he whispered, "Another one has arrived." From the edge of the sky came a dragon boat. On the boat stood a very handsome man, but his lips were a bit thin, revealing a sense of ruthlessness. His hands were behind his back and his head was held up high. He was wearing bright red clothes with golden threads embroidered on them. His long, black hair was scattered behind him and moved with the wind. Beside him stood a person. This person was very young. He looked to be about 20 or so years old. This young man looked plain, but a red light would occasionally appear in his eyes. After the dragon boat got close, the man in red jumped down and the young man behind him quickly followed. Wang Lin examined the man in red. This person gave off a cold aura. This coldness pierced the bones like a piece of never-melting ice. After the man in red landed, he coldly looked around. His gaze stopped on Wang Qingyue, who was inside the chaotic broken stars. Then he glanced at Wang Lin before turning to Duanmuji. His voice was as cold as ice. "How festive!" Duanmuji laughed and said, "Six Desire Devil Lord. I haven't seen you in 100 years. It seems your cultivation level has increased." With that, his mouth slightly moved as he sent a voice transmission to the man in red. Six Desire Devil Lord listened until he suddenly became startled and turned his gaze toward Wang Lin. After looking for a while, he said, "Little brother, if you can get us past the third realm, then I, Su Liqing, promise your safety." Just as he finished speaking, the expression of the young man behind him changed. The gaze he had toward Wang Lin gradually turned hostile. Wang Lin clasped his hands and said, "Many thanks." The man in red nodded before withdrawing his gaze and said to Duanmuji, "The only one left is Hunchback Meng. I heard that he offended the giant demon clan 300 years ago and was being chased by 10 of the battle demons. I don't know if he is still alive or not. Even if old Hunchback dies, he will drag the entire giant demon clan with him." A hoarse voice came from the sky. In the horizon, a giant, green toad slowly came closer. The toad landed on the ground far away, causing the earth to shake. Even though Wang Lin was very far away, he could still feel the ground shake. Shortly after, that toad kicked with its hind legs and disappeared from sight. When it appeared again, it was already close by. The toad descended from the sky like a small mountain falling down. It landed about 100 feet away from them, creating a shockwave that sent the fog in all directions. After the fog was pushed apart, it revealed the giant toad. There were countless pustules on the toad's body, each one slowly moving, and every one of them emitted a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation. As the toad's eyes moved, it revealed a powerful desire for blood. There was a person sitting on the back of the toad. He was wearing a green robe and was very short. His back bulged out like a hunchback. His eyes were triangular, his chin was sharp, and his mouth was like a monkey's. He touched the pustule on his face as he laughed and said with a hoarse voice, "Those old guys from the giant demon clan that chased me for more than 300 years were all poisoned to death by me. If it wasn't for the fact that the 1,000-year time limit was coming up and this place was about to open, I would have gone to the giant demon clan for revenge." With that, he took a step on top of the toad. The toad seemed to know what he wanted as it stuck out its blood-red tongue and touched the ground with it. The hunchback walked down the tongue toward the ground. As he walked, he would sometimes cough. After he landed, he casually waved his right hand and the giant toad quickly shrank until it was the size of his palm. It then jumped onto his shoulder. Its stomach rapidly expanded and shrank while it croaked. When he landed on the ground, everything within 3 feet of him immediately began to sizzle and a stream of black gas rose from the ground. Wang Lin calmly retreated a few steps as he coldly observed the person. This person used poison, so his caution was raised by another level. Six Desire Devil Lord Su Liqing frowned and said, "I haven't seen you in 1,000 years. Why is that poisonous stink on you even worse now?" The old hunchback rolled his eyes and said, "Others might be afraid of your Six Desire spell, but I'm not. 1,000 years ago we fought to a stalemate. Could it be that you want to fight again?" With that, he touched the toad on his shoulder and creepily laughed. 6 Desire Devil Lord coldly stared at the hunchback. Soon, the spiritual energy between them began to go crazy, but the fluctuations soon calmed down as the two withdrew their spiritual energy. Just at this moment, Ancient Emperor, who had been looking coldly from the side, suddenly said, "Looks like everyone is here. I have stolen the icy windshield from a rank 4 cultivation country. It should help us finish more than half of the first trial." 6 Desire Devil Lord coldly said, "I'll deal with the second half of the first trial." Hunchback Meng touched the pustule on his face and said with a hoarse voice, "Just watch this old man for the second trial." Duanmuji looked toward Wang Qingyue and said, "That person is Wang Qingyue. He knows the 5-element escape technique, which is useful to us. This little friend knows the death spell. The third trial's divine sense attack will depend on him." Hunchback Meng's foggy eyes swept past Wang Lin, but he didn't say a word. 6 Desire Devil Lord's hand formed mysterious seals as he walked toward the transfer array. After sending out several seals, the entire formation began to shatter from the inside. Bursts of green gas came from the transfer array until no more came out and the array was completely shattered. Then his body disappeared as he began to walk through the shattered array. Every time he took a step, he would leave a trace of spiritual energy on the ground. He began to move faster and faster, and more traces of spiritual energy were left on the ground. Finally, he began to leave behind afterimages. Now it looked like there were several people walking around the array. After a short period of time, all of the afterimages disappeared. Only the original body remained at the center of the array. Then his hand began to move, taking out a lot of precious materials. Finally, he spat out a purple flame. All of those materials melted when they were touched by the fire. 6 Desire Devil Lord pointed with his finger. The liquids of various colors began to move and entered the array in a certain order. When the final liquid entered the array, it began to rumble. A different transfer array appeared where the old one was. This one contained at least double the number of symbols the previous one had, plus 10 pillars of light that shot into the sky. One by one, disembodied creatures let out silent screams as they moved within the pillars of light. 6 Desire Devil Lord took a deep breath and shouted, "The transfer array has been opened. Quickly toss over the top quality spirit stones that we agreed upon. I will use 4 pieces this time." With that, 4 top quality spirit stones appeared from his bag of holding. The 4 stones each flew into one of the pillars and stayed in place. This change attracted the attention of Wang Qingyue, who was still fighting with his own avatar. He was losing the fight at the moment. The avatar's endless attacks, along with it being 1 level higher than him, meant that he could die if he made one mistake, causing him to be in a sorry state. He was pushed out of the chaotic broken stars many times, but the more he fought, the more his eyes lit up, and the bloodlust in his eyes became even stronger. After seeing the change in the transfer array, he began to hesitate and backed out of the chaotic broken stars. He arrived next to Duanmuji as he stared at the 4 top-quality spirit stones. A hint of greed flashed across his eyes. After he returned, his avatar slowly faded away and returned to rocks that slowly rotated around the area. Wang Lin also stared at the top-quality spirit stones with temptation in his eyes. The Sea of Devils was very large. If not for the ancient transfer arrays allowing people to teleport across it, it would take too long to travel through it. It was also filled with danger. However, the only way to use these ancient transfer arrays was to have top-quality spirit stones. Since top-quality spirit stones were so rare, all of the ancient transfer arrays in the Sea of Devils were in a state of disrepair, and many of them were completely useless. At this moment, Ancient Emperor took out 2 top-quality spirit stones and looked at them with great importance. Then he threw them toward the pillars of light, where they remained unmoving. Duanmuji clenched his teeth as he took out his last 2 top-quality spirit stones from his bag of holding. His heart ached as he threw them toward the light. Of the 10 pillars, 8 of them had top-quality spirit stones. The last person was Hunchback Meng. He patted the toad on his shoulder. The toad's belly expanded as it spat 2 things into the light pillars. At this moment, all 10 pillars had top-quality spirit stones in them. The light pillars suddenly disappeared. All of the light had gathered on the top-quality spirit stones. These 10 spirit stones were shining like 10 bright suns. They slowly descended onto the transfer array, causing it to slowly spin. Sixth Desire Devil Lord revealed a look of excitement as he shouted, 1,000 years ago, more than 100 of us entered, but we didn't even really get to enter the inner area. Just the restrictions on the outside made us struggle, and we were forced to retreat on the third trial, which only the 4 of us managed to survive through luck. 1,000 years later, all of our cultivation levels have increased quite a bit. We must break through the restrictions and see what's inside. Even Ancient Emperor's eyes couldn't help but sparkle as he stepped into the transfer array. Behind him was Hunchback Meng, Duanmuji, and the young man who came with Sixth Desire Devil Lord. As for Wang Qingyue, he pondered a bit before walking into the array. Wang Lin lowered his head. His eyes sparkled as he walked in. After all 7 of them had entered the transfer array, Sixth Desire Devil Lord let out a roar and the array began to move. The 10 top-quality spirit stones shattered, creating a powerful surge of spiritual energy. All of the surrounding mountains turned to dust and even the chaotic broken stars shook. It took a very long time before the spiritual energy dissipated. The transfer array was completely broken and unable to be used again. There was a plane inside the chaotic broken stars, and in the sky above the plane was an oval-shaped ring of light. The inside of the ring was completely dark. Below the ring was a transfer array. At this moment, the transfer array started shining, and 7 figures appeared. Ancient Emperor was the first to walk out. He stared at the oval-shaped ring in the sky with a hint of obsession. He jumped up and appeared next to the ring of light before circling around it for a bit. He said, "It seems that no one else has come here in these past 1,000 years. The seal we left is still intact." With that, he opened his arms and moved around before the ring. Every now and then, there would be black slivers that came out and entered his hand. Wang Lin could clearly feel Duanmuji, Sixth Desire Devil Lord, and Hunchback Meng let out a breath of relief after hearing those words. He looked around and saw that the plane inside the chaotic broken stars was completely empty. It looked endless and was covered by a similarly endless dark sky. Wang Lin understood that this was some kind of powerful restriction. There was complete silence in this plane without any signs of activity. Sixth Desire Devil Lord looked at Wang Qingyue and Wang Lin before saying, in a heavy tone, "Welcome to the chaotic broken stars. No matter if Duanmu has talked to you too about this place before, I must emphasize again. After passing through the oval ring, you will enter a mysterious space. According to the information we got from an inheritance, the corpse of an ancient god is there. The ancient god's power came from their bodies, so their bodies were extremely large. Even the weakest ancient god was at least the size of planet Suzaku. I can tell you that this ancient god is a fully grown adult. Its size is like countless planet Suzakus. The reason why there are countless treasures inside is because although the ancient god is dead, its divine sense is not destroyed but remains in a hibernating state. If we can get inside and obtain its memory, then any technique from its memories will be an unimaginably powerful technique today. As for magic treasures, because none of the magic treasures used by the ancient gods can fit inside a bag of holding, all of them are held within its body. If you are lucky, you will be able to find one. There are also pills. The ancient gods' cultivation requires pills, and the things they consume are far more valuable than we can ever imagine. However, they don't absorb 100% of the pills, so some of the remains are stored in their bodies. Our goal this time is the soul transformation pill, which can be found inside the ancient god's veins. Wang Qingyue's eyes lit up as he stared at the oval ring in the sky and began to ponder. Hunchback Meng touched the pustule on his face and said, "Sixth Desire, Duanmu. This won't matter if we can't break through the restriction. But if we do manage to break through, how will we split the items?" Sixth Desire Devil Lord looked at Wang Qingyue and said, "As for items, they will be distributed equally. But if there is a soul transformation pill, then let our skills decide." Duanmu Ji let out a sly chuckle and said, "It is a bit too early to talk about this matter. It won't be too late to decide once we break the restriction. Hunchback Meng's gaze landed on the young man following Sixth Desire Devil Lord. He said, "I wonder what this little friend will do to help us break through the restriction?" Sixth Desire Devil Lord looked at Wang Lin and coldly said, "Same as him. This person will be of use in the third trial. This person is a cultivator from the rank 3 cultivation country Tianju. He is good at ghost techniques that might be useful against the creatures inside the third trial. I spent quite a few years to find him. So it's like that The third trial. Back then we were stopped at the third trial. I hope we can break through that trial this time." Hunchback Meng let out a strange smile as his gaze swept between Wang Lin and that young man. Ancient Emperor, who was in front of the oval, began to move his arms even faster, causing black slivers to appear like rain. His expression became serious as he closed his hand and pushed forward. Suddenly, countless black slivers came out from the ring. They gathered and formed the shape of a dragon. It let out a roar before shrinking down and landing in Ancient Emperor's palm. "It is ready. Come in." Ancient Emperor took a deep breath. After putting away the dragon, he took out 2 jade bracelets. The larger bracelet was red while and the smaller bracelet was gray. Holding the 2 bracelets, Ancient Emperor hesitated for a bit before stepping into the ring and disappearing. Sixth Desire Devil Lord's eyes narrowed as he grabbed the young man and jumped in. Wang Qingyue licked his lips and followed in. The last 2 remaining were Duanmuji and Hunchback Meng. After they looked at each other, they turned to Wang Lin. Without a word, Wang Lin flew into the air and stopped before the ring of light. He extended his hand to Duanmuji and said, "Since I have arrived at this place, I hope Senior can keep his promise." Duanmuji laughed and said, "There is no rush. Once we have broken past the third trial, I'll naturally give it to you." Wang Lin coldly looked at him and didn't say a word. Hunchback Meng let out a sly chuckle as he watched them. He was done watching the 2 of them, so he walked past Duanmuji and into the ring. Duanmuji stared at Wang Lin. He pondered for a bit before taking out 2 pills and threw them at Wang Lin. He said with a heavy tone, "Take them." Wang Lin caught them and examined them. They were indeed as Li Muin had described. The smaller one was the Earth Transformation pill and the larger one was the Nascent Forming pill. After carefully putting them away, Wang Lin walked into the ring without a word. When he entered, he felt like he had walked through a thin film. The scene before him made him suck in a breath of cold air and stare at what was before him dumbfoundedly. This place was very similar to the world of decay. It was also a place of endless darkness. The only difference was that there were countless large stone pillars here. These stone pillars were being kept afloat by a mysterious force and were slowly moving forward. Wang Lin was standing on one of the stone pillars. The top of the pillar was 300 feet wide and he was the only one on it. Under the stone pillar was endless void. He looked around and saw that everyone who had entered was just like him. Everyone was standing on a stone pillar by themselves. From Wang Lin's observation, he could see that Duanmuji, Sixth Desire Devil Lord, Hunchback Meng, and Ancient Emperor were very calm. Wang Qingyue was pondering as he looked over the edge of the pillar into the void. Finally, there was the young man. He was sitting on the stone pillar as he stared dumbfoundedly at the surroundings with shock in his eyes. Wang Lin took a deep breath and slowly spread out his divine sense. There was no force stopping his divine sense, but considering the powerful old monsters around him, he didn't spread it out too far. He only covered the stone pillar he was on and stopped. At this moment, Sixth Desire Devil Lord's voice came in from the distance. "There are no dangers here as it is just a passageway. You only need to remain on the stone pillar." After Wang Lin heard this, he sat down and looked at the stone pillars slowly moving forward. He noticed that no one was paying attention to him, so he put his hand into his shirt and touched the bag of holding he had gotten at the Hofen Union. His divine sense entered the bag, but there was no reaction. Wang Lin was startled, but it was not the time to test it, so he slowly withdrew his right hand and looked at his surroundings. Wang Qingyue, who had been looking over the edge of the stone pillar, suddenly shouted, "What is that?" In the endless void below them, 2 bright lamps suddenly lit up. These 2 lamps were several feet wide. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and found that they weren't lamps at all but a pair of eyes. Shortly after, the pair of eyes disappeared but soon reappeared. Only this time they were even larger. Hunchback Meng walked to the edge of his pillar and looked down with a gloomy expression. He waved his right hand and blue powder fell down from his palm. As the blue powder descended, it released a ghostly light. The more it descended, the brighter the ghostly light became, and when it finally landed on the pair of eyes, a scene that caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air unfolded. The creature below was a very large, snake-like creature. The size was impossible to estimate. With just what was shown by the ghostly light, it was at least 10,000 feet long and at least 1,000 feet wide. A body covered in a reddish purple shined under the ghostly light. There were 9 horns on its big head, and when it opened its mouth, the sharpness of its teeth would cause anyone to shiver. Hunchback Meng's expression became very ugly as he waved his hand. The light immediately disappeared and the darkness covered the area again. Hunchback Meng pondered for a bit before slowly saying, "At the weakest, it is a desolate beast, which is the same as a peak late-stage soul formation cultivator." Sixth Desire Devil Lord's expression was gloomy as he calmly said, "Don't anger it. We were able to pass safely last time, so as long as we don't anger it, it should be fine." Just as he finished speaking, a roar came from below him. The pair of eyes became larger and larger as a curtain of foul smell came towards him. Everyone immediately stood up. Hunchback Meng quickly took out several pills and threw them out. He shouted, "Holding them in your mouths will prevent the poison from killing you." Sixth Desire Devil Lord jumped and arrived next to the young man he had brought with him. He grabbed the young man, caught the pill, and quickly escaped into the distance. At the same time, Duanmuji looked toward Wang Lin. When he saw that Wang Lin's expression was calm, he hesitated a bit before sending a voice transmission saying, "Follow me." With that, he quickly flew into the distance. Wang Lin caught Hunchback Meng's pill, but he didn't immediately take it. He looked around and after seeing everyone else take them, he put it into his mouth as he jumped into the air. Everyone quickly escaped by jumping from one stone pillar to the next. The pillars seemed to go on endlessly. Wang Lin stayed close behind Duanmuji. The roar from below became louder and louder and the surrounding stone pillars seemed to tremble. At this moment, one of the stone pillars behind them shattered as the snake's head smashed into it. After the pillar shattered, the giant head came up, revealing its cold gaze. A wave of fishy smell came from behind them. Wang Lin held the pill in his mouth as he jumped as quickly as he could behind everyone. As for the abnormality behind them, no one but the young man turned back to look. Everyone else was focused entirely on moving forward. As a result, everyone was traveling at top speed. The fastest person was Wang Qingyue, who knew the 5-element escape technique. This person was half-transparent and flew in a different arc than everyone else. He flew straight ahead, and whenever there was a stone pillar blocking him, he would charge right toward it. His body would disappear the moment he touched a pillar and reappear on the other side. The snake-like desolate beast coldly stared at the people jumping before it. After letting out waves of roars, it raised its body immediately, revealing its more than 10,000 feet length, and slammed down. It was like the sky was collapsing upon them due to a powerful gust of wind descending from above. Without a word, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and took out countless defensive charms. He had a lot of these charms to spare. After killing so many people and stealing their stuff, he had countless low-quality charms and treasures. These charms formed countless light screens around him. Then, at the moment the wind descended, he jumped to the side. At the same time, Sixth Desire Devil Lord and Ancient Emperor stopped moving. The two of them didn't say any useless words to each other. Ancient Emperor had a very serious expression as he threw out an ancient bell. The moment the ancient bell appeared, it immediately became large and began to wave back and forth. As the bell rang, it sent shockwaves out, causing the surrounding stone pillars to shatter. The snake who was descending from the sky twisted its body to turn and landed head first into the shockwave. It immediately let out a roar and spat out black smoke. This black smoke was very powerful. The moment the surrounding stone pillars touched it, they would turn into black dust and disappear. The black smoke that was spat out by the snake was dealt with by Hunchback Meng. He touched one of the pustules on his face and popped it. A very powerful stench came from that popped pustule as well as a black liquid. The hunchback's body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already before the black smoke. His face looked terrifying at this moment as he opened his mouth and sucked in all of the black smoke. Gradually, the hump on his back became larger and larger. After all the black smoke was sucked up by him, it looked as if he had a small mountain on his back. He stood wobbling back and forth on a stone pillar while staring at the snake-like creature. He was silently pondering. Slivers of black gas that came out of the pustule that he had broken was sucked in by the toad on his shoulder. Six Desire Devil Lord's hand moved to form seals, and as he recited a mysterious chant. At the same time, Ancient Emperor threw out the bell. When he did this, his gaze fell on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He quickly backed up and without any hesitation took out the nascent level charm. At the same time, he opened his mouth to spit out the crystal sword. The crystal sword floated before him with its tip pointed at Six Desire Devil Lord. Six Desire Devil Lord's gaze paused for a moment before shifting it to the young man next to him. The young man's face looked terrified as he stared at the snake-like creature, his body trembling. Six Desire Devil Lord's eyes lit up as he suddenly shouted, "Fear!" The young man's body suddenly started trembling. Black gas came out of his nostrils and his mouth. The black gas quickly gathered to form a black sword that floated in front of Six Desire Devil Lord. The young man's body waved back and forth as he stood there dumbfounded with a look of confusion in his eyes. His right hand pointed at the black sword as Six Desire Devil Lord began to chant. The sword gradually became larger and larger until it became an extremely large sword. All of this happened in a very short amount of time. Right at this moment, the snake collided with the shock wave from the bell and spat out black smoke again. Six Desire Devil Lord shouted, "Go!" The black sword before him suddenly began to move and swung down on the neck of the snake-like creature. It landed on the snake-like creature, causing it a lot of pain. The snake jerked its head and sent the black sword flying into the distance. This caused the young man beside Six Desire Devil Lord to bleed out of his mouth and nose. His body became very weak, and the confusion in his eyes deepened. Ancient Emperor turned his right hand, causing the bell to ring even faster. One by one, shockwaves were created and sent toward the creature. Just as the snake-like creature knocked the black sword away again, it was hit by the shockwaves created by the bell. It suddenly shook its body as it revealed a bloodthirsty gaze and opened its mouth. As it opened its mouth, which could swallow a small mountain, a ghostly figure suddenly flew out. Ancient Emperor's expression changed and the bell quickly disappeared. Wang Lin's divine sense had been locked onto the snake-like creature the entire time. When it opened its mouth, Wang Lin clearly saw a smaller snake fly out. It bit the bell and then quickly withdrew. Hunchback Meng's eyes lit up as he stared at the snake-like creature from a stone pillar in the distance. He licked his lips and was about to charge out, but the creature had already closed its big mouth. Hunchback Meng's abnormal behavior was noticed by Wang Lin. He was wary of everyone present, especially this expert poison user. At this moment, Six Desire Devil Lord's gaze turned to the young man beside him again. He pointed at the young man's head and shouted, "Anger!" A reddish-purple gas came out of the young man's mouth and nose. The gas shaped another sword that floated before Six Desire Devil Lord. Duanmuji's expression was dark as he looked toward Wang Qingyue. They seemed to understand each other as they both quickly jumped down to the snake's body, took out their magic treasures, and began their attacks. Duanmuji no longer used the gourd but a very large hammer. Every time he lifted the hammer, many balls of lighting would form and would fall down along with it. Wang Qingyue didn't use any magic treasures. When his hands formed a seal, the ancient words for metal, wood, water, fire, and earth appeared. They formed a 5-elemental formation that slammed into the body of the snake. Wang Lin's heart trembled. The techniques of these 5 people were all powerful beyond imagination. They were not at all things normal people could match. The one that caught his eye the most was Six Desire Devil Lord's technique. This technique required a sacrifice to be used, and that young man became the unfortunate target. The snake-like creature felt pain. It let out a roar and frantically twisted its body. A vortex began to form around it, and the surrounding stone pillars began to be pulled in toward the snake-like creature. After this large vortex appeared, Duanmuji and Wang Qingyue were the first ones to charge back in. The two of them had very dark expressions on their faces. As for Ancient Emperor, his face was even more ugly as the connection between him and his treasure had disappeared. The vortex became larger and larger. The powerful suction force forced everyone to quickly back away. The reddish-purple sword in front of Six Desire Devil Lord released a very evil light before darting forward. The black sword that had been knocked always also reappeared, and each sword stabbed toward one of the snake-like creature's eyes. The moment the swords touched the creature's eyes, they turned back into smoke and drilled into the creature. The snake-like creature's body suddenly paused for a moment as it let out a howl of madness. Its eyes were bloodshot as two streams of smoke, one reddish-purple and one black, were forced out of its eyes. It opened its mouth again, and the small snake came back out and devoured the two streams of smoke. At this moment, a hint of coldness flashed across Wang Lin's eyes. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He quickly jumped forth and, by borrowing the suction of the vortex, he entered the snake-like creature's mouth. At the same time, a green light flashed by him, which turned out to be Hunchback Meng, who had been looking with a cold gaze from a distance with the same idea. Hunchback Meng was slightly startled at the sight of Wang Lin before letting out a faint smile of admiration. However, this faint smile seemed to contain a sense of cruelty. Hunchback Meng flew past Wang Lin. His goal was the other snake inside the snake's mouth. Wang Lin saw this and immediately switched directions. He followed the throat and went in deeper. His target was this creature's spine. Li Muin once said that with any of these dragon-like creatures, the most valuable part wasn't the core, but the marrow. The reason why Wang Lin risked going in there was for the marrow. From the moment he saw this snake-like creature, he had been secretly observing it. Li Muin once said that the effect of the bone marrow depended on the age of the dragon. If the dragon had reached a certain age, then it could help increase the chance of forming one's nascent soul. Although he didn't know if this creature was considered a dragon, even if it wasn't, it should be considered the same type of creature. If he could get the marrow, then it should at least have some effect. This was why he charged in the moment the creature opened its mouth a second time. He also knew that Hunchback Meng would come in as well. When the snake first opened its mouth, he saw Hunchback Meng's various expressions. This made him even more committed to do this. At first he was afraid that people would suspect him after he obtained the marrow, but now that Hunchback Meng was in here, then if anything abnormal were to happen to the creature, it could be blamed on Hunchback Meng. Also, the two chose two different paths that had no chance of intersecting with each other. Hunchback Meng wouldn't be able to notice what Wang Lin was doing, so there shouldn't be any problems. And even if there were any problems, they wouldn't act against him. After all, those people were not here for the marrow of this creature but for the corpse of the ancient god. Wang Lin used the crystal sword as he moved inside the snake, but he was unable to inflict a single wound on the creature. The deeper Wang Lin moved within the snake, the more heavy his heart felt. Aside from the smaller snake inside its body, there was nothing else but the black flesh walls that surrounded him. Wang Lin controlled the flying sword and stabbed the flesh with all his might, but he was still unable to leave a mark. The spine was right under this flesh, but not being able to harm it at all caused him to frown. His eyes sparkled as he quickly moved to a different spot. This time, his target was where the head and the neck connected. Just at this moment, the smaller snake inside began to tremble and release slivers of black gas. Wang Lin quickly dodged to the side and charged toward the snake's head. Soon, he arrived at the head. There was a flashing red filament at the spot where the head and neck connected. Wang Lin took a deep breath and activated all of the spiritual energy in his body. He slapped his bag of holding and suddenly hundreds of flying swords appeared. His divine sense spread out to take control of all of them. All of the flying swords' tips pointed at the red filament and attacked it fiercely. All of the swords stabbed down at the filament, causing it to tremble. The filament shined brightly as it resisted the sword energy, but a concave soon appeared on it. Wang Lin's eyes sparkled as the crystal sword suddenly appeared and repetitively stabbed the concave spot. Soon, the filament began to cave down even more. At this moment, the snake-like creature seemed to notice that something was wrong, so it started to violently twist its body. Wang Lin was now worried. He waved his hand and the hundreds of flying swords began to attack again. Finally, after a loud bang, the filament broke and a powerful, fishy stench flooded out. Wang Lin quickly moved to the side and hugged the wall. The pill in his mouth came into effect, blocking out the fishy stench. After the fishy stench had passed, Wang Lin quickly entered the hole he had created. At this moment, the body of the smaller snake that was inside the large body began to shrink. Wang Lin had a feeling that this creature wouldn't be killed so easily. If the large snake had a smaller snake inside, could the smaller snake have another snake inside it? More importantly, Hunchback Meng said that this snake was a desolate beast, which was the same as a peak late-stage soul formation cultivator. It has to be said that peak late-stage soul formation cultivators are the most powerful people in rank 4 cultivation countries. Unless Ancient Emperor and them were also at the peak of late-stage soul formation, they wouldn't be able to kill it. According to Hunchback Meng's words from before, Wang Lin believed that none of them were at the peak of late-stage soul formation. At most, they were at the mid-stage. As a result, there was no chance for infighting it at all, and each person could only escape on their own. Wang Lin's original plan was to escape, but after observing it, he noticed that aside from having a very tough body and being able to spew that black smoke, the snake didn't seem to have any other abilities. This surprised Wang Lin greatly. He looked at everyone else. Although none of those old guys had said a word, they were all filled with doubt. Wang Lin had a wild guess that this beast only had the body of a desolate beast but not the techniques of one. He was even more sure about this guess after seeing the smaller snake inside its mouth. It was precisely due to this that he dared to enter the creature's mouth to obtain its marrow. In his mind, a desolate beast would have a powerful outer body, so if he was inside, there should be no danger. Wang Lin began to have an even stranger idea. Maybe this was the type of creature where there is a snake inside the big snake and a smaller snake inside that snake, and finally the smallest snake at the very end was the true desolate beast. As for the bodies on the outside, they were only used for show, which was why they had the bodies of desolate beasts but not the techniques. Thinking about this, Wang Lin's heart tightened and he quickly regained his focus. He quickly arrived at where the head and neck connected. The filament was gone, revealing the white bone underneath. Wang Lin touched the bone and pulled with his attraction force technique, causing the snake to roll around frantically. At the same time, the head of the smaller snake released a black light while its skin and body quickly melted. Hunchback Meng had a look of terror on his face as he quickly jumped away in a sorry state and flew toward the head of the big snake. When he passed the area where the head and neck connected, he saw Wang Lin. After hesitating for a moment, he quickly shouted, "Leave quickly! This is a parasitic dragon snake. There is a total of 9 snakes inside, and the innermost one is the truth desolate beast with desolate beast techniques." With that, his right hand hit the wall of flesh. The flesh that the flying sword couldn't damage at all turned black, causing the snake a lot of pain. The snake opened its mouth in pain and Hunchback Meng jumped out. Wang Lin's eyes sparkled. Not only did he not leave, but he hugged the wall of flesh to hide himself. Just at this moment, a smaller red dragon came out from the dried-up smaller snake, passed by Wang Lin in a flash and chased after Hunchback Meng. Wang Lin remained motionless as he hugged the wall. After Hunchback Meng and the dragon passed by, his eyes sparkled. Hunchback Meng had no good intentions when he told Wang Lin to escape. He most likely wanted Wang Lin leave with him so that Wang Lin could help him split the attention of the red dragon. Wang Lin sneered in his heart. He did not want to get involved with these people. If he could open the third trial, then there would be no problem, but he didn't really know any death spell. If he can't open the third trial, those demonic cultivators will definitely kill him to vent their anger. And even if he somehow opens the third trial, although they wouldn't kill him right away, he would likely become used for Six Desire Devil Lord's technique. Wang Lin had a very vivid memory of that young man's confused eyes. Wang Lin originally wanted to try to look for a chance to escape during the first 2 trials, and if he couldn't find a chance, then he would stir up some trouble in the 3rd trial. When everyone runs for their lives, they won't have time to bother paying attention to him. However, Wang Lin changed his mind because with that red dragon outside, the inside of the body of the snake was probably the safest place. His eyes lit up as he placed his hand on the snake's spine and sucked with his attraction force technique. The snake's body suddenly began to shake. Wang Lin felt his blood rush to his head as his body uncontrollably flew up. With a dark expression on his face, he used the spiritual energy in his body to stabilize himself. He still felt his blood rushing upwards, so he spread out his divine sense. His divine sense followed the snake's throat to its mouth and looked outside through the gap between the snake's teeth. He was stunned by what he saw. The large, snake-like creature was rapidly falling down into the dark void. It took half an hour before the falling finally slowed down and the snake hit the ground. The collision caused shockwaves that rumbled for a long time before everything finally became silent again. Wang Lin took a deep breath and without a word continued to absorb the marrow. The snake was no longer trembling at this point, and there was nothing abnormal happening. After some time, a drop of golden liquid came out of the beast's spine along with a fragrant smell. Wang Lin became very serious. He carefully took out a jade bottle. He carefully placed the golden drop of liquid into the jade bottle and finally let out a sigh of relief. After putting it away in his bag of holding, he quickly moved toward the snake's head and exited through the gap between the snake's teeth. Before him was complete darkness without any source of light. Wang Lin's hand formed seals as he shouted, "Go!" Suddenly, a ball of fire the size of his head appeared and floated forward. Using the light from the fire, Wang Lin observed his surroundings. His expression gradually became stranger. This place was also another pillar floating in the void, only this pillar was hundreds of times larger than the ones from before. The huge, snake-like creature had its head resting on the stone pillar while the rest of its body was dangling down into the void. The creature's eyes were closed and it didn't show any signs of life. Wang Lin assumed that when the red dragon left, it was like when a nascent soul cultivator's nascent soul leaves their body. The beast most likely temporarily lost its vitals and fell down here. This would also explain why the creature didn't move at all when he extracted the marrow. Wang Lin looked at the snake with sparkling eyes before finally letting out a sigh and giving up on the idea he had. This giant snake before him was like a mountain of treasure just waiting to be harvested. Just its core and skin were already worth a fortune. But Wang Lin was not blinded by those things. He wasn't even sure if he could get through the meat to get to the snake's brain or if he even had the ability to separate the skin from its body. The biggest problem was that the red dragon was most likely going to come back soon, and if Wang Lin were to meet it, then even if he had 100 years left to live, he would lose them all in an instant. Wang Lin took another look before taking out the pill Hunchback Meng had given him. The pill had already shrunk to half of its original size, but Wang Lin still carefully placed it inside his bag of holding. Without a word, he put out the fire and jumped forward. In this endless void, the light of the fire was simply too noticeable. For the sake of safety, Wang Lin had no choice but to fly in the darkness. Gradually, his eyes got used to the darkness. Although he couldn't clearly see his surroundings, he was able to see the general outlines of things. Apart from the fact that the stone pillars were hundreds of times larger, the speed at which these stone pillars moved was also a bit faster. In addition to all of this, he could sense danger coming from all sides. Wang Lin took each step very carefully. Most of the time, he would only move a few meters before stopping to observe his surroundings. Only when he was sure that it was safe did he dare to move. At this moment, he had just landed on a stone pillar when his body froze. A black figure flashed by before him. Wang Lin held his breath and remained motionless. All he did was stare straight ahead. After some time, he was able to make out an outline. At the center of the pillar was a mass with countless tentacles extending from its body and moving in a random fashion. The black figure that flashed by was one of its tentacles. After Wang Lin saw this, he began to back up. If this creature could survive here, then it must be very powerful, so it was not something he could mess with. He backed up several meters and arrived at the edge of the pillar. He kept his eyes on the figure in the center as he jumped off the edge and gently floated away. It wasn't until he was more than 100 feet away that Wang Lin dared to exhale. He looked at the endless void above him and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Only by returning to the set of stone pillars he was on before could he find the ring of light to leave this place. Wang Lin pondered for a while. He didn't dare to spread out his divine sense too far in fear of provoking some powerful creature that would bring him a lot of danger. His body slowly flew upward and immediately stopped once he saw a black figure. Only after making sure it was a stone pillar did he slowly close in on it. But just at this moment, a ray of red light suddenly appeared above him and charged down with a strange whistling sound. Wang Lin's body quickly moved to the side. He hugged the bottom part of the stone pillar and remained motionless. The only thing he saw was a red light darting by the stone pillar. It continued to fall down and disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin felt his scalp go numb. He realized that the red light was the red dragon that came out of the snake and chased after Hunchback Meng. The dragon had returned, but he didn't know if Hunchback Meng and them were dead or alive. Wang Lin sneered as he slowly flew up to the top of the stone pillar. Once he arrived at the top, he carefully observed his surroundings. There were no signs of life on the stone pillar, so after a long time, Wang Lin relaxed, sat down, and drank a gulp of spirit liquid before carefully staring at what was below him. Once that red dragon returns to its body, it will definitely notice something wrong. Wang Lin sank into the stone pillar and then touched his forehead to bring out the heaven-defying bead. His eyes sparkled before quickly entering the heaven-defying bead space. Not long after he entered the heaven-defying bead, a rage-filled howl came from below. The red dragon flew up like lightning and shattered a pillar several hundred feet wide with its body. Its gaze was cold as it began to search around. This red dragon had already obtained a certain level of intelligence and knew that the person who stole the marrow couldn't have gotten far, so it continued to search with a fierce gaze. After finding nothing for a long time, it smashed into a few more stone pillars before it unwillingly lied down on top of one stone pillar and started to calm down. But soon it moved again and charged toward the figure with countless tentacles that Wang Lin had previously seen. As the dragon rushed toward it, the tentacles formed a cone with the creature's core as the base and faced the dragon without any sign of fear. A series of rumbles came from below, and at the same time various colored lights flashed in the darkness. Powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy spread out like a hurricane. One by one, the stone pillars nearby were destroyed. Even the stone pillar Wang Lin was in was affected. Half of it was destroyed. This epic battle lasted about a day before it slowly calmed down. The shadow that was angered by the dragon was in the end defeated and forced to retreat. The dragon was also seriously injured though. It let out a few roars before laying down on the stone pillar. 10 days later, Wang Lin came out of the heaven-defying bead and landed on top of the stone pillar. He immediately spread out his divine sense and carefully observed his surroundings. It was very clear that there were fewer stone pillars around and a lot more pieces of shattered stones. Only after a long time did Wang Lin let out a breath of relief. He pondered for a bit before flying upwards. After passing a few stone pillars, Wang Lin suddenly stopped. He saw that one of the stone pillars further ahead suddenly disappear. Wang Lin's expression became serious as he slowly backed up. He waved his hand and some of the shattered stones came toward him. He pointed at one and whispered, "Go!" That shattered stone quickly flew forward. Wang Lin stared straight ahead and saw that after the stone flew forward for a bit, it suddenly disappeared. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He saw that when the stone disappeared, a black hole opened up for an instant. Because the speed was too fast and it was hard to see, it looked like the stone had just mysteriously disappeared. Wang Lin pondered for a bit as he stared forward and took out a flying sword. When the flying sword appeared before him, he pointed forward and it shot out. It suddenly arrived at spot where the stones had disappeared. The black hole suddenly appeared again to devour the flying sword. But just at that moment Wang Lin shouted, "Shatter!" The sword shattered with a bang and scattered in all directions the moment the black hole closed. Wang Lin stared at the scene before him. He waved his right hand and commanded one of the shattered pieces to change directions and return to his hand. There were a few drops of black liquid on the shattered sword, and upon closer inspection, he spotted signs of decay where the black liquid had touched. It is not a spatial rift. Wang Lin was now sure of this. The reason he tested it so many times was because he was afraid that there would be spatial rifts here. If there were really spatial rifts here, then the danger of this place would have increased by another level. Wang Lin wasn't a soul devourer anymore. He had a flesh body. The power of a spatial rift would destroy him completely. Wang Lin relaxed a bit and extended his hand. He suddenly waved his hand, causing the surrounding shattered stones to come near him and orbit around him like a ring of rocks. He flew to the side for a long time before moving forward again. Every time he saw a stone disappear, he would change directions. After getting a better grasp of the situation with multiple tests, Wang Lin understood that it was no spatial rift but a mysterious creature that was invisible. The biological structure of these creatures were extremely strange. Even with his divine sense, it was hard to find any clues. Wang Lin was only able to come to this conclusion due to the fact that he was a soul devourer for many years and had encountered spatial rifts countless times. Wang Lin was very careful along the way. Every step in this place was dangerous. If he was careless for even a moment, he could die. This was especially true for a mere core formation cultivator like himself. It wouldn't be wrong to say that he was in a completely forbidden area where the smallest oversight could get him killed. After spending a lot of time, Wang Lin calculated that he had only moved about 10,000 feet. These 10,000 feet would have only taken him a moment to traverse normally, but now it had taken him several days. Wang Lin could no longer calculate exactly how many days it had been as all of his energy was spent on being alert. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin himself had lost track of how long he had been in here. Being on full alert all the time had time and time again let him slip past dangerous situations. On this day, Wang Lin was sitting on a stone pillar to rest. Although he hadn't used up much spiritual energy, his mind was very tired. This was all thanks to the fact that before ending up here, Wang Lin had always been extremely cautious. If it was anyone else, they would have already been tired out from being on high alert for so long and died. After resting for a while, Wang Lin took a deep breath and stood up. He pointed to the air several times to bring out the crystal sword. The sword circled the stone pillar and shaved off small pieces of stone that were sticking out. Wang Lin waved his hands and the shattered stones gathered around him. Over the past several days, he had used Theses' shattered stones to pave the way for him. Now that all of them were used up, he had to get more from a nearby pillar. After these shattered stones formed a ring around him, he jumped off the pillar and slowly flew forward. Once he had flown out a bit, he stopped and carefully looked around. The darkness here was not as bad. The higher up he went, brighter it got. As for where this light was coming from, he didn't have time to think about it. Right now he was carefully observing his surroundings because he felt like something bad was about to happen. His eyes had gotten completely used to the darkness, so with this amount of light, he could clearly see everything. He calculated for a bit and realized that in a radius of about 100,000 feet, there was only one floating stone pillar. Everything about this area was too different from normal. Wang Lin knew that there should have been a stone pillar every few hundred feet. Even if they had been shattered, there would still be rubble floating around. However, there was nothing here. There were only two explanations. The first was there was a huge battle here at some point and the shockwave was so powerful that it pushed everything except for that stone pillar far away, resulting in what he was seeing now. The second was that there were countless of those invisible creatures here, and they had cleaned this place up after years of devouring. Wang Lin thought this because he had just seen a large stone pillar being devoured by a large mouth. He watched a 700 to 800 feet stone pillar disappear without a trace in less than 1 hour. Wang Lin frowned. If this place was indeed like this, then he had no choice but to go around. Otherwise, he would be in a lot of danger. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin pointed at one of the shattered stones around him, and it began to slowly float forward. It soon entered the area and traveled for a long time without being devoured. Wang Lin pondered for a bit. He pointed around, and then all of the stones that were surrounding him began to move forward. Wang Lin wasn't in a hurry, so he patiently watched the stones slowly move forward. Gradually, all of the stones came close to the only stone pillar around. Around the stone pillar, one of the stones suddenly disappeared. Wang Lin's pupils shrank as he carefully observed what was happening. The stones began to disappear one after another as they approached the stone pillar. Wang Lin's eyes sparkled as he memorized those few points where the rocks were devoured. From his experiences in these past several days, he assumed that these creatures weren't able to move and were locked in one place. But he didn't discount the fact that they might be able to move. After pondering for a long time, Wang Lin gave up on the idea of going through the calm area. This place was simply too strange, and Wang Lin didn't want to risk going in. He decided that he would rather spend the extra time to go around. After all, the price of failure was something he couldn't afford. After making his decision, he backed up and used the crystal sword to get himself more shattered stones to surround himself with before flying to the side. Wang Lin's face gradually became even more gloomy. He had already flown very far, but this empty area seemed to be endless. After flying for several days, he had to give up on the idea of going around the creatures. It was very clear that he couldn't go around it. If he wished to leave here, he would have to go through it. Wang Lin secretly sighed. He pointed at the crystal sword and commanded it toward a stone pillar behind him. The crystal sword kept breaking pieces of the stone pillar off, and they all floated into the ring around Wang Lin. Gradually, more and more shattered stones gathered around him. After reaching 5 or 6 rings, he withdrew the crystal sword after making some calculations. Wang Lin charged into the empty area with a massive amount of stones revolving around him. He slowed down once he went deep into the blank area and calmly moved forward. There were no signs of danger. However, this did not make Wang Lin stop being cautious. It made him even more alert. After being in this strange place for so long, Wang Lin didn't believe that such a calm and peaceful place existed. Instead, he thought that he was only feeling a false sense of safety because there was a very powerful creature somewhere near. He was on full alert. The crystal sword was hidden among the shattered stones, and he was holding a nascent soul-level charm in his hand. His divine sense was spread out and checking his surroundings. There was also a sliver of it connected to his bag of holding to ensure that he was ready to take stuff out of it in any situation. He slowly made his way to the center of the calm area. From his current position, if he were to look to his side, he would be able to draw a straight line to where the stone disappeared before. Wang Lin became even more alert. After traveling for a few steps, he suddenly sensed a great amount of danger from his divine sense. He didn't hesitate at all to quickly back up and use the nascent soul-level charm to form a light screen before him. The moment his body backed up, 2 arcs appeared where he was just standing. The 2 arcs connected and formed the shape of a big open mouth. The nascent soul-level charm shook violently in his hand and turned to dust. Using this chance, Wang Lin quickly backed up. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead as he stared at the big mouth that was closing. His heart was shaking violently. This spatial rift-like creature didn't open its mouth when the rocks came through but waited for when he passed by. It seemed that it had made Wang Lin its target. Wang Lin pondered for a bit. Looking at the remaining distance, he was only halfway across. He couldn't help but let out a bitter smile because that was the only nascent soul-level charm he had. This showed that the power of that mouth was stronger than the attack of a nascent soul cultivator. If Wang Lin had been touched by that creature's mouth at all, then he would at least be heavily injured, if not dead. He took a deep breath. After pondering for a bit, he took out a large amount of defensive treasures from his bag of holding without any hesitation. These were treasures he had gotten from killing all those cultivators. However, because they were all low-quality treasures, they had been used by him because he saw them as expendable. After hesitating for a bit, he began to move forward along with the ring of stones. This time he was even more careful as he moved forward with his divine sense spread out. He decided that he would immediately back up if he noticed anything off. Then, a 100-foot-long half-circle appeared before him, and more than half of the stones in front of him suddenly disappeared. Wang Lin immediately backed up, but more than half of the stones behind him disappeared as well, and then so did the stones in other directions. This meant that no matter where he went, there would be more of those invisible creatures. Wang Lin immediately moved to the side, but then the protective layer formed by the hundreds of defensive treasures began to crackle and shatter one by one. Wang Lin was aghast as he curled himself up and slid to the side, barely dodging past it. He stood 100 feet away with his shirt completely covered in sweat. The spot he was just flying through was surrounded by at least 7 open mouths. If it wasn't for those treasures stalling for a bit of time, he would have already died. Wang Lin let out a wry smile. All of the stones around him were now gone. While he still had more defensive treasures, they would be all used up if he encountered dangers like this a few more times. Most importantly, Wang Lin was worried that if he was surrounded in all directions by those mouths, then he would die for sure. He let out a sigh as he took out more defensive treasures. After activating them, he spread out his divine sense and began to carefully move forward again. He looked toward the border of this calm area. If he were to fly at full speed, he could cross this area in only a few moments. However, if he were to really do so, then it was very likely that he would run headfirst into the mouth of one of those creatures. At that point, not even a fairy could save him. He took a deep breath and clenched his teeth as he slowly moved forward. His divine sense was carefully checking his surroundings. 3 days later, Wang Lin was completely exhausted, and all of the defensive treasures in his bag of holding had been used up. In these 3 days of time, he encountered many life and death situations. One time, half of his body was inside a mouth. If he hadn't entered the heaven-defying bead in time, he would have already died. Luckily, the heaven-defying bead was not inside the mouth of the creatures, so when he came back out, he was not inside the creature's mouth. However, Wang Lin was afraid of entering the heaven-defying bead now because if the heaven-defying bead were to get devoured, then even if he avoided death for the moment, he wouldn't be able to avoid it when the time to be inside it runs out. Seeing that there was less than 10 kilometers left, Wang Lin took a deep breath and pushed forward. Suddenly, a mouth began to open before him. Just as Wang Lin was about to dodge, his divine sense suddenly felt a sense of danger. The one thing he was most afraid of happened. Mouths shaped like arcs appeared all around him. Those creatures were all opening their mouths simultaneously. Wang Lin felt very frustrated as he frantically searched through his bag of holding until he came upon a very plain-looking, white jade. This was the defensive formation that Li Muan had given him as a parting gift to use when he went into closed-door cultivation. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to throw out the jade. He had already made up his mind. If things went bad, he could only enter the heaven-defying bead. Even if the space the bead was in ended up being devoured, it was the only choice. The moment he threw out the jade, the surrounding mouths all opened completely and approached him. However, just at this moment, a ring of green light appeared next to Wang Lin. Then it suddenly spread out and a green dragon came out of the jade. As the dragon appeared, the mouths began to devour the ring of light that had spread out. The ring of light continued to shake as the dragon circled around Wang Lin. Wang Lin jumped and forcibly charged out through the gap between two of the mouths. During this process, the dragon continued to roar as its figure became more and more faded. With this charge, Wang Lin covered the last 10 kilometers without stopping. Many mouths opened up along the way, but they were all blocked by the green dragon around him. After completely leaving the calm area, the green dragon was about to collapse. Wang Lin quickly sent out a few seals, causing the dragon become a green gas again and sending it back into the white jade. Wang Lin heard a quiet ping. When he looked down, he saw that small crack had appeared on the jade. Wang Lin's heart ached. He checked it with his divine sense. After finding that it hadn't become useless, he let out a sigh of relief and carefully put it back into his bag of holding. He turned around to look back at the calm area. His heart was still shivering. After pondering for a while, he raised his head and jumped onto a stone pillar. He then stomped on the pillar, causing it to shatter. The shattered stones reformed the ring around Wang Lin as he flew upwards. After several more days passed, Wang Lin's speed became even faster. After leaving that strange area, It felt like he had entered a different world. He didn't meet any more of those spatial rift-like creatures, and what was even more surprising was that he didn't meet any powerful creatures like the dragon either. As a result, his speed naturally increased. However, he didn't throw away the stones around him. Better safe than sorry. Wang Lin was so cautioned that unless he was 100% sure he was safe, then there was no way he would throw away these rocks right now. As his speed increased, Wang Lin was getting to where he needed to go quicker and quicker. After some time, Wang Lin noticed that the stone pillars around here were the same size as the one he was on when he entered. This void was simply too large. Wang Lin didn't believe that he could pinpoint the location of that oval ring of light, so he could only use the size of the stone pillars to estimate his location. On this day, he stood on top of a cone-shaped stone pillar. His eyes lit up as he looked up. He had been flying horizontally among stone pillars of this size for a very long time, and now he found that oval ring of light. In the void above him floated a very large oval ring of light. He felt a bit of regret because he didn't go to the trials. If he completed the trials, he would be able to enter the ancient god's body. There would definitely be things he needed in there, but after going through the dangers of this place, Wang Lin knew that with his cultivation, there was no way for him to survive here. He let out a sigh of regret as he jumped up and flew toward the ring of light. However, just as he was about to touch the ring, bolts of purple lightning appeared. The bolts intersected with each other and formed a concave, rhombic pattern. Wang Lin was startled. He couldn't move forward. It was as if there was a powerful force preventing him from doing so. His eyes sparkled as he stared at the concave, rhombic pattern. This concave was just big enough for a top-quality spirit stone. Wang Lin immediately backed up. At the same time, the concave rhombic pattern disappeared and the purple lightning returned to the ring of light. He tried it again several times, and the concave rhombic pattern appeared every time. Wang Lin began to ponder. His eyes sparkled as he looked at it for a while before turning around and flying upwards. He remembered that this place was simply the passage to the first trial. As long as he sat on top of a stone pillar, he would be able to pass through here. He stayed here for a long time. The path in which the pillars moved spiraled upwards. Wang Lin continued to fly for half a month. He followed the stone pillars until he finally reached the top. This was the final destination of these stone pillars. There was a giant vortex here, and all of the stone pillars were disappearing into the vortex. Wang Lin looked at the vortex and began to ponder. He made a seal with his hand as a flying sword came out of his bag of holding and floated motionlessly in front of him. He placed a small piece of his divine sense on the flying sword before sending it into the swirl. Wang Lin slightly closed his eyes. The flying sword charged toward the vortex and entered without any resistance. When the flying sword reached the vortex, it was like it was sinking through mud. After a while, it slowly passed and came out on the other side. What appeared before Wang Lin was a world filled with bright light. A thick layer of ice covered the ground. The sky was dark, but there was still light shining down and being reflected by the ice. The wind spun around on the ice for a bit before moving into the distance. This place was very vast with no end in sight, but one could clearly see black towers in the distance. The closest black tower was only 100 feet tall, but the further away the black towers were, the taller they got. The most distant tower that Wang Lin could see exceeded 400 feet. These black towers formed a straight line. The black towers were very eye-catching because they were made of black stone. Even when the light reflected off the ice and onto the tower, it was all absorbed. None of it reflected off the tower. The flying sword paused here for a bit before going back through the vortex and landing in Wang Lin's hand. Outside of the giant vortex, Wang Lin opened up his eyes as he withdrew the divine sense from the flying sword and put the sword back into his bag of holding. After pondering for a bit, he took out the dragon's tendon, shook it, and the devil immediately flew out. He was filled with excitement as he stared at Wang Lin and shouted, "Who are we killing this time? And what is this place?" The excited devil was startled after taking a look at his surroundings. He quickly flew around the area. He then looked at the giant vortex before looking back at Wang Lin. He rubbed his hands and cautiously said, "You? Could it be that you want me to go inside there?" No, not possible. Absolutely not possible. Wang Lin didn't say a word as he pointed at the vortex and stared at the devil with a cold gaze. This place was filled with danger. Until he had thoroughly scouted the place, he wouldn't recklessly charge in. The devil had a bitter expression on his face as he firmly said, "Who knows what is inside there? This damn place gives me a weird feeling. I won't go. I absolutely won't go." Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and took out several soul flags. All of these used to belong to someone else. Wang Lin picked up one of the flags. His eyes lit up as he reached out and grabbed Sang Muya's soul. Back when Wang Lin met Sang Muya, who killed his own senior brother to steal his foundation, Wang Lin asked him about many things before killing him and sealing his soul within his own soul flag. A white light flickered in Wang Lin's hand, revealing Sang Muya's terrified face. Wang Lin waved his right hand and the white light flew toward the devil. The devil licked his lips as he stared at the soul with greed in his eyes and devoured it without any hesitation. After rubbing his stomach, he shook his head like a rattle and said, "Not going? Still not going." Wang Lin's eyes suddenly became cold as his G-realm divine sense flew out. The devil let out a painful howl and green smoke appeared on its body again. He began begging for mercy before unwillingly walking toward the vortex. By using the trace of divine sense he had left inside the devil, he once again saw the scene on the other side of the vortex, but then his expressions suddenly changed. After passing through the vortex this time, it was not a world of ice but a sea of fire. This was indeed a sea of fire. The further in he looked, the darker the flames got. Looking into the distance, it was a sea of raging, black fire that had colored the sky purple. A wave of hot air surged forth. In addition to all of this, various beasts formed from the fire could be seen moving about. Just like the world of ice, in this world of fire there was also a line of black towers that extended into the distance. The devil let out a scream. It seemed to be afraid of the heat wave, so it quickly retreated. Wang Lin pondered for a bit. His eyes lit up as he pointed toward the vortex again and looked toward the devil. The devil immediately cried, "Give me another soul!" Wang Lin glanced at the devil before taking out another soul and throwing it over. The devil immediately swallowed it and revealed the expression of a hero ready for death as he charged back into the vortex. This time, the world inside changed again and it was a world of sand. It was filled with countless large cacti as well as many tornadoes in the distance. The row of black towers extending endlessly into the distance was exactly the same as the other two places. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The following tests were a mountain of blades and a jungle. Combining everything, they represented metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the five elements. Wang Lin suddenly understood why Duanmuji went looking for Wang Qingyue. With Wang Qingyue's five-element escape technique, then no matter what trial, whether it was the Blade Mountain, jungle, world of ice, sea of fire, or endless desert, it would be very easy for them to pass through. If Wang Lin could choose, then he would definitely pick the desert. After all, he knew the earth escape technique, which would be very useful there. Wang Lin pondered for a bit before flying to the top of a nearby stone pillar and riding it toward the vortex. He looked over and glanced at the devil. The devil let out a sigh and obediently entered the vortex. Not long after, just as the stone was about to enter, Wang Lin jumped back to a stone behind it. The devil came out with a sad expression and went back into the vortex. This continued, and on the fourth time the devil went inside. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he charged into the vortex. What appeared before him was an endless desert with violent desert winds heading toward him. Countless black tornadoes could be seen in the distance. They extended from the ground all the way into the sky. It wouldn't be wrong to say that they were everywhere. Along with the wind was the sand, which would pack a hard punch if it were to hit someone. He put the devil away, touched the sand on the ground, took a step forward, and disappeared into the ground. When he reappeared, he was already 1,000 feet away. 1,000 feet away was the first tower in the Earth trial. When he walked into the tower, the sound of the wind outside suddenly disappeared. It was completely silent inside the tower. As Wang Lin carefully examined the tower, his expression became serious. This tower had a total of 3 floors. While the first two floors had nothing in them, the third floor had a table that was covered in a thick layer of dust. Wang Lin looked around and was about to go back down, but his eyes suddenly lit up when he stared at the table. When he looked at it from the side, he noticed that one spot on the table was higher than the rest. He stepped closer to take a look before waving his hand and creating a breeze that blew away a layer of dust. A row of words began to appear on the table. Wang Lin waved a few more times and the breeze created by him gradually caused the words to become more visible. It was clear that these words were left by people who came here before and were covered by dust over a long period of time. Because I entered this place, I decided to leave my signature. These few words were filled with power, like a force that pushed at him. He pondered for a bit before leaving the Black Tower. The moment he left the Black Tower, the howling wind came back again. The sand was raging in the sky, covering it and making it dark. Wang Lin only moved through the ground using his earth escape technique. He didn't dare to fly because if there were powerful restrictions in the sky, then he would die the moment he took off. He pondered for a bit before taking out a flying sword and throwing it to the sky. The flying sword charged into the sky. When it was about 1,000 feet into the air, a black wind appeared out of nowhere and turned the flying sword into dust. Wang Lin's expression remained the same. He had already guessed that something like this would happen, and the flying sword was only a confirmation. He took a look around him. This place was about 100 kilometers away from the next tower. After pondering for a bit, he took a step and moved forward underground using the earth escape technique. This time, Wang Lin could clearly feel a force preventing him from using the earth escape technique. However, this force wasn't very powerful, so Wang Lin only had to use a bit of spiritual energy to counter it. This allowed him to safely pass this 100-kilometer distance. After arriving at the second tower, he searched through it and found nothing. He was not sure if Ancient Emperor and them had also passed through this earth trial. However, from what he had heard them say and with the mention of the ice shield, it seemed like they were going to pass through the water trial instead. At this very moment, several tens of thousands of kilometers in front of Wang Lin, Hunchback Meng stood in a black tower with a gloomy expression. He looked outside and saw that the black wind had surrounded the area. The howling of the wind sounded like the cries of ghosts as they leaked into the tower. He was currently in a very sorry state. Even the toad on his shoulder looked very weak. It swayed its head while letting out weak croaks. As he touched the toad on his shoulder, he felt deep hatred in his heart. Several months ago, he, Sixth Desire Devil Lord, and the others were chased by the Red Dragon. None of them were a match for the dragon, and even when they worked together, they still couldn't stand up to it. In the end, each of them could only escape on their own. Everyone's goal was the swirl at the top of the passage. Only by going into the swirl and entering the first trial would they be able to get away from this danger. But that red dragon was close behind them, so their original plan was destroyed. They originally planned to enter the first trial together and use everyone's power to get through it. This way, the difficulty of the first trial would decrease greatly. They would also be able to preserve their spiritual energy and use it for the second trial. Unfortunately, the red dragon was simply too strong, and its ability was really hard for everyone to deal with, so they could only run. When they arrived before the vortex, everyone rushed into it without any thought other than escaping. As a result, everyone encountered a different environment. The one Hunchback Meng entered was the Earth Trial. When he saw the desert, his heart sank. They originally planned on going through the Water Trial, which was the world of ice. Last time they came here, they were able to get through the Water Trial after many deaths. Although it was dangerous, these lucky four had already been through it once. They also all prepared treasures to counter that place, so they were confident in passing through it. However, Hunchback Meng had never experienced the Earth Trial before. As a result, he could only bite the bullet and force his way through. The first 10,000 kilometers were relatively safe, but after that, the black wind covered the sky and beat him down. There were also mysterious creatures inside the black wind that used sound to attack, making it very hard to defend against. Originally, there weren't a lot of these creatures, so he killed them one by one with his poison. However, he soon realized that the more he killed, the more appeared. In the last big battle, there were cries from at least 10,000 of those creatures. However, Hunchback Meng was a soul formation cultivator, and one that specialized in poison. Although the sound attacks from those creatures made him put up his guard, he still killed them all in the end. But before he moved very far, more than 10,000 of those creatures appeared again. After killing 100,000, there were 1 million. After killing 1 million, there were 10 million. Inside each black tornado were countless creatures. In fact, these black winds were created by the movement of these creatures' wings. He continued to kill more and more until he lost track of how many he killed. The spiritual energy in his body was running out and it was becoming unstable. In the end, he was finally able to create an opening that allowed him to rush past creatures and enter the Black Tower. He didn't dare to leave. Even though he was a soul formation cultivator and had poison, he was shaken. There were simply too many enemies, and he was afraid that if he did manage to kill all of the ones that were outside, 10 times as many of them would appear right after. There were countless black tornadoes in this endless desert. Not to mention 10 times more, 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times more was likely. Thinking about this, Hunchback Meng's heart went cold. Although none of the creatures were individually powerful, if there were 1 billion or 10 billion of them, then their combined sound attacks would shatter the soul of even a soul formation cultivator like himself and would even break his body. The more Wang Lin moved forward, the more confused he became. He had already moved more than 1,000 kilometers, but aside from a few large tornadoes, there weren't any other dangers. It was just that the resistance underground became even more powerful, forcing him to slow down. More than half of the spiritual energy in his body had been used to fend off this force. Wang Lin appeared before a black tower. This black tower was 1,000 feet tall and pierced right through the sky. Just as Wang Lin entered the tower, his expression changed when he looked at the ground. There were a few minor traces of movement on the thick layer of dust. It was as if something had gently brushed against it. Wang Lin slowly walked over and looked down at the ground. His eyes sparkled as he quickly and carefully checked each floor of the tower. On the top of the tower, he found that there were a lot of footprints that made a mess of the dust. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He was not sure if there was someone else who had entered the Earth Trial before him. From the looks of the marks here, they weren't here that long ago. Wang Lin stood at the top of the tower and looked outside. He could see very far from here, but aside from the countless black tornadoes, there was nothing in the distance. After pondering for a bit, he slowed down a lot as he casually moved forward. It didn't really matter who was before him. Once he meets them, he will definitely be controlled by them. However, if he can control the distance between them, then he can borrow their power to safely pass this Earth Trial. With this in mind, Wang Lin slowly advanced with the Earth Escape technique. As a result, he arrived at the Black Tower 10,000 kilometers from the start. Along the way, he would send the devil out first every time he encountered a Black Tower. Only after it had been checked by the devil did he carefully enter. Time slowly passed. Half a month later, the height of the towers had reached 8,000 feet. Wang Lin looked down from the top of the tower. Along the way, he had gotten used to going to the top of each tower and looking into the distance from there. His pupils suddenly shrank as he saw tornadoes of various sizes going toward one direction as if something was calling them. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He looked at them for a while before going down the tower. At the bottom of the tower, he entered the ground and continued forward. The resistance underground was now even more powerful. He now needed to use 80% of his spiritual energy to fend off the force and continue to use his Earth Escape technique. Wang Lin suddenly stopped when he noticed with his divine sense a black light in the sand before him. A stench suddenly appeared, and without hesitation, Wang Lin took out the pill Hunchback Meng had given him and put it in his mouth. After that, he went up and appeared above ground. This was the first time he had surfaced before reaching a black tower. The moment he appeared on the surface, the sound of the howls of the wind increased. The pressure caused by the wind hitting his body was painful. But at this moment, Wang Lin could not be bothered to worry about those things anymore as his hand formed a seal and he shouted, "Go!" A strange wind suddenly appeared. It moved between the black tornadoes and then began to move around in the desert. Gradually, the desert seemed to be searched through by an invisible hand. This hand found countless black beast corpses. These creatures were only about the size of his fist with a pair of thin wings on their backs. Their mouths were sharp and their faces were fierce. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out. He frowned at what he saw. There were no less than 10,000 corpses here, and their bodies were all black, meaning they had died from a powerful poison. Wang Lin quickly realized that the person that was ahead of him was Hunchback Meng. Thinking of Hunchback Meng, Wang Lin sneered, but in his heart he became even more on guard. He sank back into the ground and continued toward the next tower. A few hours later, Wang Lin's divine sense found the next tower. Only there was a small tornado in front of the tower moving back and forth. Wang Lin pondered for a bit as he backed up. He decided to go around it and go straight for the next black tower. However, just at this moment, the black tornado began to slowly move toward him. The tornado dragged up the sand from the ground and shot it back out. Some of the sand hit the tower, creating a series of pattering sounds. Wang Lin sneered. He spread out his divine sense and found that this was the only tornado around. His G-realm divine sense appeared and entered the black tornado. He found that there were more than 1,000 divine senses inside it. Each of those divine senses was roughly equal to that of a core formation cultivator. As long as none of them were above the nascent soul stage, they were no danger to Wang Lin. In just one sweep, about 100 divine senses were destroyed. However, the remaining 900 divine senses fused together to form a sword that stabbed toward Wang Lin's divine sense. The tornado suddenly paused for a moment, and this pause caused the tornado to disappear, revealing the countless small creatures inside. These small creatures were exactly the same as the ones Wang Lin saw before. They were all crowded together with their wings beating and letting out strange cries. These sounds gathered together to make one large sound wave. At the same time, their divine senses mixed together to form a sword. Shortly after that sword was formed, it lunged toward Wang Lin with the sound wave right behind it. Wang Lin frowned as he quickly withdrew his divine sense. He slapped his bag of holding and the devil flew out. When it saw the sword made of divine sense, it immediately became excited and jumped toward it, without waiting for Wang Lin's order. As the devil flew out, the divine sense sword and sound waves arrived one after the other. The devil let out an excited roar as his body turned into a cloud of smoke. The cloud of smoke spread out and quickly surrounded the sword formed from the divine sense of all those small beasts. As for that sound wave attack, it had no effect on the devil because he didn't really have a body, so passed through him. At the same time, Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out a crystal light. The crystal sword shot toward the group of creatures. When it got close, all of the small creatures scattered. There were so many of them that they covered the sky. All of this happened in an instant. After Wang Lin saw the small beasts scatter, he quickly slapped his bag of holding and hundreds of flying swords flew out. Wang Lin's divine sense latched onto each sword. Using the might of his G-realm divine sense, the flying swords rained down on the small creatures. Wang Lin didn't want to deal with all of them in one go. He wanted to force them to split up. Sure enough, under the rain of swords, the small beasts split up once more. Wang Lin went through the gaps the small creatures had left and arrived outside the tower. He stopped before the door and turned around to retrieve all of the flying swords that were flying back toward him. At the same time, he called the devil back. The devil was too busy devouring the divine senses of the small creatures and completely ignored Wang Lin. Wang Lin let out a cold snort as his G-realm divine sense flew out. When that snort reached the devil's ears, it made him shiver in fear. He no longer dared to continue devouring the divine senses, so he reformed his body from the cloud of black smoke and went into the tower along with Wang Lin. While he was floating around Wang Lin, he felt like he had been wronged. He longingly looked at the divine senses of those beasts one last time before going back into the dragon tendon. He didn't understand what was wrong with this fiend's brain to leave all these enemies unkilled and telling him to come back. Wang Lin's expression was very serious as he stared at those small creatures from inside the black tower. There was a reason why he stopped the devil from devouring them all. He thought about it and came to the conclusion that these small creatures gathered together to form these large tornadoes. The one thing this place had the most of were these black tornadoes. This meant that there was virtually an unlimited number of these small creatures. Their main means of attack were divine sense and sound waves. Although their attacks were fairly powerful, their bodies were extremely weak. As a result, it made destroying these small creatures very easy, especially for someone like Hunchback Meng, who only needed to throw out some poison. However, Wang Lin couldn't forget what he saw from the top of the last black tower, when countless black tornadoes were gathering in one spot. That kind of movement had purpose, which meant that these small creatures had a way of calling each other. After too many of them die, they call their friends. If he were to get trapped in that kind of cycle, then he would certainly end up dead. There were simply too many tornadoes. At the same time, if he killed too many, then they might call back those black tornadoes that were heading toward Hunchback Meng. If that were to happen, it wouldn't be Hunchback Meng opening the path for him, but him helping Hunchback Meng by distracting the black tornadoes. In that last battle, around 200 of those small creatures were destroyed by Wang Lin and the devil. His eyes sparkled as he stared at the small creatures outside. The creatures gathered together again to form the black tornado. After circling the tower a few times, they no longer cared about Wang Lin and continued to move forward. After the black tornado left, Wang Lin let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, his heart turned cold. This earth trial was very strange. The logic here was completely opposite of what was normal. When someone notices that those small creatures specialize in divine sense and sound attacks but have weak bodies, their first reaction would be to kill them as quickly as possible to prevent attracting more. But as a result, once a certain amount of these small creatures are killed and they begin to call for help, then unless your cultivation is heavenly, the only road left is death. Wang Lin cultivated at the top of the black tower and stared into the distance, looking at where all of the black tornadoes were gathering. After pondering for a while, he decided to not rush things and to wait inside the black tower. He then looked at the devil. The devil's face was filled with greed as he watched the black tornado leave. Wang Lin didn't explain but coldly said, "I don't care how many souls you have devoured. Spit out half of them for me." The devil struggled with the decision. If he were to escape right now, would this fiend chase after him? He hesitated for a bit before looking at Wang Lin. When he saw Wang Lin's gaze turn hostile, he quickly began to spit out large number of those small beast souls. After spitting out 20, he pretended to look weak. He secretly thought, "No matter how powerful you are, you still have to eat what I spit out. If you have skill, then don't eat it." Wang Lin didn't know what the devil was thinking, but after seeing the pride in the devil's face, he was about to take a guess. However, Wang Lin couldn't be bothered with such things. All of his attention was focused on the 20 souls of those small creatures. After carefully looking at them for a while, he grabbed the souls and walked up the tower. After finding a floor of the right size, his G-realm spread out and surrounded the area. The devil followed behind Wang Lin. He wanted to see Wang Lin eating the souls covered in his drool with his own eyes. While he's still feeling proud of himself, he suddenly noticed that the surroundings were covered in Wang Lin's divine sense. This divine sense that made him feel pain worse than death. The red lightning that caused him nightmares was moving around the room. His entire body suddenly became soft. He secretly thought, "It's over. It's over. It seems like this fiend is going to end me." Terrified, he was about to start begging for mercy when he noticed that Wang Lin wasn't even looking at him. Wang Lin was currently silently staring at the 20 souls of the small creatures. The devil swallowed the words he was going to say and considered himself lucky. Wang Lin carefully observed the souls of these small creatures. They had about the same strength as an early-stage core formation cultivator. They weren't strong, but not really weak either. If it wasn't for the fact that he had forcefully nurtured the devil to be like the wandering souls, the devil wouldn't have been able to easily devour all of these souls that were similar to him. It was due to the devil's success that he came up with the idea of making another devil. He knew that his main weakness was that he lacked magic treasures. Even now, the only one he could use for a fight was the flying sword. As for the others, they were all too low quality to be of any use. Aside from the flying sword, there was the devil. This devil proved to be quite useful earlier. If he hadn't used the devil against that divine sense sword, he would have had a much harder time. The only other treasures he had were the dragon tendon and the scroll. However, the aura in the scroll was too strange. Wang Lin decided that until he fully understands what the scroll is, he will not use it. The key to raising a devil was the special nature of the soul. The first devil's soul had the potential of a nascent soul cultivator. This allowed Wang Lin to raise it in such a way that it managed to gain a few of a wandering soul's attributes. However, compared to the wandering souls of the world of decay, there were still many differences. If it were a true wandering soul, then no matter what cultivation level the enemy is at, once it jumps on them, it will be able to devour their soul and suck away all of the essence of their flesh. Unless they meet some very powerful cultivator that can destroy them, their only natural enemies are soul devourers. However, the devil Su Ligua could only devour souls that were at the same cultivation level as him. If he tried to devour the soul of a nascent soul cultivator, then there was a chance that he would be repelled. What attracted Wang Lin was the small creature's ability to fuse together. This was the first time he had seen divine sense able to fuse together to form a new divine sense. This special ability made Wang Lin want to use it to make a devil. Wang Lin pondered for a bit before slapping his bag of holding, causing a few soul flags to fly out and float around him. The souls inside the flags were mostly demonic cultivators of the Sea of Devils, as well as some creatures from the Sea of Devils. He waved his right hand, trapping 19 of the souls inside a cage of spiritual energy and leaving only one of them all by itself. Wang Lin's eyes sparkled as he retrieved a soul from one of the flags. He threw the soul out after leaving a mark on it. Unfortunately, just like Su Ligua back then, the soul of the small beast didn't know how to devour at all, so it stared dumbfoundedly at the surroundings instead. However, Wang Lin wasn't in a rush. After having experienced raising a devil once, he knew that to make a soul have abilities similar to a wandering soul's would take time. However, this first step required him to be a little bit more forceful. Red lightning appeared in Wang Lin's eyes as his G-realm formed a net around the small creature and slowly closed in on it. Under the pressure of the net, the soul of the small creature began to move. Seeing that there was nowhere to go, it started to move toward the other soul. Wang Lin was completely focused on watching the soul of the small creature, only to see the small creature suddenly speed up and ram into the other soul. It didn't devour the other soul but fused with it. Wang Lin could feel that the small creature's soul had become a bit stronger. He was surprised. He originally thought that he would have to spend a lot of effort to force it to devour. After all, the devil Su Ligua took some effort back then. He didn't expect that he would only need to push it a little and it would fuse with the other soul by itself. Although it was not devouring, the effect was the same. Without a word, Wang Lin withdrew the red net, took out another soul, and threw it out after leaving his mark on it. This time, the small creature charged forth and fused with it without any input from Wang Lin. As a result, Wang Lin was now very interested. His eyes lit up and he pointed at the soul flags multiple times. More than a dozen souls flew out. After leaving his mark on them, he threw them out. At this moment, the soul of the small creature suddenly began to move, ramming into the souls one by one. Every time it collided with one, it would fuse with it and become stronger before moving on to the next one. In less than 1 hour of time, the small creature finished fusing with more than a dozen souls. It looked like it was even about to break through from the early stage of core formation to the mid-stage. Wang Lin was even more interested now as he took one of the soul flags and shook it. More than 100 souls flew out. After leaving his mark on all of them, they flew toward the small creature. The soul of the small creature let out a sharp cry. This was the first time it had made a sound inside the tower. As it howled, a sound wave began to spread out. When Wang Lin saw this, he was very happy. His eyes sparkled. His attention was completely on the small creature. He knew that he had found a treasure. For some reason, this small creature's soul was very strange. It seemed like it was made to be made into a devil. With almost no forcefulness needed, it would start fusing with other souls on its own. In addition to this, what surprised Wang Lin the most was the sound wave attack. He originally thought that the creature would require a body to use this attack, but it could be used with just the soul. When Wang Lin took a closer look, he realized that this sound wave was designed to attack the soul. After the sound wave spread out, all of the souls that were charging toward it slowed down and seemed to be dying. Just at this moment, the soul of the small creature charged out. In less than half an hour, it completely devoured these more than 100 souls. Shortly after, the soul exploded into a red mist about 10 feet wide and slowly fell down. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he waved the soul flag. The remaining 19 souls of the small creatures were sucked into the flag before it was placed back inside his bag of holding. He then turned around and stared at the red mist. He could feel the slivers of divine sense. He had marked the souls with slowly fusing with the soul of the small creature. The devil stood on the side and stared dumbfoundedly at everything that was happening. He secretly thought, "Violent! This little brother is too violent. Looks like I'll have to start working harder, or else this fiend might feed me to this little brother." The devil's body trembled as he backed away. He floated in the air and began to quickly digest the souls he had devoured. This wait lasted 3 days. During these days there was no change to the red mist at all. Aside from observing the red mist, he saw countless black tornadoes pass by. One of the black tornadoes was more than 10,000 feet tall. It was like the king of black tornadoes had passed by the Black Tower. As the biggest tornado passed by, it paused for a moment as countless divine senses surged forth. Their target wasn't Wang Lin but the red mist. However, the moment those divine senses hit the Black Tower, they were bounced back. The king-like black tornado lingered around the Black Tower for a bit before leaving. Wang Lin could clearly feel that when the divine sense from the black tornado came, there was an abnormal fluctuation inside the red mist. This surprised Wang Lin and made him observe the red mist even more carefully. Gradually, more and more black tornadoes appeared. They were all heading toward one direction. Wang Lin sneered. There was no need to guess if that direction was where Hunchback Meng was. Hunchback Meng's face was very gloomy. In truth, when he killed the first wave of the small creatures and was immediately surrounded by a second wave that had 10 times more than the first wave, he realized he messed up. His actions were based off the experience in the world of ice. In that trial, there was also a type of creature that lived there and appeared in massive groups. One had to kill them as quickly as possible or else they would attract more. However, this damn Earth trial was the exact opposite. This thought made Hunchback Meng let out a bitter smile. But since he had already reached this point, even if he no longer attacked them, those small beasts would continue to attack him with sound waves and divine sense attacks. Eventually, Hunchback Meng's demonic side began to show. He gave up on restraining himself and threw out large amounts of poison. As a result, the small creatures began to call for help more and more, to the point that even though he was inside a black tower, the amount of small creatures that had gathered had reached a point that made even his mind go blank. He was currently standing inside the Black Tower and looking out at the endless black tornadoes. At the same time, the number of small creatures kept increasing as they called for more backup. He had attempted to use the tower as a base and throwing poison out from inside it, but the tower had a powerful restriction on it. While it prevented the small creatures from attacking, it also prevented people inside the tower from attacking what was outside. Hunchback Meng wasn't sure what would happen if he were to leave the tower. He was sure that he would receive the combined divine sense and sound wave attacks of 100 million, or even 1 billion, of those small creatures the moment he walked out. Even though he was a soul formation cultivator that could cause 10 million cultivators to tremble with a single stomp from his foot, there was no way for him to take the combined divine senses and sound wave attacks of more than 1 billion of those small creatures. After pondering for a bit, he touched the toad on his shoulder and revealed a vicious expression. Without a word, he pointed at the toad. The toad then jumped down from his shoulder and began to croak. Hunchback Meng's heart ached as he looked at the toad. He let out a sigh and then put it away. After pondering for a bit, he took out a 100-foot-long python. On the head of the snake there was a single horn. The moment it appeared, the air around it became hot. If I use the toad, then I won't get injured, but the toad will die for sure. Ah, this one-horned python is a mid-quality spirit beast. Although I can still use this, I will receive some injuries. Hunchback Meng muttered to himself as his index finger slashed his middle finger to draw out a drop of blood. He chanted some strange words and the drop of blood rapidly became lighter in color until it was milky white. The white drop of blood landed on the head of the python. Hunchback Meng quickly formed seals with a serious expression on his face. He slowly pointed at his own forehead and pulled something out. A crystal, silk-like thread was pulled out from his forehead. The thread was then slowly pressed against that milky white spot on the python's forehead. After a very long time, Hunchback Meng took a deep breath, stood up, and then casually threw the python on the ground. The moment the python landed, it coiled up and remained still. Hunchback Meng's eyes became fierce as he walked out of the tower without any hesitation. The moment he walked out, the howling of the black tornadoes increased countless fold. All of the small creatures fused their divine senses and unleashed a torrent of attacks upon Hunchback Meng. At this moment, even the sky changed colors, and the restriction that was placed at the top of the earth trial began to shake. Wang Lin wasn't very close to that place, but even he felt the pressure. He opened his eyes and looked toward where Hunchback Meng was. At the same time, an abnormal fluctuation happened in the red mist. This pulled his attention away from what was going on with Hunchback Meng. He reached out with his hand and a blue flame appeared. If the devil that comes out of the red mist wasn't under his control, he would use his G-realm and the blue flame to completely destroy it. If it could be controlled, then it would be for the better. When the powerful divine sense attack came, Hunchback Meng didn't dodge but waved his sleeves. A large amount of black smoke poured out of them. The black smoke gathered and became a cloud. This cloud began to spread out. Any of the small creatures that touched the black cloud immediately fell from the sky and began to twitch. Its body would then turn into black smoke, which would soon after join the black cloud. Right after he finished pouring out the smoke, the series of powerful divine sense attacks arrived. Hunchback Meng let out a miserable groan. His body then became more and more illusionary until it was replaced by a 100-foot-long python with a horn on its head. The snake rolled around for a bit before being completely disintegrated by the divine sense attacks. Even its core was turned to dust. At the same time, the python that was inside the tower became blurry and soon turned into Hunchback Meng. His face was pale and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He revealed a bloodthirsty smile as he muttered, "My heaven-destroying poison is considered the #1 poison in the Sea of Devils, and I have used it all up. I don't believe that I can't kill all of you." The black cloud covered the area around the tower. As soon as it touched a tornado, the tornado would collapse into countless small creatures. Soon after, those small creatures would turn into black smoke and become part of the black cloud. As a result, the black cloud became larger and larger. The speed at which it expanded rapidly increased. As for Wang Lin, his expression was very serious as he stared at the red mist. The fluctuations in the red mist became much more frequent until the red mist began to slowly condense again. Wang Lin didn't even blink. The sound of fire burning could be heard coming from the blue flame in his hand. At this moment, red lightning appeared in his eyes and the restrictions he had set using his G-realm became even more sturdy. Even the devil Su Ligua regained his senses. After looking around for a bit, he became very happy and secretly thought, "It seems this little brother will not be so easy to control. It is best that both of you heavily injure each other so that I can devour you both. Haha. Now that is a good idea." The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. His eyes sparkled endlessly. Although the devil Su Ligua had recovered a bit of his memory, it was only but a sliver. The remaining memories vanished when he became a devil. He didn't consider himself a cultivator at all. He only thought of himself as a devil. Time slowly passed. The red mist became smaller and smaller until finally, all of the rest mist suddenly condensed into a red, glowing orb. After a few crackling sounds, the orb shattered, releasing a dark red gas. The gas quickly took the shape of the head of the small creature with its sharp beak and emitted a cold aura. The moment it appeared, it disappeared. Although Wang Lin was secretly shocked, His face remained calm as he turned to the right and shot his G realm out. The red creature appeared in the direction Wang Lin turned to. It was shocked and quickly disappeared again. This was the first time Wang Lin's G realm had missed. This showed just how fast the new devil was. Wang Lin remained calm. Not only did he not panic, but he became even more calm. His eyes became cold as his G realm shot out behind him. A miserable scream came from behind him. The moment the devil appeared, it collided headfirst with Wang Lin's G realm. It wasn't able to dodge it in time, so the G realm filled its body. Its body involuntarily floated into the air and moved before Wang Lin. It looked at Wang Lin with a terrified expression as it let out miserable cries. The devil Su Ligua took a deep breath and quickly discarded the idea of rebelling. He didn't think that the fiend could so easily defeat his little brother. After pondering for a bit, he realized what had happened and secretly cursed, "Evil!" Wang Lin's gaze became cold as he stared at the newly formed devil. His G realm left his body, took the shape of a red dragon, and then roared at the small creature. His majesty as a soul devourer was suddenly on full display. Not to mention the small creature, even the devil Su Ligua was so scared that he sank to the ground and didn't dare to move. The pressure of a natural predator caused his heart to tremble. The small beast began to struggle and let out roars of its own. But compared to Wang Lin's roar, it was filled with helplessness. The small creature eventually began to beg for mercy with its eyes. The dragon formed by Wang Lin's G realm coldly stared at the small creature for a long time before finally returning to Wang Lin's body. He waved his hand and took out a soul flag. The devil didn't hesitate at all to turn into red mist and enter the soul flag. Wang Lin left a sliver of his divine sense in the soul flag before putting it back into his bag of holding. Then he waved his other hand and threads appeared all over the room. This was a countermeasure he had set up against the devil. As Wang Lin waved his hand, those threads of divine sense returned to him. The reason why he was able to find the small creature no matter how fast it was partly due to these threads of divine sense. When he first noticed the abnormal fluctuations in the red mist, he used the divine sense restriction he had placed to silently create a spider web of divine sense threads. No matter where that small creature went, Wang Lin would be able to track it. Also, after it had devoured so many souls with slivers of Wang Lin's divine sense, the mark left on the small creature also played a big role. Under the effect of both of these, it was no surprise that Wang Lin could track it. After withdrawing his divine sense, he stood up and looked outside the window. After pondering for a bit, he walked down the tower. At the door of the tower, he organized everything before walking outside. The devil saw Wang Lin go underground and quickly followed. Unfortunately, before he followed for long, he was caught by Wang Lin and was thrown into the dragon tendon. In this location, the resisting force was very powerful. Wang Lin had to use almost 90% of his spiritual energy to resist it. As a result, his speed involuntarily slowed down. As he slowly moved forward, his divine sense was spread out to carefully observe what was in the distance. A few days later, Wang Lin's expression changed. He saw through his divine sense that there was a black cloud quickly flying towards him. Whenever the black cloud moved, the black tornadoes would attempt to dodge. Those that weren't fast enough would scatter into countless small creatures and be devoured by the black cloud. Wang Lin put the pill into his mouth again as he stared at the black cloud and sank even lower. Before long, the black cloud passed by. Behind the black cloud was the king tornado. It was currently spinning rapidly to create as much wind as possible. This was what was causing the black cloud to move so quickly. The king tornado pushed the black cloud past where Wang Lin was and went into the distance. Not long after, the king tornado returned. This time, it moved even faster as it let out loud howls and disappeared again. After it left, Wang Lin continued to slowly move forward. He sneered. That black cloud must have been created by Hunchback Meng. If it wasn't for the king tornado pushing it away, then the small creatures would have suffered greatly once it spread out. After pondering for a while, his eyes lit up. Hunchback Meng must have quite a bit of treasures and pills on him. If these small creatures could kill him, then Wang Lin might be able to take some. Thinking about the treasure of a powerful soul formation cultivator, Wang Lin's heart began to beat faster. However, he quickly dispelled the idea. Compared to treasures, his life was much more important. After letting out a sigh, Wang Lin discarded all of these unrealistic ideas and continued to move forward. However, after confirming Hunchback Meng's location, he no longer went straight forward. He went around instead. Half a month later, he passed an area filled with black tornadoes that stunned him the moment he saw them with his divine sense. It was a very dense group of tornadoes. The amount of small creatures there must have exceeded 100 million. Wang Lin's head tingled. This made him even more cautious. He spent a month going around this group of tornadoes. Most of the black tornadoes had been attracted by Hunchback Meng, so although there were same scares along the way, there was no real danger. Wang Lin was currently inside a black tower as he looked back at where Hunchback Meng was. After sneering in his heart, Wang Lin left the tower and continued forward. He could see a giant vortex in the sky in the very far distance. That vortex was the same as the one in the void. It clearly led to the second trial. Wang Lin took a deep breath and walked toward the vortex. At this point, he could no longer use the Earth escape technique because the resisting force underground was too great. Even if he were to use 100% of his spiritual energy, he couldn't move with the Earth escape technique at all. However, the Earth escape technique didn't increase one's speed only when they were underground. As long as there was earth under his feet, then although it wouldn't be as fast as a flying sword, it was still faster than running. In these past few months, Wang Lin had been constantly using the Earth escape technique, so his mastery of it had increased a lot. Wang Lin could feel that the Earth escape technique he knew was nothing compared to the real Earth escape technique that was said to allow one to travel tens of thousands of kilometers in a few breaths of time. As Wang Lin sighed, he didn't forget to keep his divine sense spread out to carefully check the surroundings. Luckily, large amounts of black tornadoes were attracted by Hunchback Meng. As Wang Lin flew forward, he didn't meet too much danger. 3 days later, the vortex was now in sight. As he walked along, Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed and he drilled into the ground. Suddenly, a powerful force began to resist him. He drank a large gulp of spirit liquid for the power to fend it off. Not far away, 10 black tornadoes suddenly appeared in the direction of the vortex. Their target was Hunchback Meng. When they arrived at the spot where Wang Lin was hiding, the black tornadoes suddenly stopped and began to circle the area. Wang Lin's heart sank. He had tried to enter the heaven-defying beads space before, but he couldn't enter it since arriving in this desert. Otherwise, he would have just gone inside it until the tornadoes passed. Wang Lin looked at the vortex in the distance and began to calculate. He clenched his teeth as he slapped his bag of holding to bring out the devil. When the devil saw all the small creatures above them, he became very excited and immediately charged toward them. Unfortunately, the moment he appeared, all of the surrounding 10 tornadoes let out howls. More than 10,000 divine senses merged together and crashed down on the devil. The devil let out a miserable scream. The combined divine sense attack was not something he could handle. His body began to release green smoke, making him want to retreat to where Wang Lin was, but then the second attack came. At the same time, Wang Lin took out a soul flag and shook it, causing the second devil to come out. The second devil was startled for a moment before letting out a sharp cry. After the sharp cry, all of the tornadoes paused and stopped spinning, revealing the countless small creatures inside. All of the small creatures were startled as they stared at the second devil. Even the second attack on Su Ligua was stopped. The second devil's eyes turned red as it let out another cry. All of the small creatures began to back up. Their eyes were filled with terror when they looked at the second devil. Wang Lin was surprised. His eyes sparkled as he began to ponder. As for Su Ligua, he felt very humiliated. Could be said that recovering his memory wasn't always a good thing. At least he wouldn't feel humiliated before he recovered his memory. At this moment he secretly thought, "This is too shameful. I was saved by little brother. No matter what, I was the first to follow this fiend. No, if this continues, then every little brother this fiend makes will be stronger than me. No, I can't let it happen." The devil gritted his teeth and charged into one of the tornadoes. After grabbing a few of those small creatures, he began to devour them. The small creatures began to panic and began to dodge, but the second devil let out another cry. Those small creatures no longer dared to move. The fear in their eyes deepened. The more Wang Lin saw, the more his eyes lit up. He suddenly came up with an idea. The second devil must have seemed like a mutation to these small creatures. It must have been some mysterious connection between them that caused this scene to happen. If this was true, then the reason why these small creatures' divine senses could merge made sense. His eyes lit up as he came out from underground. Although the small creatures were cautious when he appeared, they didn't panic or attack. At this moment, the second devil looked at Su Ligua, who was devouring the small creatures, and let out a few strange cries. All of the small creatures' bodies shook. Their divine senses left their bodies to fuse into an attack that was directed at Su Ligua. Su Ligua immediately smiled and revealed an expression that looked like he was trying to please the second devil. He quickly spat out all of the souls he had devoured before quickly returning to Wang Lin. Once he was behind Wang Lin, his expression changed to one filled with hatred as he stared viciously at the second devil. He secretly complained in his heart. "You wait! Just you wait! Push me too far and I'll fight you to the death." Wang Lin didn't even look at Su Ligua. He was secretly holding the defensive jade Li Muin had given him. His divine sense spread out and checked the small creatures one by one. In the end, he found that about 10 of them were considered mutants because they had more powerful divine senses. While Wang Lin observed, he was able to find a total of 10 variants. Then one of them suddenly flew before the second devil and let out a few sharp cries. The second devil's eyes turned red. Without any warning, it charged toward the small creature. The small creature was also fierce. Its divine sense flew out and charged forth as well. The two immediately collided with each other, and due to the divine sense mark Wang Lin had left on the second devil, he was able to immediately notice the change. This confrontation was filled with many dangers as only one of them could exist. It was either the second devil would be devoured or that variant small creature would merge with the second devil. Soon after, Wang Lin let out a soul. The devils he had made as a soul devourer already contained characteristics of a wandering soul. How could this variant compare? The two souls began to fuse together and the second devil began to surface. The variant's divine sense gradually faded until it was completely devoured by the second devil. A group of small creatures quickly surrounded the second devil and formed the black tornado again. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The reason why these small creatures could merge their divine senses was because there was a powerful leader guiding them. The fact that these small creatures' divine senses could merge and even devour each other were related to their nature. The second devil let out a few cries and was ready to charge toward the variant in another black tornado when Wang Lin let out a cold snort. The second devil immediately stopped. Even the tornado stopped spinning and turned back into countless small creatures. Wang Lin could clearly see that within the small creatures, the second devil revealed a painful expression with deep fear for Wang Lin in its eyes. Wang Lin sent out a message. The second devil quickly let out a cry and the surrounding small beasts surrounded Wang Lin. Wang Lin remained calm. His eyes were as calm as water. He didn't have any reaction toward the small creatures flapping their wings around him. After those small creatures got close to him, they didn't attack. Instead, they lifted him up and turned back into a black tornado. The devil Su Ligua wanted to follow him in, but he was repelled by the black tornado. He let out a series of roars because he felt very wronged. In the end, it was Wang Lin who reached out and dragged him inside. While inside the black tornado, he didn't even have to fly at all. He was standing on a few of the small creatures. Also, he was surrounded by the combined divine senses of all these small creatures, so the ones in other tornadoes could barely notice him through it. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He gave the second devil an order and the tornado immediately flew toward where Hunchback Meng was. When he did that, the rest of the tornadoes followed. Soon, the 10 tornadoes arrived at where all the other tornadoes were gathering. When they got close, a powerful divine sense went past them. Wang Lin became alert, But the divine sense didn't stop and just swept past them. The divine sense clearly didn't observe closely. It only took a glance and found nothing wrong. Maybe in its view there couldn't be any abnormality in the tornado. Wang Lin stared at the king tornado and sneered in his heart. Needless to say, that divine sense definitely belonged to the variant inside the king tornado. He already had some understanding of these small creatures. In every single tornado, there was a more powerful variant inside. They were the ones that allowed the small creatures to merge their divine senses and gave orders. This was like the difference between generals and soldiers. The normal small creatures were soldiers, the more powerful variants were generals, and the one in the tornado that seemed to reach the heavens was the king. After getting close, Wang Lin could see that among this giant cluster of tornadoes, there was a sky-high black tower. Hunchback Meng must have been inside. Wang Lin wasn't in a rush. The reason he asked the second devil to bring him here was because he realized that he could get close without being noticed. He acted based on the opportunities given. He didn't think he could kill Hunchback Meng, but he wanted to use this chance to steal some treasures. The divine sense mark left inside the second devil was different from the one left inside the devil Su Ligua. The devil Su Ligua was cultivated for a very long time, so Wang Lin's divine sense mark was deeply ingrained in him. In fact, Wang Lin wouldn't even need his G realm. All he needed was but a thought to destroy Su Ligua. However, in normal circumstances, he wouldn't use the mark he had left to attack. He kept it as his last resort. He normally used his G realm to threaten and the mark to secretly manipulate. After all, Su Ligua had recovered some of his memories, making him very different from wandering souls. But the second devil was different. Although Wang Lin's mark on the second devil wasn't deep, he took the initiative at the start to make it so the second devil wouldn't ever dare to rebel. The reason Wang Lin stopped the second devil from merging with more of the variant creatures inside the other tornadoes was because he was afraid the fusion would dilute his divine sense mark. This would cause problems. With Wang Lin's cunning, there was no way he would let something like that happen. When even someone as tenacious as Su Ligua was completely tamed by Wang Lin, there was no way a devil created from a simple beast could be a match. Hunchback Meng's face was as gloomy as mud water as he looked bitterly at the tornadoes outside. He paid special attention to the largest tornado with a look of dread on his face. The divine sense inside the largest tornado was as powerful as all the other tornadoes combined. It was able to use just its divine sense to push his heaven-destroying poison far away. During this time, he had used up all of the spirit beasts inside his bag of holding. Although the techniques he used after using a spirit beast as a substitute was able to kill a lot of them, more creatures quickly arrived. It was impossible to kill them all, and if he made a mistake, then he would be hit by the combined divine senses of all those small creatures. Even though he was a soul formation cultivator, this would still injure him. This wouldn't be a light injury but a major injury that could cause his cultivation to drop greatly. As for treasures, he had also used quite a few. Although they had some effect, the result was the same. At this moment, he had reached the end of his rope. It was not that he hadn't considered charging out. He had already tried doing so. That time, he used more than 10 spirit beasts as substitutes. But just as he was about to break through the siege, the largest tornado hit him. Not only did it prevent him from leaving, it also injured him. Hunchback Meng bitterly thought, "Could the heavens want me dead? I have already defied the heavens as I cultivated and finally reached the mid-stage of soul formation. I originally thought I could use this cultivation to get a soul transformation pill and reach the soul transformation stage in one go, but..." He couldn't help but think back to 1,000 years ago when the last group came. Everyone but them four died. There were many people among them that had higher cultivation levels than they did, but they all died. The four of them only survived due to sheer luck. After 1,000 years of preparation, he was able to increase his cultivation level from late-stage nascent soul to mid-stage soul formation. The reason he was able to increase his cultivation so fast was because he consumed one of the giant demon clan's major treasures, the ancestral demon heart. This was also why he was wanted and being hunted by the giant demon clan. Hunchback Meng revealed an expression of unwillingness. He clenched his teeth as his gaze fell on the toad. This toad, Li Tian, had been with him for thousands of years and had never abandoned him. He watched it grow from a low-quality spirit beast to a high-quality spirit beast. It was already considered a pseudo-desolate beast. If there were some pills to help it, it could truly become a desolate beast in another 1,000 years. But now Hunchback Meng had no other option. He caressed the toad and whispered, "If I could teleport in this damn place, then I wouldn't be in this situation. Li Tian, this time I'm depending on you." As he spoke, his right hand suddenly reached into the toad's mouth. The toad's body trembled and it revealed a painful expression. However, it didn't resist. It only calmly looked at its owner. Hunchback Meng closed his eyes but quickly reopened them. His eyes were now merciless as he said, with a heavy tone, "Li Tian, I'm sorry." With that, his right hand viciously pulled back. In his hand was a green core that was emitting powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. The toad, Li Tian, weakened until fell on its side. It let out a weak croak as all the pustules on its back began to break and leak a foul-smelling black liquid that covered its body. Even its croaking had no real strength behind it anymore. Without any hesitation, Hunchback Meng threw the toad's origin core into his mouth. His body immediately began to twitch and black smoke emerged from his face. He let out a few roars as all the pustules on his face broke. Black liquid shot out everywhere and released black smoke as it landed on the walls. There are many levels of cores in a spirit beast, but only when a creature reaches spirit beast level does a true core form. Although some variants also have cores, those are just fakes. They are just formed by their spiritual energy and used as storage. A real core is very different as they are the basis for all of that beast's techniques. When a beast reaches low-quality spirit beast rank, an earth core similar to that of a core formation cultivator's core is formed. However, it is still very different from the core of a core formation cultivator. When they become mid-quality spirit beasts, their earth cores turn into heaven cores, and when they become high-quality spirit beasts, their heaven cores turn into origin cores, only one step away from a desolate beast's origin soul. Only when they reach desolate beast rank do their origin cores turn into origin souls. At that point, they truly become powerful desolate beasts. The black gas on Hunchback Meng became even denser as he lied on the ground and grabbed the toad. After grabbing the toad, he pressed it against his forehead. More and more black liquid came out of the toad. This liquid covered the pustules on Hunchback Meng's face and entered them. Eventually, the entire toad turned into black liquid, which was absorbed by Hunchback Meng. The hump on Hunchback Meng's back suddenly swelled up and numerous pustules appeared on it. These pustules covered his entire back. Looking at him now, he looked similar to the toad. Hunchback Meng closed his eyes. Black gas gathered on his forehead and formed a vortex. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils were now triangular. They revealed a ruthless gaze. As Hunchback Meng clenched his fists, black lightning appeared and crackled in his hand. He took a deep breath and muttered to himself, in a husky voice, "This ancient demonic technique is really amazing." By using the origin core of the high-quality spirit beast toad, it was able to increase my cultivation to the peak of late-stage soul formation. This time I will be able to charge through. However, this price is simply too great. If I wasn't forced into this helpless situation, alas! With that, he slowly walked out of the Black Tower. When he came out, lightning formed by the merged divine senses suddenly descended. Hunchback Meng, with eyes fierce, spat out green gas. The moment the divine sense lightning entered the green gas, it slowed down a bit. Taking this opportunity, Hunchback Meng jumped into one of the tornadoes. The tornado suddenly stopped spinning and the small creatures inside it spread out. However, they didn't move far before exploding. Their blood rained down from the sky. Hunchback Meng's eyes were ruthless as he jumped into the next tornado. But shortly after, millions of divine senses merged together to form a lance that charged forth like it was going to break the sky. This lance left many after images as it traveled across the sky. 1 second it was in the air and the next it was closing in on Hunchback Meng, leaving behind sonic booms. Even the restrictions of the Earth trial were affected. They let out thunderous roars. The tornado Wang Lin was far in the back, so it didn't affect him much. He stared at Hunchback Meng's inhuman figure. He paid extra attention to the bag of holding on Hunchback Meng's waist. As for the divine sense lance, Hunchback Meng only took one gaze at it before forming a seal with his hands and letting out a complex chant. Suddenly, a small, four-legged cauldron covered in gas flew out of his mouth. The moment the cauldron appeared, a thick, green gas began to spread out of it. The lance landed on the small cauldron. The collision of the two created a thunderous rumble, and a 10-foot thick shock wave quickly spread out. Even the tornadoes were forced to escape. Those that weren't quick enough were hit by the shock wave. All of the small creatures inside those tornadoes turned to dust. Wang Lin's eyes sparkled as he backed up along with the other tornadoes. But his gaze was still locked onto Hunchback Meng. He didn't blink even once. The small cauldron in the air snapped in half and fell from the sky. But the lance that hit it began to turn green starting from the tip. Soon the entire lance was green. It trembled before shattering into individual divine senses. This was when something strange happened. Almost every divine sense that was part of the lance had a sliver of green on it. The green began to quickly spread, and within only a few seconds all of the divine senses that were part of the lance became completely green. The moment the green cauldron snapped in half, Hunchback Meng's body suddenly weakened. He coughed out several mouthfuls of essence blood. That green cauldron was his life treasure. Using his late-stage soul formation cultivation, he was able to use it to withstand the attack of more than 1 billion divine senses merged together, but it was split in half in the end. Hunchback Meng didn't have time to feel pain over the loss. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the green divine senses covering the sky. All of the divine senses that were colored green exploded and turned into spiritual energy. Once their divine senses shattered, their bodies also died. As the divine senses exploded, a large number of the tornadoes stopped spinning and the small creatures within them fell from the sky. Hunchback Meng reached out and put the green cauldron that had snapped in half back into his bag of holding. He took this chance to escape, and the direction he went toward just happened to be where Wang Lin's tornado was. At this moment, the king tornado let out a thunderous roar. The tornado suddenly stopped spinning, revealing 30-foot-long flying creature. Its size was many times larger than the rest of its kind, but to Wang Lin, it couldn't even compare to the desolate dragon in the tunnel. As the beast roared, it jumped forth. Sound waves spread out from its sharp beak as it flew. Wherever the sound wave traveled, the space of the earth trial showed signs of tearing. This showed just how powerful it was. At the same time, all of the remaining tornadoes charged toward Hunchback Meng, especially the ones that were where Hunchback Meng was going. They all charged forth, not caring about their lives as they attempted to stop Hunchback Meng. Divine sense, sound waves, and various attacks rained down on Hunchback Meng. However, none of them were able to stop Hunchback Meng. Every tornado was destroyed when Hunchback Meng rammed into them. However, every time he collided with one, the black vortex on his forehead became a bit fainter. He secretly complained in his heart. He knew that the increase to his cultivation level was about to end. If he paused for even one moment, he would be hit by the sound wave of the king tornado. Thinking about this, he flew even faster. Wang Lin saw that at the moment the king creature let out the sound wave, there was a flash of light coming from the creature's forehead. There was a golden finger sticking out of its forehead. He didn't have too much time to think about it because Hunchback Meng was closing in. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he sneered and slapped his bag of holding. The dragon tendon suddenly flew out. It quickly condensed and created branches that also condensed around the same spot, creating a thick stick. The moment Hunchback Meng closed in, the tornado he was in backed up. Among all the other tornadoes, his tornado was almost unnoticeable. When Hunchback Meng charged by, Wang Lin threw out the dragon tendon. Hunchback Meng had just charged through a tornado when he suddenly noticed an abnormal fluctuation of spiritual energy. But at this moment, the area was filled with spiritual energy from the dead creatures. So unless he checked very carefully, it was hard to detect exactly what it was. Hunchback Meng was dead set on fleeing, so while he noticed it, he didn't think much of it. Hunchback Meng didn't think there were any other human cultivators here besides himself. However, when he suddenly felt his right leg being pulled by a powerful force, his expression changed greatly. Without even needing to turn his head, thanks to his experience, he was able to tell that it was a magic treasure made from the tendon of a beast. There was no way for those small creatures to use magic treasures, so the only other answer meant that it was a human cultivator. Hunchback Meng normally wouldn't care much about these kinds of treasures. All he had to do was use a bit of spiritual energy to shatter it and use poison on it to poison the user. However, he was currently surrounded by black tornadoes that were sending endless waves of divine sense and sound wave attacks. He was already struggling to charge through by force on this last breath of spiritual energy. Especially due to the fact that his life treasure had shattered, he was in a sorry state. If it wasn't for the combination of the ancient demonic technique and the toad, he would already be dead. At this critical moment, this normally insignificant dragon tendon was like a death rune that was imprinted on his body. Although that dragon tendon shattered under his force, this caused him to pause for a moment. It was just one pause, but it lasted long enough for the sound waves to arrive at his back and for the attacks from the nearby tornadoes to close in. The straw can't kill the camel, but it can be the breaking point that causes the camel to be crushed to death. The effect of the dragon tendon was like that straw. As Hunchback Meng was hit in the back by the sound waves, he coughed out blood and was sent flying. Just at this moment, a giant tornado passed by him. A hand reached out of it and grabbed the bag of holding on his waist. At that moment, Hunchback Meng vaguely saw through the tornado. He saw Wang Lin's mocking smile. He became furious and coughed out another mouthful of blood. The blood turned into a gas that would make people nauseous and chased after the tornado. After Wang Lin grabbed the bag of holding, he ordered the second devil to fly as quickly as possible toward the vortex without any hesitation. That was the entrance to the second trial. As for the blood, it was blocked by the small creatures that formed the tornado. However, the toxins inside that blood were no joke, and since Wang Lin was always cautious, he jumped out of the tornado the moment it was hit by the blood. Closed behind him were the two devils. The moment Wang Lin landed, he entered the ground with his earth escape technique and quickly moved forward. As for the tornado, the blood completely infected it and all the small creatures inside it died. Although a lot of things happened, they happened very fast. In just the blink of an eye, the bag of holding on Hunchback Meng's waist disappeared. When Hunchback Meng was hit by the sound wave, his bones and flesh began to break. The many pustules on his back broke, releasing a black, foul-smelling liquid. Any small creatures that touched the black liquid immediately died. At this moment, he saw that his blood attack was blocked and Wang Lin escaped. He didn't even feel heartbroken about his stolen bag of holding. Instead, he was filled with a deep urge to kill Wang Lin. If it wasn't for Wang Lin, he would have already made it through this blockade and reached the second trial. However, all of this changed due to Wang Lin's appearance. With Hunchback Meng's intelligence, he immediately realized that he had been making a path for Wang Lin this whole time. He even attracted the attention of all the tornadoes. Otherwise, with that kid's core formation cultivation, how else could he have safely passed through the first trial? When Hunchback Meng was caught by the King Tornado, he was drowned by a flood of hatred. Wang Lin's body turned into a cloud of smoke as he quickly escaped from the group of tornadoes. There were some scattered tornadoes that came to try and stop Wang Lin like they did with Hunchback Meng. Wang Lin sneered. His eyes were completely calm without a trace of panic. As the group of tornadoes got closer, one of the tornadoes suddenly sped up and arrived next to Wang Lin. The tornado picked up Wang Lin and quickly charged out of the encirclement of tornadoes. This all happened too quickly for the other tornadoes to react, and even if they could have reacted, they weren't smart enough to realize the problem. Wang Lin stood within the tornado and charged toward the vortex to the second trial. The moment he charged out of the tornado, he secretly ordered the second devil to take control of another one. He was able to escape so quickly because up to this moment everything has gone just as planned. That king creature scanned the distance before landing in Wang Lin's tornado. It revealed a confused look before letting out a thunderous roar. All of the tornadoes started chasing after Wang Lin. As for the King Tornado, It had a strange expression on its face while it carried Hunchback Meng and slowly disappeared into the opposite direction. The difference between the tornadoes varied a lot. It depended on the amount of small creatures inside. The more there were, the faster that tornado went. As a result, the tornadoes formed a line while they chased after Wang Lin. The tornado Wang Lin controlled had a decent amount of small creatures, so its speed was not slow either. Although the tornadoes were chasing Wang Lin, he wasn't scared. Instead, he calculated the speed of those tornadoes before turning back to look at the closest ones. He opened his mouth and spat out a crystal light. The flying sword quickly teleported toward the tornadoes Wang Lin had in mind. His G realm was traveling inside the flying sword. His targets weren't the little creatures that were like soldiers, but the ones leading each tornado. With the presence of the G realm divine sense and the sharp blade of the flying sword, in just the blink of an eye one of the tornadoes Wang Lin was eyeing suddenly stopped. All of the small creatures inside it suddenly scattered with confused looks on their faces. Wang Lin didn't stop at all. His hand quickly pointed and a ray of light zipped between the tornadoes. Suddenly, a majority of the large tornadoes Wang Lin was paying attention to collapsed. At this moment, he began to see the divine senses behind him begin to merge. So he waved his hand and the crystal sword returned in a flash. It was not that Wang Lin didn't want to fight, but those small creatures were now on guard. He was able to catch them by surprise before, but if he continued, then the flying sword would be blocked by the merged divine senses when it approaches a tornado. He didn't want to be like Hunchback Meng, fighting until his life treasure splits in half. Wang Lin sneered while the flying sword was coming back to him. He continued to escape. Soon, the distance between him and the tornadoes widened. All of the tornadoes he targeted were the largest ones that were slightly faster than him. All of this happened in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a gap appeared between Wang Lin and the tornadoes. However, the small creatures had finished merging their divine senses, and a series of divine sense lightning bolts rushed towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were still calm. When the divine sense lightning arrived, Wang Lin gave the second devil an order. The small creatures controlled by the second devil suddenly turned around and charged out, creating sound waves that began to spread out. This sound wave attack created a shock wave that pushed Wang Lin's tornado forward, causing the divine sense lightning to miss. When the small creatures chasing Wang Lin merged their divine senses for another attack, Wang Lin was already far away from them. As the large vortex in the sky came into Wang Lin's sight, his eyes started sparkling. In truth, if he hadn't decided to steal from Hunchback Meng, he would already have safely entered the second trial. Even now, if he gave up on hiding inside the tornado and charged out using all of his strength, he had an 80% chance of making it, but this was not what Wang Lin planned to do. He didn't know what kind of dangers were in the second trial. It was very unlikely he would have the luck of someone opening the path for him like here in the first trial, so he mustn't recklessly charge in. As a result, the ever-so-cautious Wang Lin set his sights on the tornadoes behind him. Wang Lin's plan was to bring some of those tornadoes with him to the second trial. This way, he would have some means of self-defense in the second trial. With this thought in mind, he couldn't just enter the vortex on his own. He carefully looked back at the tornadoes behind him and began to ponder. Then he clenched his teeth and gave an order to the second devil. His tornado slowed down. The moment he slowed down, the tornadoes behind him immediately closed the distance to 500 feet, and a series of attacks also quickly closed in on Wang Lin. The tornado Wang Lindo was in only needed one breath of time at full speed to reach the vortex. That is to say that it would take one breath of time for the tornadoes to catch up and 2 breaths of time for them to enter the vortex. During the first breath of time, Wang Lin took an item out of his bag of holding. When the divine senses attack arrived, Wang Lin didn't suddenly speed up to avoid the attack, but instead used the small creatures in his tornado to block it. In just one breath of time, more than half of the small creatures in Wang Lin's tornado died. Wang Lin's expression was calm. There was no hint of panic in his eyes. At this moment, Wang Lin was even closer to the vortex, and the tornadoes behind him quickly closed in. In the second breath of time, Wang Lin's body charged out of his tornado like an arrow. The group of tornadoes closed in while their sound attacks burst forth. The moment Wang Lin left his tornado, all of the small creatures besides the second devil died. At this time, Wang Lin's body was already inside the vortex. The tornadoes chasing him had also entered the vortex. The tornadoes suddenly stopped, and some in the back of the pack were about to retreat. However, how could Wang Lin let them do as they wished? He looked at the 40 or so tornadoes that were chasing him and shouted, "Stay here for me!" As he spoke, he sent spiritual energy into the object he had taken out of his bag of holding during the first breath. Suddenly, a ring of light expanded and surrounded all the tornadoes. The image of the dragon appeared, and under Wang Lin's control, it circled along the ring of light. At this very moment, purple lightning reached out from the vortex. The purple lightning landed on Wang Lin and went through him into the ring of light. The vortex quickly pulled them all into it. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lin and the 40 or so tornadoes were pulled into the vortex. At this point, the rest of the tornadoes had caught up, but when they touched the vortex, they were bounced back. More and more tornadoes gathered here, but after trying for a very long time, they still weren't able to enter the vortex. After some time, they slowly began to disperse. The first trial, the Earth trial, gradually calmed back down. In an unknown location inside the Earth trial, Hunchback Meng floated in the air. His body was a bloody mess, and his eyes were filled with confusion. In front of him was the king creature's body. The golden finger bone on its head was slowly appearing, pointed to Hunchback Meng's brow. As for Wang Lin, after he came out of the vortex, he quickly spread out his divine sense and was shocked. The place he was at now was a gray world with nothing but a bridge made of black stone. Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense and looked back. The dragon formation was still there with more than 40 tornadoes inside. They were still trying to escape by colliding wildly against the surrounding rings of light. Every time they collided, the ring became a bit dimmer. Wang Lin let out a cold snort as he put away the dragon formation. As soon as the formation disappeared, the 40-plus tornadoes scattered. At the same time, Wang Lin pointed at his brow. The second devil quickly appeared and let out a challenging roar toward those tornadoes. The tornadoes all suddenly stopped. One of the small creatures flew out from one of the tornadoes and collided with the second devil. Wang Lin calmly watched this all happen. This was a part of his plan. The reason he didn't let the second devil challenge them in the first trial was because there were simply too many tornadoes chasing them to stop. The moment the second devil began challenging them, they would attract even more tornadoes. If the second devil ever failed, then Wang Lin would be left without any means of escape. But now there were only these 40-plus tornadoes, making it a very different situation. 3 days later, Wang Lin looked into the distance while standing next to the Black Bridge. 42 black tornadoes were packed closely together. If one looked closely, they would see that the tornadoes were all surrounding one tornado in the center with slivers of red light connecting them. The leaders of all tornadoes were fused with the second devil. However, through force, Wang Lin pulled them all out and put them in a soul flag to use for making more devils in the future. He did this to prevent himself from losing control of the second devil because the second devil had merged with too many of them. Wang Lin's eyes sparkled as he stared at the stone bridge. During these 3 days, he had been observing the stone bridge and still hadn't taken one step onto it. Aside from the stone bridge, there was nothing in this gray world. Wang Lin pondered for a bit before waving his hand. All 42 tornadoes behind him suddenly stopped spinning. They turned into tens of thousands of small creatures, and then the creatures began to spread out. Wang Lin slightly closed his eyes and used his connection with the second devil to perceive the small beasts. The small beasts scattered, leaving behind only the sound of wings fluttering. After a bit of time, even those sounds were gone. After a very long time, he suddenly opened his eyes and flew northwest. The small creatures began to gather from all directions and reformed the tornadoes behind him. Before long, Wang Lin stopped as he arrived before a stone tablet more than 30 feet tall. The tablet gave off a red light, giving it a demonic feel. There were a few small creatures on the stone tablet. They were flapping their wings and letting out buzzing sounds. After seeing Wang Lin arrive, Those small creatures flew toward him and rejoined the tornadoes behind him. Wang Lin saw 4 big words on the stone tablet: Road of No Return. These 3 words contained an ancient feel. Wang Lin looked at them for a bit before shifting his gaze to the bottom right corner. He seriously looked at it for a while before waving his hand. A gust blew by, blowing away all the dust and dirt on the tablet and uncovering a small row of words to appear. I have passed through the Earth Trial and captured the king creature there before arriving at this road of no return. This place is very interesting. If anyone in the future sees this, then consider it fate. I'll give you one piece of advice. Ponder the meaning of no return. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, but he was secretly shocked. These small words were the same as the one he saw in the Black Tower. They were clearly written by the same person. From the look of these words, the Earth Trial was beyond easy for this person. Even the powerful king creature there was captured by him. However, on second thought, Wang Lin narrowed his eyes. If this person had captured the king creature in the Earth Trial, why was it still there? There must be some lie in these words. The word capture implied that it now followed this person. There was of course the chance that he really did capture it and another one was simply born after countless years. Wang Lin wasn't interested in whether this was true or false. His gaze returned to the words Road of No Return, and he began to ponder. After a long time, he turned and flew toward the stone bridge with the tornadoes following closely behind him. After returning to the bridge, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and the devil Su Ligua immediately flew out. He looked jealously at the small creatures and secretly complained in his heart. So what if he has a lot of little brothers following him? I'll just get my own followers. Wang Lin looked at the stone bridge and pointed at it. This time, Su Ligua immediately sprinted toward the bridge without trying to bargain like in the past. He was full of energy as he proudly looked at the tornado and thought, "See this? This fiend still thinks I'm more important. Why wouldn't he let number 2 do it instead otherwise?" When he looked at Wang Lin, he revealed an appeasing look before flying toward the stone bridge. He flew for a long time without finding any danger and even circled it a few times before returning. Wang Lin slightly frowned. He stretched his hand out. A small creature flew out from the tornado and landed in his palm. It looked at him with its small eyes and remained still. Wang Lin threw the small creature toward the black stone bridge. The small creature moved 3 steps before stopping. Wang Lin stared at the small creature with a serious expression. The small creature's body trembled while it slowly turned around. Its eyes were filled with fear. Then, just as it turned around, a vortex appeared under the small creature, sucking it in. An instant later, everything returned to normal. Wang Lin pondered for a while. He understood that the stone bridge was the key to leave this road of no return. He tested the bridge out with a few more small creatures, and the result was the same. However, Wang Lin noticed that when a group of small creatures went, only one would be affected at a time while the others were not affected until the first one died. Then another small creature would be affected and so forth. Wang Lin's eyes sparkled as he muttered, "No return, no return. It means that once you take a step forward, you can't turn back." He pondered this but still didn't step onto the bridge. He sat down in the lotus position next to the bridge and took out 2 bags of holding. One of them had a golden thread. This was the one he had stolen from the mysterious corpse while he was learning the divine path in the War God Shrine. Unfortunately, there was a mysterious force on the bag that prevented his divine sense from going inside and opening it. Wang Lin knew that the bag contained someone else's divine sense, and that he had to erase it before he could open it. However, this divine sense was too powerful. After trying a few times, Wang Lin gave up. Instead, he surrounded it with his divine sense so that the divine sense in the bag would be cut off from the outside world, making it so its owner couldn't sense it. Although Wang Lin wasn't powerful enough to erase the divine sense, he still managed to hide it with his G-realm divine sense. The other bag of holding was the one he had stolen from Hunchback Meng. The divine sense on there had already disappeared, meaning that Hunchback Meng was dead. Wang Lin sneered in his heart. His eyes lit up when he opened it. This was indeed thousands of years of savings of a soul formation cultivator. Just spirit stones alone, There were more than 300,000 piled up like a small mountain, and all of them were high quality. What made Wang Lin's eyes shine even more were the 2 pieces of stone with halos around them. They were the very rare, top-quality spirit stones. Wang Lin's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Just these 2 top-quality spirit stones were worth the risk of stealing from Hunchback Meng. In addition to the spirit stone, there were several bottles. Finally, for magic treasures, there was only the green cauldron that was split in half and nothing else. Wang Lin understood after he pondered for a bit. Hunchback Meng was trapped for a long time, so he must have used up all his treasures. His guess was very accurate. Hunchback Meng had many treasures, and they were all nascent level or higher. However, after trying to break through the tornadoes multiple times, he used up all his treasures, especially during that one time when he used 10 spirit beasts as substitutes. He threw out countless treasures in that attempt. He was even willing to explode his treasures to make a path, but sadly, he still failed in the end. It was because of this that the only magic treasure he had left was the green cauldron. Aside from all of this, there were also many jades inside the bag of holding. Wang Lin checked them one by one, and the smile on his face got wider after each one. These jades were filled with alchemy methods, refining methods, and records of spirit beasts. These things were very useful to the current Wang Lin. At least there wouldn't be any more issues of not recognizing a valuable material when he sees it. Also, Hunchback Meng specialized in alchemy and poison, so the bag contained a lot of jades that specialized in those. Wang Lin spent a long time reading them all. This made his knowledge increase by over 100 times. There was a dark green jade that caught Wang Lin's attention. It was a cultivation method, and its name was only one word: Underworld. This method was described to have come from the demon god Qi, who used poison as the basis of one's Tao. There were a total of 9 layers, and by layer 6 even soul formation cultivators would not be able to resist the poison. However, this method was very vicious. One would have to endure unimaginable pain because various poisons would have to be injected into the body to create a full poison body. This side effect stays until one reaches the 9th layer. This was when all of the poison would be expelled from the body to form the true underworld poison, allowing a person to return to normal. Before all of that, a person would suffer deformities. The first thing that would happen was pustules would grow on the person. After Wang Lin finished looking through it, he pondered for a bit and gave up on the idea of cultivating this. Hunchback Meng must have had that stench because he practiced this method. Although Wang Lin wasn't one to care about his looks, it was described in the jade that by cultivating this method, your body would be filled with poison. There was a chance that the poison would invade your consciousness, thus turning you into a hollow shell that only knows how to kill. This was the main reason why he gave up on cultivating this method. Although he couldn't use this cultivation method, there were still many techniques in the jade that he could use if he had the poison. As for refining poison, Wang Lin had already read the jade containing all of Hunchback Meng's experiences, which made Wang Lin's heart tremble with excitement. He took out all those bottles from the bag of holding and used the jades to identify each of them. Almost all of them were poison, and only one bottle contained pills Wang Lin knew, which was the pill he had taken to prevent himself from being poisoned. This anti-poison pill was only medium quality. Only by taking a mild poison along with this pill could the pill's effect increase. Wang Lin put everything into his bag of holding and threw Hunchback Meng's on the ground. Then he picked up an object and his expression became serious. This object was Hunchback Meng's life treasure, the green cauldron. Although this cauldron had split in half, there was still powerful spiritual energy coming from it. However, this spiritual energy was filled with poison. The green substance that could kill divine sense made Wang Lin extra cautious when examining it. He knew that aside from the top-quality spirit stones and the green jade, the next most valuable thing in Hunchback Meng's bag was this cauldron. After all, this cauldron was a soul formation cultivator's life treasure, and it had been refined in his body for thousands of years. When he checked the jades, there was an explanation on it. When one reaches the 2nd layer, they require a treasure to suppress the poison in their body. This cauldron was an imitation of the legendary King Medicine Cauldron. Although it was an imitation, the materials this green cauldron was made of were not worse than the King Medicine Cauldrons. What made it inferior was that it couldn't absorb the spiritual energy from tens of thousands of plants like the king medicine cauldron could. This cauldron was the most important treasure of a sect in a rank 3 cultivation country. Hunchback Meng spent hundreds of years to get it. He first joined the sect and became the sect head's personal disciple due to his talent. Then, when he got the chance to get close to the cauldron, he stole it, killed his master, and escaped to the Sea of Devils. After that, he used the cauldron as his life treasure. He forcibly took a king medicine cauldron and refined it into a king poison cauldron. If he had managed to reach the 9th layer, then although it wouldn't reach the level of the legendary king medicine cauldron, it would be pretty close. However, instead of a king medicine cauldron, it would be a king poison cauldron. Unfortunately, he died before getting there, and due to chance, this cauldron was now in Wang Lin's hands. Wang Lin recalled what the Jade said about this cauldron. After pondering for a bit, if he also cultivated the same technique, then after he reaches a certain level, he could devour it and make it his own life treasure. However, he had already decided to not cultivate this method, which made this cauldron hard to deal with. Wang Lin would feel very frustrated if he couldn't use this kind of treasure. The reason for doing all of this was to become stronger. Although he wasn't close to reaching the nascent soul stage and this wouldn't increase his chances of getting there, he had to travel through this dangerous place, and this green cauldron could definitely increase his survival rate. Wang Lin's face was gloomy. He raised his head and looked at the stone bridge. His eyes sparkled before he opened his mouth for the crystal sword to fly out. The sword flew around him a few times before stopping in front of him. Wang Lin looked at the flying sword with a lingering expression on his face. He clenched his teeth and hit the crystal sword. The sword trembled for a bit before letting out a sword hymn. Then, red lines appeared on the body of the sword. This was the soul essence blood he had used to blood refine this sword back in Zhao. Although both his and the sword's bodies were destroyed, the blood refining technique was very tyrannical. It forcibly carved the soul essence blood onto the sword spirit. This sword spirit was originally without shape or intelligence, but it was inside Wang Lin's soul for so many years, and it underwent a change when Wang Lin became a soul devourer. The sword spirit gained a hint of intelligence and was preserved. It wasn't until Wang Lin used the War God Shrine's refining technique to make it another body that it completed its transformation. Could be said that this flying sword had done much for Wang Lin. Countless people had died to this sword. The sword had garnered so much killing intent that it could now be considered a killing treasure. Wang Lin revealed a serious expression while moving his right hand over the sword. The blood lines on the sword became even more noticeable until the sword cracked along those lines and fell to the ground in pieces. There were only lines of blood floating in the air now, and the image of a sword would appear and disappear. Wang Lin took a deep breath before slapping his bag of holding. The reaction furnace flew out. He threw the 2 halves of the green cauldron into the reaction furnace. A green gas immediately covered the reaction furnace while sizzling sounds came from inside. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. His hand formed seals that he placed on the reaction furnace. The reaction furnace began to spin faster and faster until it even caused the green gas surrounding it to spin, creating a green tornado. Wang Lin reached out and grabbed all of the shattered pieces of the crystal sword. He picked up one piece and stared at the rapidly spinning reaction furnace. After a very long time, he threw one piece into the fast-spinning reaction furnace. The moment it entered, the crystal piece melted and mixed with what was inside the furnace. Wang Lin calmly threw the pieces into the furnace, and after 1 hour, all of the pieces were inside the furnace. Wang Lin let out a sigh of relief. Then, his hand formed seals and he placed them on the reaction furnace. After doing this, the reaction furnace started spinning much faster. Now he couldn't see what was inside anymore. There was only a spanning mass. The green vortex looked like it had stopped, but if one looked closely, they would see that it had not stopped moving. It just moved so fast that it looked like it was still. Wang Lin muttered, "Still not enough." With his divine sense, he could see that the heat created from the spinning of the reaction furnace wasn't enough. This heat had only caused the green cauldron to turn slightly red, but it hadn't melted yet. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as several objects flew out of his bag of holding. He didn't even look at them as he grabbed one and accurately threw it into the reaction furnace. When the object fell in, there was a puff of green smoke. Although the reaction furnace wasn't spinning faster, the temperature inside it increased by 1-fold. The green cauldron inside it was now completely red. But there was still no sign of it melting. The object he threw inside was a special refining material of the war god shrine, the chicken bloodstone. When stimulated by spiritual energy, it can generate high temperatures. If too many are used, then instead of increasing temperature, it lowers it instead. Which was why Wang Lin put them away after using a few. The inside of the reaction furnace had reached a terrifying temperature, but the green cauldron was still just burning red with no signs of melting. Wang Lin pondered for a bit before throwing out purple moon vines, shattered flower stones, blue moon wood, and dozens of other war god shrine refining materials. After these things were thrown into the reaction furnace one by one, a multicolored cloud of smoke rose from the reaction furnace in the shape of a cauldron. This cauldron of smoke shattered the green vortex. But then, in a mysterious manner, it went back inside the reaction furnace, dragging the green gas along with it. A series of thunderous roars came from the reaction furnace and cracks began to appear on it. Wang Lin focused himself and watched the green cauldron inside. The green cauldron had started to melt, but the speed at which it melted was very slow. At this rate, there was a high chance that the reaction furnace would shatter before the cauldron was finished melting. Wang Lin's eyes sparkled. He raised his right hand and a blue flame appeared, causing the temperature around him to immediately drop. This was the underworld flame created when he completed the underworld Ascension cultivation method. This ice flame had already fused with Wang Lin's golden core, so it will never disappear. But if it was overused, it would damage his golden core. This was why he had only used this as his ace before. He wouldn't casually use it. Seeing that the reaction furnace was at its limit and about to shatter, he sent the blue flame forward. Wang Lin was highly concentrated as he controlled the flame to slowly move forward. He had to make sure that there weren't any fluctuations in the flame to maintain it at a constant low temperature. At this moment, the number of cracks on the reaction furnace suddenly increased, but before they could spread, they were surrounded by the ice flame, solidifying the furnace. After just these few breaths, Wang Lin was covered in sweat. He had taken a big risk. If he controlled the flame well, it would help keep the reaction furnace together, but if he messed up, it would increase the speed of the reaction furnace shattering. Right now, thanks to the reinforcement from the ice flame, the cracking of the reaction furnace was slowed down. However, if he didn't limit how cold the flame was, then it would affect the melting of the green cauldron inside. This made Wang Lin even more focused, because he needed to keep the temperature at a point where it would help keep the furnace stable but wouldn't affect the melting of the green cauldron. The green cauldron slowly melted. Wang Lin didn't dare to relax this entire time. After an unknown amount of time had passed, the green cauldron completely melted into a puddle of dark green liquid. Wang Lin let out a sigh of relief as his hand formed a seal that landed on the reaction furnace. This caused the reaction furnace to stop spinning. Wang Lin reached out and pulled out all of the green liquid. Inside the liquid, the image of a small cauldron would appear and disappear. Wang Lin knew that this was the cauldron spirit of this king poison cauldron. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand and the sword spirit floating in the air merged with the green liquid. The cauldron spirit merged with it as well. Wang Lin's expression was serious. The two spirits didn't act as Wang Lin predicted and attacked each other. After some resistance, the cauldron spirit turned into green gas and entered the sword spirit. After the two merged, Wang Lin finally relaxed. His hand pointed a few times while the green liquid slowly solidified according to Wang Lin's will into the shape of a 6-inch shortsword. 2 rows of countless small thorns grew out from the 2 sides of the sword. They gave off a green glow that looked very stunning. The flying sword had completely solidified and was now dark green. The sword also contained the poison of the king poison cauldron. If one was hit by it, if the sword didn't immediately kill them, the poison eventually would. Even if a nascent soul cultivator were to get hit by this flying sword, it would be hard for them to escape death. After all, the poison in this sword was from Hunchback Meng's king poison cauldron. However, after reforming this sword, he no longer dared to swallow it and instead nurtured it in his golden core. Even when he uses it, he will have to be careful because if he is hit by it, it will be hard for him to live as well. There was no antidote for the poison of this king poison cauldron. Aside from Hunchback Meng, no one could cure it. Wang Lin was confident in its power, particularly the thorns on the sides of the sword. With just a thought, the thorns could break off to attack the enemy, making it very hard to guard against. Wang Lin waved his right hand and the flying sword flew toward him. He carefully guided the flying sword into his bag of holding before relaxing. He didn't want to be cut by the sword he had refined and die from the poison. After putting the flying sword away, Wang Lin stood up and walked toward the stone bridge without any hesitation. The tornadoes howled as they quickly followed him. Wang Lin carefully moved forward. Although this bridge looked normal, the scene changed and the bridge became 1,000 feet long the moment he stepped on it. A vortex appeared on the other side of the bridge. Wang Lin's eyes sparkled. He pondered for a bit before reaching out with his hand. A small creature flew out and landed on his palm. He threw the small creature and it shot out like an arrow toward the vortex. However, after the small creature only flew 100 feet, a bolt of purple lightning accurately landed on the small creature and turned it to dust. Wang Lin's expression remained the same. If there were no restrictions here, he could just fly across without any issue. However, he could only take it step by step now. He had to move slowly and without any sudden acceleration. He looked at the 1,000-foot-long bridge, took a deep breath and stepped forward. Wang Lin remained completely focused with each step. On the 10th step, he was suddenly surrounded by fog and the tornadoes behind him disappeared. The second devil also disappeared along with the tornadoes. Even the connection between them was blocked by a mysterious force. Wang Lin couldn't detect it at all. Wang Lin wanted to look back, but just as he was about to turn around, he forced himself to stop. Wang Lin's face was sullen while he pondered. Then he sneered and continued to walk forward. This time it was 100 feet. A thunderous roar suddenly rang out behind Wang Lin that even caused the bridge before him to shake. Wang Lin immediately stabilized his body. He knew this roar. It was the roar of the desolate dragon from the tunnel. A fishy and hot breath blew on his back. Wang Lin controlled himself to not even check with his divine sense. This bridge was called the Path of No Return, meaning that once one steps on it, they can't go back. Wang Lin didn't believe that this place could be so simple. Not only could he not go back, but he couldn't even turn his head around. He most likely couldn't spread his divine sense toward his back either. In the end, everything must follow the 2 words of no return, or else he would die here like that small creature. Although he couldn't turn his head or check with his divine sense, he knew that for him to feel this heat it meant that the dragon had opened its big mouth and was right behind him. Wang Lin was surprised, but he didn't panic. There was no way for that dragon to appear behind him. It had to be some type of illusion. Just at this moment, a red light flashed by his right shoulder. His pupils shrank. He clearly saw that the red light was the dragon's forked tongue. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He looked sideways and found a sticky substance that released a strange smell on his shoulder. Wang Lin took a deep breath and began to calm down. His steps were still steady while he gently walked forward. The forked tongue kept flashing by his body, and his clothes flapped under the hot breath. Suddenly, a powerful killing intent appeared behind him. Wang Lin looked at his flapping clothes and let out a mocking smile. If it was before, he would still be a bit unsure, especially after seeing the sticky substance on his shoulder. However, after seeing his clothes flap like this, he was confident that this was an illusion. The reason was the thing behind him was supposed to be a desolate beast. Normally, just one breath would have blown him far away at this range, but now it could only make his clothes flap. Wang Lin was very determined. No matter what kind of sound or movements there were behind him, he still just calmly walked forward. At this moment, the red dragon let out a violent roar and attempted to devour him. Wang Lin could see the dragon coming from the corner of his eye, but he didn't panic and continued to calmly walk forward. The moment the dragon devoured him, it turned into a cloud of smoke. Wang Lin slowly walked out of the smoke. He had walked 900 feet and had only 100 feet left, but just at this moment, he heard a soft cough. This cough was very soft, but in Wang Lin's ears it was like thunder booming. He couldn't help but stop. His body trembled and 2 streams of tears rolled down his face. That cough continued. Wang Lin knew that all of this was an illusion and was fake, but he still had the urge to turn around to take a look. Tai Zhu. Turn around and let Dad have a look. The familiar voice entered his ears, causing Wang Lin to clench his fist and close his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes were filled with determination and he began to walk forward again. Tai Zhu, mother just wants to see her child. How could you be so ruthless as to not even turn your head? Wang Lin closed his eyes again. His body was trembling with each step, but he continued forward without any hesitation. Soon he arrived at the end of the stone bridge. Throughout these last 100 feet, his parents' voices never stopped. When he reached the end of the bridge, his parents' voices disappeared. The howls of the tornadoes returned and he regained his connection with the second devil. Wang Lin still didn't turn around. After pondering for a long time before the vortex, he took out the jade Li Muan had given him and activated it. He surrounded the tornadoes behind him and they entered the vortex together. Wang Lin disappeared inside the vortex after being pulled by the purple lightning. What appeared before him when he walked out of the vortex was a large mountain that was covered by clouds. It was so tall that it was impossible to see all of it with all the clouds around it. Compared to the mountain, Wang Lin looked very small. After seeing the mountain, Wang Lin was shocked, but he was soon able to figure out that the path of no return was clearly not the second trial. Otherwise, all of this didn't match what Ancient Emperor and Duanmuji said about needing Wang Lin's death spell. He still couldn't see anything that required divine sense attacks to get past. He continued to look at the mountain and guessed that maybe this was the real second trial. He spread out his divine sense and his pupils immediately shrank. There was clearly a broken restriction in the foot of the mountain with slivers of red light flashing around it. Wang Lin pondered for a bit before walking toward the mountain. Before long, he reached where the restriction was. The restriction had clearly been destroyed by someone, leaving behind a hole big enough for one person to pass. Red light shined from the sides of the hole. He then looked up toward the mountain peak. He immediately became very cautious, because he was certain that there was someone ahead of him. There was nothing else here besides this mountain, meaning that this mountain was the key for this trial. There was also only one choice, which was to climb to the peak of this mountain. To a mortal, climbing a mountain like this would be a very difficult task. But to a cultivator, it wasn't difficult at all. However, with Wang Lin's experience here so far, there had to be a restriction that prevented him from flying, so he had to walk up the mountain. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin turned around and looked at the tornadoes. He waved his hand and the tornadoes began to merge together to form a large tornado. Wang Lin jumped toward the tornado. When he got close to it, an opening appeared on the tornado as if it were welcoming him in. Standing inside the tornado, Wang Lin sent out a command and the giant tornado immediately moved forward. Right after they passed the restriction, Wang Lin saw with his divine sense that the restriction began to recover and soon returned to normal. Wang Lin's heart sank. If the restrictions could recover, then he couldn't let the person before him open the path for him like he did in the first trial. Thinking about this, the countless divine senses of the small creatures merged together under Wang Lin's control through the second devil and spread out. He carefully controlled this powerful divine sense to check the surrounding area. His heart sank. This place was completely covered with restrictions. It wouldn't be wrong to call this place a restriction mountain. Forget climbing straight up. Just one wrong step would get him killed. While Wang Lin was exploring the area with his divine sense, one of the restrictions was recovering and completely returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense. After pondering for a bit, he walked out from the giant tornado. He took out a bag of holding and waved his hand. The tornadoes, along with the second devil, entered the bag. This bag of holding was one he got from an insect cultivator. Couldn't hold items, but living creatures could stay inside it. Wang Lin had tested it with a few small creatures a few days ago. Once he found out that it worked, he was using it to store the small creatures. After the small creatures entered the bag, he tied that bag to his waist and took a deep breath before he began walking forward. His divine sense was spread out, carefully observing his surroundings. While he used the small creature's divine senses to scan the area, he found that there were openings between the restrictions. However, the openings were too small for the giant tornadoes to pass through, and the surrounding restrictions were fully functional, so they would activate if touched. This was why he gave up on the idea of using the giant tornadoes to charge up to the mountaintop. It was not that Wang Lin didn't think about going back the way he came after he got his hands on the top-quality spirit stones. It was that the situation was too dangerous back in the first trial, and without Hunchback Meng to open the path for him, he didn't even know if he could make it back. Even if he were to spend all that effort to make it through, the vortex wouldn't take him back. The only path that would be left for him was death, because there was no way for him to be lucky enough to pass through the first trial again. Wang Lin's personality wouldn't allow him to make bets easily, especially when things he couldn't afford to lose were on the line. However, according to Wang Lin's analysis, if Hunchback Meng and them were able to leave this place 1,000 years ago, that means there was a transfer array out of here. Otherwise, there was no way those four would dare to come here again. Unfortunately, Hunchback Meng didn't have anything in his bag of holding that contained information about this place. The inheritance item they had was not in Hunchback Meng's possession. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He believed that if he could get his hands on that inheritance item, he would be able to find a way out of here. After carefully looking around, Wang Lin walked forward. Before long, he suddenly stopped while looking at a large rock in the distance. This rock was emitting waves of spiritual energy. Wang Lin took a few steps to the side and walked around. The sky was dark. It gave off a feeling of oppression like a giant rock on someone's heart. Wang Lin carefully walked through the gap between two restrictions before letting out a sigh of relief. He looked around. A mere 300 feet took him several hours to get through. He had to make sure that there was no problem with each step before he took it. He looked up toward the mountain that seemed to never end. He wondered how many years it would take for him to reach the top if he kept going at this pace. He let out a heavy sigh. On the first trial, he managed to get through it by luck, but it seemed he would have to rely on himself for this second trial. After Wang Lin pondered for a bit, his face darkened. With his mere core formation cultivation, it was simply too dangerous here, but if he were to go back, it would be even more dangerous. If he wanted to live, he would have to force his way forward. Wang Lin pondered for a bit and then his eyes lit up. He didn't continue forward but instead turned back and carefully went through the gap between the two restrictions. He continued to go back until he was at the foot of the mountain again. At the very bottom of the mountain where the first restrictions appeared, he knelt down and carefully studied the restriction. This was a patch of grass about a dozen feet wide. There were many patches of grass like this here at the foot of the mountain, but there were less patches of grass higher up the mountain. At first glance, there was nothing special about it. But when Wang Lin took a closer look, he could see that the grass here contained a mysterious order. Wang Lin carefully examined each blade of grass. When he finished, he recorded his thoughts in a jade. Using 3 days of time, he recorded details of every blade of grass. He wanted to use this to find a way to break through the restriction. Wang Lin knew that if he were to try to break through by force, there would be no hope for him to reach the top. It would be an impossible task for him. Also, the higher one climbs, the more powerful the restrictions become. There will be a point where there will be no way to get around the restrictions. If he didn't prepare ahead of time, he would die for sure. If he wanted to pass this trial, he would have to learn to control the restrictions on this mountain. The more he understands about restrictions, the higher his chance for survival. There was no other way. This was why Wang Lin came back down and began to study the first restriction in detail. Restrictions are very different from formations. Formations use very specific methods to create a very specific effect. The components used in a formation are very complex. If one tries to study it by force, they will only gain an elementary understanding. Restrictions are considered a type of formation, only they are much more versatile. They can change based on the will of the user. Restrictions are much like divine sense in a way. Powerful cultivators can place down restrictions with just their divine sense. Even after hundreds of thousands of years, As long as the divine sense isn't destroyed, then those restrictions will still be active. Sometimes even if the user is dead, the divine sense in a restriction will form its own consciousness and continue to maintain the restriction. Restrictions are always changing. Almost no one but the caster can completely see through them. There are two ways to get through a restriction. The first is to break through by force, but that is not something ordinary people can do. The second method is to research it. Once you understand the principle and rules of the restriction to a certain degree, you will naturally be able to open the restriction. Wang Lin was using the second method. After recording the first restriction onto the jade, he carefully studied what he had recorded. Luckily, he learned the basics of formations during the time he was a soul devourer, so he wasn't completely lost when studying this. Time slowly passed. 10 days later, when Wang Lin was staring at this area, his right hand suddenly grabbed the grass. The grass then started to move. However, Wang Lin seemed to have already seen this coming and moved with the grass. His right hand moved to the left, then it moved to the right and his other hand joined in as well. At a glance, it looked like he was moving without any pattern, but upon closer inspection, he was moving in sync with the grass. In just a few breaths of time, the speed at which his right hand was moving had reached some kind of limit and started to create afterimages. Most of the time, when one afterimage appeared, the previous one had already disappeared. 10 breaths later, sweat appeared on his forehead and he was completely focused. He quickly pulled back his right hand and a ray of red light appeared. It was chasing his right hand. While Wang Lin pulled his hand back, he suddenly began to move his hand once more. The red light became weaker and weaker until it finally disappeared. When he withdrew his right hand, it was completely numb. Wang Lin looked toward the grass. It had already returned to normal without anything out of place. The restriction here was to kill anyone that tried to enter. If one had a high enough cultivation level to charge through by force, then that red light would appear and chase the person until it killed them. After studying the restriction for a few days, Wang Lin gained a basic understanding of it. This time it was just an experiment. He had conducted experiments like this more than 10 times in the past few days. He could only last 3 breaths the first time he tried, and he would be injured by the red light when he did. Now he could last 10 breaths and was able to stop the red light. Wang Lin believed that if he had just a bit more time, he would be able to break through. This means that if he were to completely enter the restriction, he could survive for 10 breaths of time, and if he leaves it within that 10 breath period, then even the red light couldn't stop him. Wang Lin became excited. Although this restriction was the simplest one on this mountain, he believed he had found the right path. As long as he continued down this path, then it wasn't be impossible to leave this place. If Wang Lin's original purpose for learning restrictions was to leave this place, then now he had one more goal. The more he researched, the more he became interested in restrictions. He had never thought about how powerful restrictions could be. For example, the restrictions in the grass here. Although Wang Lin could safely pass through it, he couldn't place one down himself because he hadn't completely understood it yet. Once he completely masters the restriction and can make it his own, then he can place it down himself. Although it wouldn't be as powerful as this one, the strange nature of the restriction wouldn't be any weaker. Wang Lin took a deep breath. His face contained a hint of excitement while he became absorbed in his research. 1 month later, Wang Lin put away the jades and walked into the grass. The moment he entered, the grass suddenly began to move and a red mist appeared. Every blade of grass began to move violently before flying up like sharp weapons and disappearing within the red mist. At the same time, howls came from all directions while sharp weapons rained down on Wang Lin. Wang Lin remained calm and paid no attention to the weapons at all. He continued to walk like it was his own backyard as all of the weapons closed in. Wang Lin casually waved his right hand. Although it looked very slow, his hand mysteriously has already arrived before the weapons. If there was someone else looking in from the outside, they would be shocked. This was only possible if someone had gained full understanding of the restriction. Wang Lin didn't know any special techniques, but he knew that his hand would be faster than the weapons, and he became faster by thinking he was faster. As his hand waved, he drew a circle. This simple action was the fruit of Wang Lin's research. Although it looked like a simple circle, his hand made thousands of different seals all in one go without any pauses while he drew it. After the circle was completed, all of those weapons slowed down, turned back into grass and flew around Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was still calm. From the moment he entered, he always walked at the same calm pace, and even now it was no different. As he walked forward, the patch of grass parted in the middle like it wouldn't dare to block him. When he was about to leave the area, red lights appeared in the red mist around him. Wang Lin suddenly reached up with his right hand and grabbed. All of the red lights stopped like they were all caught by a giant hand and crushed to bits. The red lights quickly gathered again, but this time they formed a road under Wang Lin's feet that led to the outside of the restriction. Wang Lin's expression remained normal as he walked on the red road and out of the restriction. He let out a laugh when he walked out of the restriction. After spending all this time, he finally completely understood this restriction and made it his own. His interest for restrictions had reached its peak. He looked back at the restriction with a mocking expression and moved his hand within it. The restriction suddenly shook, and the movement of the grass changed. If one were to look at it closely, they would see that the movement was more complex than before. Wang Lin muttered to himself, "If someone appears behind me, they will have to be careful." With his understanding of the restriction, he added another layer onto it. From now on, whenever someone enters that restriction, no matter what they do, they will trigger his second restriction. With the addition of that second restriction, there was a chance that someone will die in that patch of grass. Of course, if they use the same method as Wang Lin, then the difficulty of researching the restriction would also increase. Wang Lin looked around with a cold smile on his face. He suddenly moved to another patch of grass and increased the difficulty of the restriction in that one. He kept doing this until every patch of grass had been tampered with. After doing all of this, Wang Lin pondered for a bit. He felt like this wasn't enough and sealed all of the gaps between the restrictions. This means that if someone wished to enter, they would have to walk through the restrictions. After finishing all of this, Wang Lin began to walk up the mountain. At this very moment, Sixth Desire Devil Lord was staring at the thick cloud before him. This cloud had been there for 3 days. No matter what Sixth Desire Devil Lord did, he couldn't make it scatter. The expression was gloomy. On his side stood the young man who came with him. The young man stood there, dazed, and just stared at the fog. Sixth Desire Devil Lord looked at the young man, and then looked behind him before letting out a cold smile. The first trial he had entered was the ice trial, which he was very familiar with. Although he didn't have Ancient Emperor's treasure, how could he not be prepared after 1,000 years? Back then, he said that he was able to take everyone through the second half of the ice trial. If he said it, then he was 100% confident he could do it. The truth was that 500 years ago, he obtained a treasure that allowed him to use the water escape technique, which had the same effect as Wang Qingyue's earth boat. As a result, with his cultivation and his understanding of the ice trial, he easily passed through it with the young man. As for the road of no return between the first and second trials, it was also no problem for him. Although he almost died the first time he came here, he had now mastered the Sixth Desire demonic cultivation method. The thing he was least afraid of now were things that messed with his emotions. He had researched a lot about emotions. The road of no return was like child's play to him. If it wasn't for him having to protect the young man, it wouldn't have taken any time. Although protecting one person made it a bit slower, the result was still the same. The one thing that made him worry was this second trial, the so-called Restriction Mountain. The reason it was called Restriction Mountain was because the entire mountain was covered in restrictions, and the higher up one climbs, the more powerful the restrictions become. Back then, the 4 of them arrived here with other powerful cultivators and were able to get through. However, many died because they were forced by the powerful cultivators to test the power of the restrictions. If Sixth Desire Devil Lord hadn't come with his master, it probably would have been hard for him to escape death in this place. However, his master was the main force in breaking the restrictions. His master was a master of restrictions and formations who had studied and broke the restrictions until 1,000 feet before the exit. However, he wasn't able to get any further. In the end, he placed down a restriction on top of it. Then he worked together with the other soul formation cultivators to kill a mid-stage soul formation cultivator. Only by using that cultivator's body were they able to open a 1,000-foot-long tunnel to get through. This tunnel would only last 3 breaths of time. The lucky survivors all charged into the tunnel. In the end, only a small group of them made it. Everyone else died. Every time Sixth Desire Devil Lord thought about this, he would feel how dangerous it was. Only now that he had finally reached the mid-stage of soul formation himself did he dare to come here again. The luck he had in the first trial made Sixth Desire Devil Lord very confident again. He considered himself lucky because the key to get through the third trial was in his hand. Based on Sixth Desire Devil Lord's years of observation, he believed that this person could get him through the third trial, but the price would be the young man's life. However, Sixth Desire Devil Lord didn't care about this person's life at all. What he was worried about was how he would get past those last 1,000 feet at the top of the mountain. Although it had been 1,000 years and he had prepared, he was only 50% confident. He had spent most of the last 1,000 years studying restrictions, and with his extraordinary memory, he was able to memorize most of the restrictions here. Only after 1,000 years did he feel confident in coming here. Along the way, he easily broke through all of the restrictions, but right after he broke through them, he returned them to normal. He also added more restrictions on top of them. His goal was the same as Wang Lin's. However, the restrictions on Restriction Mountain got progressively more complicated as he climbed higher, so Sixth Desire Devil Lord's pace gradually became slower. At this point, he had to study the restrictions for a long time before taking one step. For example, this cloud wasn't here 1,000 years ago, but it was here now, which surprised him. As for Wang Lin, after 1,000 feet, the number of grass patches decreased. What he saw now were black rocks. Wang Lin took the jade out and began to record again. The restriction on this rock was completely different from the one in the grass. The restriction on the grass was formed by the movement pattern of the grass. However, this rock was different. Besides some patterns on the rock, there was nothing notable about it. If it wasn't for the faint spiritual energy it was emitting, it would be impossible to tell that it was a restriction. Wang Lin looked around and found many similar restrictions nearby. If he wanted to, he could get through them by walking through the gaps between each restriction. However, compared to leaving, Wang Lin preferred to gain a complete understanding of these restrictions instead. He knew that passing through this area was easy, but he also knew he had to spend a lot of time and effort here if he wished to reach the top of the mountain. Wang Lin began to carefully research the restriction. There was no sense of time in the mountain, so in the blink of an eye, 7 years had passed. On this day, Wang Lin drank some spirit liquid as he stood on a rock on the side of the mountain. In these past 7 years, half of Wang Lin's hair had turned white. He had devoted himself to studying restrictions, causing him to be mentally stressed all the time. 4 years ago, his hair started turning white at the root. However, his divine sense also became more powerful under this stress, and he unknowingly entered the mid-stage of core formation. He was now 1 step closer to the nascent soul stage. His eyes were even more sharp, and his temperament had changed greatly. If Wang Lin was like never-melting ice 7 years ago, then now he was also impossible to see through. This feeling came from his eyes. His eyes seemed to be able to see everything, and there were stars within them that would sometimes flash. If Duanmuji saw Wang Lin now, he probably wouldn't believe it. These were the divine sense eyes that were only obtained once someone had reached a certain level of mastery in restrictions. Wang spent these past 7 years refining his eyes. In these 7 years, he had encountered countless restrictions. All of them required him to carefully study and examine them. He was almost killed by those restrictions many times. This was especially true for some restrictions that clearly had other restrictions added onto them. Luckily, Wang Lin had always been cautious, so he noticed that these restrictions were different than the ones from the mountain. After carefully studying them, he realized that the person above him was also an expert in restrictions. Just from looking at the restrictions, Wang Lin could see that this person's understanding of restrictions was much deeper than his. However, Wang Lin wasn't scared at all. His interest in leaving the second trial had decreased a lot. From his point of view, this was the dreamland for learning restrictions. The way the restrictions became progressively more complex meant that a person could start at the basics and work their way up. This kind of place was almost impossible to find. The restrictions went from simple to difficult. It was a very valuable place. With great concentration, Wang Lin walked the path in the mountain. It had been 7 years. Every time he broke a restriction, he would change it a little and add on a few more. If the path he took was like hell and full of danger at every step, he would make it feel like the grass had turned to ice. Everything combined would make it feel like the heavens and earth were swallowing you. If there was anyone unlucky enough to run into them, they would still lose a layer of skin if they didn't die. In these 7 years, Wang Lin changed a lot in regards to his restriction technique. He had gained a lot of enlightenment. Now he could easily wield all of the restrictions broken by him as his own, and more effectively than they originally were. This surprised Wang Lin and increased his interest even more. After all, the only way to exit this mountain was through restriction techniques. In the past 7 years of his restriction research, Wang Lin never just made simple observations. He was able to produce his own method of deducing how to get past the restrictions. This method was the result of countless trials and errors. He always worked slowly from the starting point, never missing a single detail. While he progressed, each of his steps forward were firm. When it came to rare and difficult restrictions, he always started from the basics and slowly progressed through. Without any impatience in his heart, he slowly developed the mindset to practice restriction techniques. There were many who could use restriction techniques. However, there are very few that have a deep understanding of them. Aside from a few old experts, no one else could match Wang Lin in restriction techniques. Even Wang Lin himself was very confused. It seemed like his mediocre talent didn't matter at all when practicing restriction techniques. At this moment, Wang Lin sat cross-legged on a large rock. He was staring straight ahead at the cloud in the distance. The cloud was motionless. As of 2 days ago, Wang Lin started staring at the cloud in deep meditation. He took out a jade and recorded a few words on it, then he drew on the ground. This cloud appeared to be very subtle to Wang Lin. His restrictions were all around the mountain. If anyone wanted to get past them, they would have to fly through and rely on their luck to survive. If it was 7 years ago, Wang Lin would need to use small animals to experience a breakthrough in the restriction technique. However, with his now developed understanding of restrictions, especially with his soul-piercing eyes, he only needed to stare at the cloud for a bit. While not fully comprehending the restriction, he was able to tell what restriction was in place. It was one that prevented flying. In this way, the cloud restriction became even more ingenious. If there were no clouds, while the restriction would still be difficult to break, one would not be completely lost. However, the cloud covered the center of the restriction. This increased the unknown variable within this restriction. Even in this situation, Wang Lin's heart didn't become flustered. His eyes gleamed as he stared at the cloud. Suddenly, his hand started moving in a blur in front of him. Afterimages of his hand started appearing until it looked like he had thousands of hands. These afterimages started to tremble, and then began to spread rapidly. The afterimages created by Wang Lin's hand formed an illusionary circle. He suddenly paused and thrusted his right hand forward. The illusionary circle formed by the afterimages flew toward the cloud. After the illusionary circle entered the cloud, it started to dissipate. The illusionary caused waves to surge through the cloud. Wang Lin sat cross-legged, not even glancing at the clouds. With his eyes closed, he slowly started to frown. This illusionary circle was a technique developed by Wang Lin to break restrictions. After 7 years of research and improvement, he had mastered this technique. He didn't even need to look with his eyes. By examining on the wave produced by the illusionary circle, he was able to understand the structure and rules of the restriction. After a while, he opened his eyes. His right hand waved in front of him again. This time with a serious face. He moved his hand until the amount of time it takes for one incense stick to burn passed by. Layers of the illusionary circle quickly appeared before him. When the 10 illusionary circles appeared, Wang Lin started to breath hard. He was losing control of his right hand. With the last of his strength, he thrusted his arm 10 times. The 10 illusionary circles fell on the cloud one by one. While forming the illusionary circles looked easy, it required Wang Ling to circle his hand tens of thousands of times for one circle to form. This technique was the result of 7 years of studying restriction techniques. One could say that the illusionary circle itself was a restriction technique. The 10 illusionary circles penetrated the cloud and faded away. This created endless amounts of ripples within the cloud, causing it to pulsate rapidly. Wang Lin concealed his presence. His left hand then repeatedly drew a picture on the ground. After a long time, he opened his eyes and let out a smile. He waved his left hand and wiped away all the pictures on the rock. His eyes were shining as he stood up, wiped away the pictures with his left hand, and then started rubbing it with his right hand. He looked down and calculated the time. He then suddenly moved his right hand and shot out a beam of light. The light shot toward the cloud, causing it to tremble. Then it slowly dissipated. As the cloud disappeared, what was hidden inside it was revealed. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He took out a jade and carefully recorded its characteristics as he analyzed the restriction. In the last 7 years, whenever Wang Lin opened a restriction, he would record it so that he may use it again in the future. After the time it takes for a full incense stick to burn past, he put away the jade. He stared at where the cloud was and saw a broken bridge only 10 feet away from him. This was the true face of the restriction. As Wang Lin was about to step forward, he carefully scanned the bridge. His eyes landed on a small tree growing next to the broken bridge. With Wang Lin's experience from breaking restrictions for the past 7 years, he noticed that there was something wrong with the small tree. In all of the restrictions that Wang Lin had come across in this mountain, although very rarely, he would sometimes find 2 restrictions stacked on top of each other. But this restriction was very different from the precious restrictions. This one must have been added by someone else. He himself had done the same thing many times in the past 7 years. This little tree must have been placed here by someone else. Wang Lin laughed coldly. He looked at the restriction on the little tree once and immediately recognized the same level of foul play he had encountered several times before. They were all created by the same person. About 4 years ago, someone started to try to obstruct him with restrictions. After breaking them one by one, he had a good understanding of their restrictions. The restrictions in the mountain normally didn't activate unless he touched them. However, the restrictions set by this person were very different. The moment he entered their range, they immediately attacked him. If its attacks ended up being in vain, it would self-destruct and active all of the restrictions nearby, trapping the person in a prison of restrictions. Wang Lin narrowed his eyes as he stared at the little tree. He sent out 3 illusionary circles. They landed on top of the little tree. The little tree shook a little and the leaves started to fall off. The trunk quickly turned dark. After some time, it finally started to bend. Wang Lin's illusionary circle contained numerous restrictions. Its main role was to break restrictions. Thus, the restriction on the little tree broke layer by layer. A cold light flashed in Wang Lin's eye. He quickly took the black sword out of his bag of holding and sent it towards the tree. At the same time, the bent tree trunk flew at Wang Lin. The black sword suddenly flashed by, brushing past the tree trunk and slicing it in two. When the tree trunk fell to the ground, it curled up and gradually revealed itself to be a brown centipede. The centipede twisted a few times before turning into a cloud of black smoke. This black smoke gave off the feeling of death that would cause people to panic. However, it disappeared as quickly as it appeared. Wang Lin thought with a dignified look in his eyes. This was the first time he had seen a restriction that used a spirit beast where the spirit beast's body created a black smoke that would cause panic. He felt very familiar with this method. He was able to tell that this restriction and a few others before this were set up by the same person. It was really obvious that that person rarely used this kind of restriction. It wasn't much stronger than the rest, but it was much more ingenious. If someone carelessly walked by, it would be hard to avoid death. 6 Desire Devil Lord, Wang Lin whispered. He knew why this felt so familiar to him. Back then, in the void, 6 Desire Devil Lord wanted to use him to test his outlandish technique. Wang Lin remembered this in his heart. The first time 6 Desire Devil Lord targeted him, he decided to spare Wang Lin after a quick interaction. He used the youth he brought with him instead. He used the body of that youth as a special material to cast spells. This time it was exactly the same, only the victim was a centipede. At that very moment, on a rock 5,000 feet from the mountain top, Six Desire Devil Lord suddenly turned around and stared at the mountain. The eyes of the youth standing at his side were no longer vacant, but filled with a deep, dull color. Who the hell is it that kept breaking my restrictions in the last 5 years? He even broke the restriction I set to kill him in the clouds. Could it be Duanmu? No, it must be Ancient Emperor. That old bag of bones must have been studying restrictions for the past 1,000 years. This person will be my greatest enemy in the third test. Six Desire Devil Lord whispered to himself. A hint of fanaticism showed in his eyes. At the mountain top 5,000 feet away, there was a giant whirlpool. That was the entrance to the third trial. In the past 7 years, Six Desire Devil Lord's travels started out smoothly, but as he got closer to the top, the power and complexity of the restrictions grew. There were some truly stunning restrictions. It was one of those restrictions that trapped Six Desire Devil Lord for 5 years. He turned away and quickly moved forward. At that same moment, a person stepped out of the whirlpool at the foot of the mountain. This person was holding a whisk and wearing a veil covering his face with a fairy-like, gentle aura. He walked out confidently. It was Ancient Emperor. Although he looked calm, he wrinkled his brow. At the first trial, he went through the fire trial. Took him 7 years to work his way through it. There were many monsters within the fire trial. He killed countless numbers of them. While it would have been possible to break out sooner if he had used all his power, Ancient Emperor was a very patient man. He would rather waste time fighting than take a risk. The amount of patience he had was what greatly differed him from Hunchback Meng. Ancient Emperor was well prepared for breaking past the trial this time. Even though he ran into the fire trial, his natural weakness, he remained strong and made his way out one step at a time. Although this took him a lot of time, his treasures were not used up, so when he tries to get past future trials, he will still have them. However, on the road ahead, nothing could stop him. While there were many illusion restrictions, none of them were able to affect him. After entering the second trial, Ancient Emperor let out a deep sigh. His eyes were fixed on the mountain top as he revealed a cold smile. For the past 1,000 years, he'd been preparing for today. If you wish to enter the third trial, you must learn about restriction. This was something he had learned by heart. If it wasn't for his amazing speed that allowed him to cross the tunnel in 3 breaths all those years ago, even if he had killed all the people that were there that day, he would still have died. He wasn't like Six Desire Devil Lord, Duanmu, or Hunchback Meng. Over 1,000 years ago, he was already at the mid-stage of soul formation and was the leader of the last expedition. Back then, Six Desire Devil Lord and the others were merely juniors in his eyes. If it wasn't for his grave injury after escaping, how could those 3 still be alive today? For the past 1,000 years, he had been recovering at the Sea of Devils and started developing his knowledge of restrictions so that he could attempt to enter the trial again. In those 1,000 years, he was able to recover all of his cultivation, but he was unable to advance it. After careful analysis, he believed that the injuries from all those years ago had damaged his foundation. Unless he used some heavenly treasure, his cultivation would be forever stuck. As a result, he became even more excited at the thought of re-entering the land of the ancient god. Only here would he find the treasure that could not only let him recover, but also help him advance to the soul transformation stage, allowing him to become an soul transformation expert. This would make all the hardships he had suffered more than worth it. To this end, he gave up cultivating and focused only on restriction research. He even went to many sects that were famous for their restriction techniques to study. After 1,000 years of study, he felt very confident in his ability. He even brought a few amazing surprises with him. He touched his bag of holding and widened his smile. Without saying a word, he arrived at the first restriction at the foot of the mountain. This was the first restriction he broke by force all those years ago. After glancing at it once, he stepped forward. He saw that there was no reason to waste time solving this restriction. It was much better to just smash it by force. After all, this was exactly how he had passed it all those years ago. He recalled that the moment he had entered, the weeds turned into blades. Things turned out as he expected. The weeds around him flew up, as he expected, and it flew through the red mist that suddenly appeared. It then came back around and became a rain of swords. Ancient Emperor acted like nothing happened and pressed forward. As the swords approached his body, they become covered in ice and instantly exploded. The continuous popping sounds didn't slow Ancient Emperor one bit. He easily reached the edge of the formation. He remembered that this was where a red light should appear. Sure enough, just as he was thinking it, pillars of red light appeared around him. Ancient Emperor let out a short chant. His right hand made a fist and smashed into one of the red lights. The light immediately scattered and disappeared. One after another, he punched the red lights. In less than 2 hours, all of the red lights were gone. He easily broke through this restriction. Ancient Emperor stepped forward. He was eyeing the second restriction a few dozen feet away from him. After moving 100 feet, his face suddenly changed. The moment he walked out of the restriction, black fog appeared all around him. This was clearly very different from the red lights and sounds of beasts that could be heard from within. Shortly after, countless black swords and red lights appeared. They all flew towards him. Their speed was simply too fast. By the time he heard them, they were already on him. Ancient Emperor's face suddenly darkened. He let out a roar, and the spiritual energy that came out with the roar immediately turned into a thick wall of ice that surrounded him. Most of the attacks hit the ice wall. He then immediately retreated a few steps. He made a fist with this right hand and punched toward the ice wall. The ice immediately shattered into millions of pieces. His left hand continued to shoot out spiritual energy that attached to the ice shards one by one. The ice rapidly melted and became clones of Ancient Emperor. They all sent out numerous techniques. The restriction roared after receiving such a strong attack. Completely collapsed. As the black fog disappeared, Ancient Emperor walked out with a gloomy face. His complexion darkened as he released a strong killing intent. 6 Desire Devil Lord. This restriction must have been laid by you. The surprise restriction that suddenly appeared made him not know what to do for a moment. If someone that wasn't as strong him in that situation, even if they didn't die, they would have been left in a sorry state. The reason he was so sure it was 6 Desire Devil Lord was because Duanmu didn't have the temperament to learn restriction techniques. However, this didn't exclude that brat Wang Lin. But he firmly believed that it was 6 Desire Devil Lord because he had completely forgotten about Wang Lin. Now that he considered how evil the restriction was, he could not help but curse in his heart. He had secretly decided in his heart that no matter how simple a restriction may look, he would tread ever so carefully. As Wang Lin slowly walked toward the mountain's peak, he suddenly paused and looked at the foot of the mountain. He noticed that the first restriction he set had been broken. However, Wang Lin felt no panic in his heart. As he was proceeding up the mountain in the past 7 years, he had laid down countless restrictions to stop anyone behind him. Even if they managed to break through all the restrictions without dying, they would at least lose a layer of skin. If their luck was bad, they might even cause the nearby restrictions to trigger. Even if it was someone in the soul formation stage, the only road for them was death. There weren't many super powerful restrictions behind Wang Lin. There were only 3 or 4 on top of the restrictions that were already there. 6 Desire Devil Lord had added a few layers onto them. After Wang Lin had painstakingly gotten through them, he added even more layers on top. And finally, for good measure, Wang Lin spent 4 weeks going back and chaining all the restrictions together so that if one gets triggered, the result would be disastrous. Wang Lin let out a cold laugh. The people behind him didn't matter. He continued moving forward. The closer to the top Wang Lin got, the more he slowed down. He had to spend a lot of mental energy to understand how the restrictions functioned. He learned every detail of the restriction before he would attempt to break them. With the restriction technique he created, he could only create up to 10 illusionary circles. He couldn't make any more than 10. Not to mention him, even someone at the soul formation stage couldn't do more. With this technique, if it was anyone else, the most they could make would be about 3 to 5 circles. The only reason Wang Lin was able to make his 10 was because of the G-realm divine sense. It was because of the support from this technique being drawn to the limit that Wang Lin was able to advance one time after another to the point where he could draw 10 illusionary circles. The jades he had used to record restrictions now numbered over 100. They were his treasures, proof of his growth. Wang Lin's will was definitely very strong. Many restrictions took him many days and nights to study and analyze, and then one day he finally had a breakthrough. Time quickly passed by, and in the blink of an eye 3 years had passed. Wang Lin's hair had already turned completely white. His eyes even sharper, as if they could pierce your soul. Wang Lin had never thought he would spend 10 years on a mountaintop, but for him these 10 years passed by quickly. Every moment was spent studying restrictions. From his position, he was 6,000 feet from the top of the mountain. However, starting at 3,000 feet from the mountaintop floated a thick, white fog that made it impossible to reach the top. After 3 years, Wang Lin didn't have much spirit liquid left. He had to be very careful with how he expended his spiritual energy, making sure to conserve as much of it as possible. Researching restrictions required a lot of mental energy, and as one expended mental energy, their spiritual energy would also be used up along with it. Right now, his white hair was tied up. He sat cross-legged on a cliff surrounded by restrictions. These restrictions had all been destroyed by the illusionary circles created by this right hand. As Wang Lin approached the top, he became more nervous, wondering if the person in front of him had already passed the second trial. If that person didn't pass, then he must be waiting for him up there. The restrictions up where Wang Lin was were so strong that if he randomly picked one, even someone in the soul formation stage would struggle to survive it. As a result, Wang Lin couldn't get distracted at all. His full focus must be dedicated to analyzing the restrictions. Regarding the person behind Wang Lin, he clearly felt his progress in the past 3 years. From the start, he would feel a restriction being broken every few weeks. Now it would be months before he felt one being broken. The reason why he was getting slower and slower was not only because of the increase in strength of the natural restrictions, it was also due to Wang Lin's own growth. The restrictions he laid now were like heaven and earth compared to ones 10 years ago. Wang Lin slowly exhaled. His gaze shifted forward. Just like how he could detect the speed of the person behind him, the person in front also knew the speed in which Wang Lin was progressing. Maybe there would be some hidden danger that awaited further up. Wang Lin let out a cold smile. He waved his hand and placed several restrictions. He had been sitting here for almost a year. He had to pay attention not only to what was above him, but also to what was below him. He laid countless restrictions all around this spot. Wang Lin was in no rush. He had no intention to run headlong into the enemy's trap. There must not be a single mistake at this point. Wang Lin was waiting for the person behind him to catch up to let him pass first. The person behind him must be at least at the soul formation stage. This was the reason Wang Lin stopped for a year. He had been laying down countless restriction not to attack, but to hide his presence. After a year of laying down restrictions, Wang Lin felt confident that as long as he didn't move, the other one will have a very hard time noticing his presence. A few days later, Wang Lin felt a nearby restriction being broken. His lip curled into a cold sneer as he stared back, eyes shining. Ancient Emperor's anger had not subsided in these 3 years. Instead of subsiding, he felt more and more angry. In these past 3 years, he not only had to spend a lot of time breaking each restriction, he also had to be extra careful of the restrictions left behind by another person. The thing that pissed him off the most was that when he finally broke through a restriction, it would set off many other restrictions. He almost died dozens of times. All along the way, he felt gloomy and couldn't help but curse in his heart. Sometimes he couldn't hold it in and would curse out loud. From his point of view, the person who added the restrictions was simply too vicious. Sometimes a restriction would look like it was nothing, but when he cracked it, that crack would turn out to be the activation for that restriction. There were also restrictions that he could just walk past if he didn't try to crack them. But if he did try to crack them, they would create an endless loop of restrictions. Step by step, even knowing the dangers ahead, he had to keep moving forward to finally escape from this hell. Unless he decided to give up halfway, he could only continue to climb up. Every time he thought about it, his anger would boil. He wished he could tear apart the person that did this. Sometimes, he would feel very strong spiritual energy and spend a long time observing, but he wouldn't detect any restriction. After expending a great deal of spiritual energy, he would send out his treasures to test for any restriction only to find that there was no restriction, that the spiritual energy was left on purpose to trick him. What made him the most angry were places that looked completely normal, but if he watched carefully, a trace amount of spiritual energy could be sensed. These would be impossible to detect unless he gave them his undivided attention. But then he would spend even more spiritual energy to check the area only to suddenly realize this was also a fake restriction. In the past 3 years, Ancient Emperor had to deal with real and fake restrictions constantly. He would sometimes accidentally trigger a real restriction, causing a chain reaction. At the first trial, he had spent more time to save his magic treasures, but now more than half of them had been used up. They were all used to defend himself when the restrictions were triggered. His heart ached and he was full of regret. If only he had used those treasures to pass through the first trial sooner. If only if he was walking in front of that man, his path would be a lot smoother. 2 years ago, when he saw 3 different types of restrictions, he realized that 6 Desire Devil Lord was only one of the people responsible for this. He realized that there were 2 restriction masters in front of him. At first he was most weary of 6 Desire Devil Lord, but now that crown went to the mystery man. Cracking this person's restrictions would leave one's heart in dread. At first, while this person's restrictions were very clever and detailed, they didn't require much power. However, as he progressed, the mystery man's skill improved leaps and bounds. The restrictions were not only smart but mind-boggling complex. At first, Ancient Emperor would easily crack the restrictions, but as time passed, it took more and more out of him to work his way through the restrictions. The presence of the mystery person became more important in his heart. He felt that, at least in terms of knowledge of restrictions, that person was his rival. He felt that even though that person couldn't match up to his 1,000 years of experience, the cleverness of the restrictions left him wordless. What shocked him the most was that the mystery person looked like he had just started learning restriction techniques. It was very difficult to believe, but he was sure of this. The most important part was that the layout of the restrictions were messy and large at first, but now they were very hard to find and had been refined to 2 special characteristics. The very fast attack speed, method of attack, condition of the trigger, and timing made it difficult to respond in time. In his heart, he thought highly of this person, and now even higher. He finally managed to break a restriction that took a great deal of effort. He walked out with a gloomy face. He gazed upwards. He was still 7,000 feet from the top. If it was like before, he could easily get there in the blink of an eye. Forget running there, even if he could fly, he would still be forced to move with great care. He clearly remembered 1,000 years ago when there was a soul formation cultivator that was displaying his unique magic treasure with the ability to teleport him around the mountain. When he suddenly disappeared, a purple lightning bolt came crashing down and interrupted his technique. The magic treasure was being used like a toy, but it was suddenly struck by the lightning along with the entire body of the user until there was no trace remaining. This scene left everyone in silence. To fly in the air meant attracting the purple lightning, so everyone opted to trek through the ground rather than attempting to fly. Ancient Emperor continued for a month. The distance between him and Wang Ling had gotten smaller and smaller. This was the first time Wang Lin got to see a soul formation expert break through a restriction. Today, Ancient Emperor stood only 10 feet away from Wang Lin. His gaze suddenly shifted to where Wang Lin sat. His eyes gave off an odd light.